You are entangled in karmic debts, your merit and fortune have been utterly lost, and you ultimately committed suicide. Current remaining pages of the Book of 100 Lifetimes, 93. Upon restarting a lifetime, you may choose one of the following gains from your previous life. 1. Treasure. 2. Cultivation. 3. Lifespan. 4. Abandon all gains and randomly awaken a talent based on your previous life's experiences. Those whose names are called step forward. The familiar voice made Liu Yang feel as if he were in a different world, but he quickly calmed his emotions and looked at the interface of the Book of 100 Lifetimes. Named Liu Yang. Lifespan 18. Cultivation, Peak of Qi Refining Stage Level 10. Talents, Dual Cultivation Prodigy White, some skill Purple. Cultivation Method, 9 Transforming Dragon Art Perfected. Divine Abilities, Divine Firmament Sword Control True Formula Perfected. Secret Explanation of Formation Treasures Perfected. Qi Concealment Technique Perfected. Great Clone Universal Spirit Method Perfected. Stealing Heaven's Secrets Perfected. Saint's Theft Perfected. Taiyan Shedding Form Corpse Dissolution True Method Minor Achievement. Silk Cocoon Secret of Seeing Me After Severing Thoughts Minor Achievement. Treasures, Blood Sun Sword Pill Superior Magical Tool, Innate True Qi Superior Rare Item. Pages of the Book of 100 Lifetimes, 93. After restarting, he continued with the initial state of his previous life, with only the blessing of Saint's Theft in terms of status. The remaining 2 great divine abilities had not yet been cultivated. I choose treasure. Liu Yang did not dare to be negligent and immediately selected the reward for this life. In the next second, the Myriad Spirits banner, black with a purple hue, suddenly appeared in his dantian. Immediately afterward, Liu Yang's mind moved, the banner swayed, and a graceful and charming figure materialized from the banner, followed by 8 red-clothed fierce ghosts. They instantly combined, and the Yama Palace reappeared, flattening all karma on Liu Yang. However, compared to the previous life, the current Yama Palace had shrunk significantly. Is it because Skeleton Mountain is gone? Liu Yang understood in his heart that in the previous life, the Yama Palace had Skeleton Mountain as its foundation, but in this life, it could only reside in the cave heaven within the Myriad Spirits banner. Although the current Yama Palace still maintained the status of the foundation establishment level, it had quality but lacked quantity. In this state, it might not even be able to defeat the soul of the previous life's Mending Heaven Peak Master, and could only perform tasks like obscuring karma that required status. But this was just a minor issue. After all, Skeleton Mountain was still there. It couldn't have grown legs and run away. At worst, he could find an opportunity to revisit it and reestablish the foundation. Liu Yang looked up at the sky and patiently waited for a moment. This time, the Mending Heaven Peak Master did not discover him and withdrew his divine sense after a bout of impotent rage. Only then did Liu Yang nod in satisfaction, then sensed the karma and showed a calm expression. As expected, the Banner Spirit and the Myriad Spirits banner are indeed one entity. At least in the judgment of the Book of 100 Lifetimes, this is the case. After choosing it as a reward, all its karma has been erased. Now, he could no longer sense the karma of the Golden Core Sword Qi. Including the Myriad Spirits banner and the Banner Spirits within it, in Liu Yang's eyes, they had completely become things without cause or effect, difficult to trace. After sorting out his thoughts, Liu Yang looked at Liu Xin on the stage. In this life, he intended to replicate the actions of 2 lives ago. In the previous life, the reason Fulong plotted against me was ultimately because I hadn't truly joined the Primordial Saint Sect and lacked a strong enough backing. After all, the Primordial Saint Sect was the Primordial Saint Sect. You could say it was evil, but you couldn't say it was weak. If in the previous life he had been a true disciple of the Primordial Saint Sect, even if Fulong Arhat had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't have dared to abduct him to Xianxia for Buddhist cultivation. Therefore, in this life, Liu Yang planned to secure the identity of a true disciple. From this perspective, the Three Rivers Society was a good choice. At least that true person Chang Guang and true person Yinshan should still be reasonable. At the very least, they didn't directly kill me and snatch the heavenly corpse evil in the previous life. Liu Yang believed the other party definitely had the ability. They had the ability but didn't do it. Such people were extremely rare in the Primordial Saint Sect, not to mention that true person Chang Guang, as a perfected foundation establishment true person, was also a strong backing. In fact, I've always been loyal to the Primordial Saint Sect. Everyone in the Primordial Saint Sect is talented. I really like it here. Although I didn't join the Primordial Saint Sect in the previous life, in reality, I was already a member. Soon, the initiation ceremony ended. The subsequent developments were exactly the same as in previous lives. Liu Yang was still assigned to the pleasure hall by Liu Xin and was once again favored by Yu Suzhen and taken into her cave dwelling. Although he had done this many times, each time Liu Yang would harden his heart. The great Tao was ahead. How could he be soft-hearted? Surpass Yu Suzhen. Looking at Yu Suzhen's corpse, eyes wide open in death, Liu Yang frowned and suddenly had a thought. He immediately took out the myriad spirits banner and summoned the Su Nu. Your servant greets the master. As soon as Su Nu appeared, she respectfully bowed to Liu Yang. As she bent over, her curves swayed, and her slender waist was like the moon, yet she didn't glance at the corpse beside her. Do you recognize her? Liu Yang pointed to Yu Suzhen's corpse on the ground. Only then did Su Nu turn her gaze. Liu Yang immediately focused his mind to sense Su Nu's thoughts. He then saw Su Nu first stunned, looking at Yu Suzhen's delicate face identical to hers, her brows slightly furrowed, seemingly confused. But soon she relaxed her brows. Replying to the master, I recognize her. That was your servant in life. Does the master wish to surpass her? Liu Yang immediately put on a stern face. Don't talk nonsense. I'm cultivating immortality. He was purely curious about what would happen if two Yu Suzhens appeared in one world. Talking about surpassing and such, how inappropriate. It seems the Book of 100 Lifetimes has corrected this bug for me. After restarting, although the banner spirit still subjectively remembered everything, after having its karma erased, its self-awareness was forcibly changed. She knew she was Yu Suzhen, but didn't consider herself Yu Suzhen, almost like a shadow of the original. While Liu Yang was pondering, he saw Su Nu suddenly wave her hand at Yu Suzhen's corpse, and a strange fluctuation of karma spread out. What are you doing? Liu Yang looked up and saw Su Nu also looking confused. After hesitating for a moment, she reached out as if to take something and placed her hand on Yu Suzhen's corpse. The next second, Liu Yang's pupils shrank. He saw that the originally karmaless Su Nu, after being cleansed by the Book of 100 Lifetimes, suddenly had a layer of karma. That was Yu Suzhen's karma. Is this possible? Liu Yang's eyes lit up instantly. A banner spirit existing in the present world could actually borrow the karma of the original body. Thinking of this, he immediately looked at Su Nu and asked, how did you do that? To what extent can it be done? Are there any limitations? Su Nu was taken aback, then carefully sensed for a moment before softly saying, there is a certain distance requirement. If it's too far, it might not be possible. Other than that, there are no requirements. No need to touch the other party. If the other party is dead, it can be permanently borrowed. Interesting. Liu Yang showed a contemplative expression and looked at the other two banner spirits in the myriad spirits banner, Chen Zinan and the Mending Heaven Peak Master's split soul. Could they do the same? This ability, if used well, could be very beneficial. Banner spirits could use the karma of the original body, meaning that once the original body died, the banner spirit could immediately replace them, effectively taking over their existence. Taking a step back, even without killing the original body, one could borrow their karma to do bad things and then shift the blame onto the original body. I didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. Next, he looked at Liu Xin, who was already waiting outside the door. In an instant, a plan emerged in his mind. Chen Zinan. First, eliminate Chen Zinan's original body, then have the banner spirit Chen Zinan use his karma to replace him and reunite with the Mending Heaven Peak Master as father and son. In this way, Liu Yang would have an undercover agent placed beside the Mending Heaven Peak Master. Moreover, with Chen Zinan's identity as a true disciple of the Primordial Saint Sect and son of a true person, many resources of the Primordial Saint Sect would be accessible to him. If he broke through to the Foundation establishment stage in the future, he could even have the banner spirit Chen Zinan lure the Mending Heaven Peak Master out of the Primordial Saint Sect and, using their father-son relationship, launch a sneak attack to eliminate him, finally replacing him with the banner spirit Mending Heaven Peak Master. The plan was perfect, but reality was harsh. I didn't choose the cultivation level from my previous life, so I didn't inherit any progress in the corpse dissolution true method or the thought-severing heaven-seeing silkworm secret art, both grand divine abilities. Recultivating them will take time. Fortunately, with the protection of the guardian spirit Su knew, he no longer needed to endure the myriad hardships of his past life. He could now directly cultivate divine abilities with the position of foundation establishment backing him, and within a few months, he would be able to reforge his foundation establishment divine sense and the status of the corpse dissolution immortal, restoring his cultivation to the peak of his previous life. With that in mind, Liu Yang no longer rushed to execute the plan. After all, this was like trying to slip sand under the eyelids of a foundation establishment true person. Just in case, it would be wiser to wait until he returned to his peak state before acting. He stepped out of the cave dwelling and met up with Liu Xin. From Liu Xin's hands, he obtained half of the innate Tao book. After seeing him off, Liu Yang concealed his figure with an illusion spell and performed a divination, then headed to a secluded cave dwelling on Mending Heaven Peak. At that moment, angry roars could be heard coming from within the cave. My opportunity, that was my opportunity, but it was stolen by someone else. Rationality, how do you expect me to stay rational? With what do I keep rationality? That was Zhao Zhu's voice. Sure enough, with his own appearance, the inheritance of true person Panlong had vanished, and Zhao Zhu once again fell into a low point in life. He was now standing there cursing at the top of his lungs. Not long after, the cave-dwelling door opened, and Zhao Zhu's longtime lover, Fairy King, walked out with a cold expression on her pretty face. She looked back and said, "Zhao Zhu, we're breaking up." Then she strode away without the slightest hesitation. Liu Yang performed another divination and determined that she was likely heading toward Liu Xin's cave dwelling. Crashing and smashing noises rang out once again from within the cave. Liu Yang opened his Dharma eyes and quickly saw Zhao Zhu venting his rage inside the cave dwelling. He then smiled slightly. "Senior brother Zhao, it still has to be you." In this lifetime, his greatest enemy was undoubtedly the Fulong Arhat, because he had no intention of dispersing his cultivation and starting over. After all, Grade 3 true cultivation methods were rare to begin with. Aside from the 9 transforming dragon art, the rest were methods from the Primordial Saint Sect. But the sect's methods felt even more unstable. At the very least, he already understood the hidden dangers of the 9 transforming dragon art, while the Grade 3 methods of the sect still seemed vague and uncertain to him. So it was better to try finding a way with the 9 transforming dragon art. Although the cultivation method does have hidden dangers, that danger likely only targets qi refining cultivators. Otherwise, why would Fulong have tried to block my breakthrough to foundation establishment? If he waited until after my foundation establishment to act, wouldn't the reward be even greater? But he didn't do that. The only possibility is that once I succeed in establishing my foundation, I can escape his control, so he had to stop me ahead of time. In other words, as long as he could break through foundation establishment under obstruction, he could shatter the deadlock. That said, Liu Yang was very self-aware. The Fulong Arhat had already refined a strand of heavenly astral qi. With mid-foundation establishment cultivation, there was no way Liu Yang could match him. At least, not as someone who hadn't yet reached foundation establishment. So brute force wouldn't work. He had to rely on strategy. Although I plan to secure a position as a true disciple of the sect in this life for protection, I can't put all my hopes in the sect. After all, this was the Primordial Saint Sect. Even a cunning rabbit prepares 3 burrows. How could a person not do the same? So Liu Yang needed another plan, or rather, several backup plans, to ensure that if Fulong Arhat still came for him, he'd be ready. And Zhao Zhu was one of the backup plans Liu Yang had chosen. In the next moment, Liu Yang directly activated his divine sense and forcibly surged into Zhao Zhu's mind. As the effects of the alcohol wore off, Zhao Zhu suddenly opened his eyes. In a half-dream, half-awake state, a flood of fragmented memories suddenly surged into his mind. Where am I? Zhao Zhu looked around blankly, unable to gather his thoughts for a long while. Only when the fragments of memories gradually became clearer in his mind did he reveal a look of sudden realization. These are memories of my past life. In those memories, Zhao Zhu saw a young man who looked 80% like himself. He rode the wind and commanded the skies, brimming with heroic spirit. So that's how it is. My past life was actually true person Panlong. Zhao Zhu understood. No wonder I felt a connection with true person Panlong's cultivation method. It was mine to begin with. As for the 3 lifetime merit, That's also what I accumulated during my time as a true person. As for why I don't have more memories or the talent a reincarnated true person should have, that's normal too. The fruit of true personhood is severed after 5 lifetimes, and I am already Panlong's 5th reincarnation. My time is up, and much of the mystical power has faded. Otherwise, how would I have fallen to this pitiful state? Zhao Zhu had no doubt about the memories. After all, the logic was sound and interlinked. Even the parts that seemed flawed could be explained reasonably with a bit of thought. More importantly, there was something within the memories that was unquestionably real. The 9 transforming dragon art. Zhao Zhu focused his thoughts, and the contents of the 9 transforming dragon art appeared in his mind word for word, complete with annotations and insights. No doubt about it, this was definitely his past life comprehension of the technique. Even the 10,000 rides ascending dragon treasure scroll was there, which made Zhao Zhu so ecstatic that he nearly danced in the cave dwelling. However, his expression soon turned serious again. This lifetime, someone is definitely scheming against me. After a moment of thought, Zhao Zhu's sharp mind quickly pinpointed the true culprit. The master of Mending Heaven Peak. Previously, as a disciple of Mending Heaven Peak, Zhao Zhu still held a bit of reverence for his master. But now, all he felt was resentment. That old bastard is a true person himself. Why would he take in a reincarnated true person as his disciple, clearly taking advantage of me? And the inheritance I left for myself suddenly disappeared. When I asked the old man, he actually told me that my fate with the inheritance had run its course. What utter nonsense! Could it be he skimmed off my inheritance for himself? The more Zhao Zhu thought about it, the angrier he got. It took a long time before he finally calmed down. That old bastard holds great power. I mustn't let him know I've awakened my past life memories. Endure this humiliation for now. Wait for the right moment. Zhao Zhu's eyes were firm, as if he had truly become the storm-commanding true person Panlong from his memories. This life, I will definitely return to Foundation establishment. No matter how many dangers lie ahead, I shall defy the heavens. Watching Zhao Zhu point skyward and swear oath in his cave dwelling, having regained his spirit, Lu Yang smiled in satisfaction. That so-called past life memory was, of course, completely fabricated by Lu Yang. With Su Nu's support, he could now subtly stir the thoughts of others. Strictly speaking, Zhao Zhu had already become Lu Yang's bait. And the big fish Lu Yang aimed to catch was none other than the Fulong Arhat. This life, I must first help Zhao Zhu break into Foundation establishment, drawing all of Fulong Arhat's attention toward him. Then I'll attempt my own Foundation establishment breakthrough. In this way, he could buy time for his own breakthrough. To put it bluntly, he was using Zhao Zhu as a scapegoat. Senior brother Zhao, just go with peace of mind. If you can block this tribulation for me in this life, then the contribution points you owed me from your last life, I won't charge you interest. Lu Yang felt assured about Zhao Zhu. Senior brother Zhao has accumulated merits over 3 lifetimes. His fortune is abundant. Previously, even without my assistance, he attempted to break through to the Foundation establishment realm. With my help now, his chances should be even higher. It was merely a matter of time. Lu Yang withdrew his gaze, turned around, and returned to his cave dwelling. He then summoned the guardian deity Su Nu and began retraining the corpse dissolution method and the thought-severing heaven-seeing silkworm secret art with the Foundation establishment status. Just like that, 10 days passed, and it was a certain dark and windy night. Junior brother Lu, are you there? Liu Xin had arrived. Lu Yang responded and opened the cave dwelling, grinning at Liu Xin. You're here. I've been waiting for you for a long time, senior brother. It's hard on you to deliver this from so far away in the middle of the night. Liu Xin was taken aback. Deliver what? Because he had done this in a previous lifetime, Lu Yang's actions were as smooth as driving a familiar road. Before Liu Xin could finish speaking, Lu Yang directly extended a large hand of true qi. Originally full of ambition, and preparing to refine this newly initiated disciple to break through the late stage of qi refining, Liu Xin didn't even have time to react before being grasped by Lu Yang's true qi hand, and instantly turned into flying ash, leaving only a myriad spirits banner clattering to the ground. Seeing this scene, Lu Yang couldn't help but sigh. To this day, the once hated yet helpless senior brother Liu had become a stable supply point that he visited in almost every lifetime. After all, the innate primordial qi divine talisman was just too useful. Speaking of concealing karma, I almost forgot. The Yun family ancestor, that reincarnated Foundation establishment cultivator, seems to have an even more powerful treasure of destiny. In the previous lifetime, he left early and didn't wait for it. This lifetime was different. Liu Yang planned to replicate the cultivation path of the lifetime before last and carefully craft the image of a disciple with a pure and dark background within the holy sect. The Yun family ancestor's trip to the secret realm of law refinement couldn't have been solely targeting me. Most likely, he had intentions towards the secret realm. The treasure of destiny in his hand can even deceive golden core true lords. If I enter in advance to ambush and obtain this treasure, it will definitely be greatly beneficial to my future cultivation. Moreover, he hadn't forgotten. Back then, the Yun family ancestor schemed against him in the secret realm. If it weren't for his superior skills, he might not only have failed in his cultivation, but also lost his life inside. If this revenge is not avenged, the Tao heart will be unstable. Thinking of this, Liu Yang silently drew a circle around the Yun family ancestor in his mental grudge notebook, listing him as one of the key targets in this lifetime. Inside the cave dwelling, Liu Yang sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion. In front of him was Liu Xin's myriad spirits banner, pure white in color, looking vastly different from Liu Yang's own myriad spirits banner, which was black to the point of purple in his dantian. In the next moment, Liu Yang activated his mana. Liu Xin's myriad spirits banner trembled slightly, and Chen Zinan immediately emerged from the banner, first glancing around, then looking at Liu Yang with a face full of astonishment. Immediately after, Liu Yang activated his own myriad spirits banner, and soon, the banner spirit Chen Zinan also emerged from the banner, facing his original body. "Who are you?" "You are me." The two spoke almost simultaneously, the difference being that the original Chen Zinan was more shocked, while the banner spirit Chen Zinan seemed to be mimicking the former. Since he planned to have the banner spirit Chen Zinan carry out an undercover mission, Liu Yang naturally had to ensure his loyalty. Therefore, he specially imposed numerous restrictions on the banner spirit Chen Zinan, just like with Su Nu, ensuring that he could not betray him and could be turned into ashes with a single thought. "Do it." In the next moment, Liu Yang waved his hand, and the banner spirit Chen Zinan immediately obeyed the order without hesitation, pointing a finger to pierce through the soul of the original body. Until the moment of death, the original Chen Zinan was still in confusion. "Who killed me? Who did I kill?" With deep doubts, his soul suddenly dissipated, and the karma was inherited by the banner spirit Chen Zinan, adding a bit of spirituality to his expression. "From now on, you are the real Chen Zinan." Looking at the respectful banner spirit Chen Zinan, Liu Yang nodded with satisfaction, then injected the innate primordial qi divine talisman into his body. The divine talisman contained a trace of his divine consciousness. Under the protection of the talisman, it would not be discovered by Foundation establishment cultivators, allowing him to monitor the Mending Heaven Peak Master through the banner spirit Chen Zinan and take over his body when necessary. It could also help the banner spirit Chen Zinan conceal his own karma. After completing all this, Liu Yang sent him away. As for the second myriad spirits banner, Liu Yang destroyed it and refined it into his own myriad spirits banner to expand the internal cave heaven of the banner. At the top of Mending Heaven Peak, inside a tea pavilion, the Mending Heaven Peak Master was currently in a bad mood. After all, the Panlong inheritance, which he had considered already in his grasp, had suddenly slipped away. It's a pity. Although that inheritance is related to Xianxia and cannot be easily learned, I specially created a 6 paths Nirvana Phoenix technique for Kainer to cultivate, which could perfectly absorb it. As a result, the technique is gone, and Kainer has lost a great opportunity. Who knows when she will be able to break through to the Foundation establishment realm. Thinking of this, the Mending Heaven Peak Master sighed again. If only my son were still here. Chen Zinan, the Mending Heaven Peak Master's own son and his most proud disciple, had cultivated great divine powers at a young age, just one step away from perfection. Given time, he would break through to the perfection of Qi refining, cultivate the third-grade Mending Heaven True Qi, and achieve great divine powers. If he could find a Foundation establishment treasure to assist him, he would have a 30% chance of breaking through to the Foundation establishment realm. Moreover, if he were willing to wait for the righteous and demonic war 60 years later, the chance could even increase by 10%. My son Zinan, has the potential for foundation establishment. Unfortunately, heaven is jealous of talent. A treasure hunt led to his disappearance, and no matter how he calculated karma, he couldn't find him, only vaguely sensing that he hadn't completely died. Alas, the mending heaven peak master sighed again. Suddenly, a fluctuation of karma appeared. He abruptly raised his head and instinctively activated his divine consciousness to look at the karmic web. This is Xinin's karma. In the next moment, the mending heaven peak master suddenly stood up, his vast divine consciousness tracing the karmic web back to its source, finally landing in a cave dwelling on mending heaven peak. Inside the empty cave dwelling, a weak soul floated in the air, nearly dissipating. His consciousness was already fading, and it wouldn't be surprising if he vanished in the next moment. Only a residual thought kept echoing in a dying struggle. "Father, forgive me." Boom! The mending heaven peak master instantly traversed the void and entered the cave dwelling. His immense mana forcibly stabilized the dissipating soul, gathering it back together. Behind the mending heaven peak master, a mermaid-like phantom appeared. Red Ryu scale. This earth fiend belonged to Tunten, possessing the wonder of gooey water. Although gooey water was a dead end in Tunten, Tunten concealed Jeng metal which could revive gooey water. Therefore, its imagery was finding life in death. In the previous lifetime, the mending heaven peak master believed that even if Chen Xinin's soul had truly dissipated, as long as it was in front of him, he had the confidence to gather it back, based on the marvel of this earth fiend. No matter how fatal the injury, Red Ryu scale could turn danger into safety. The higher the cultivation, the stronger the mana, the better the effect. With the mending heaven peak master's mid-foundation establishment cultivation, using Red Ryu scale on Chen Xinin's chi refining soul to bring him back to life was a trivial matter. Gather. Inside the cave dwelling, as the master of mending heaven peak uttered a Tao incantation, his mana surged wildly. The nearly dissipated soul of Chen Xinin finally regained stability. "Am I still alive, Father?" Seeing Chen Xinin gradually regain consciousness, the master of mending heaven peak wore a gentle smile and said, "I knew my son wasn't an ordinary person." Apparently, while helping Chen Xinin reassemble his soul, the master of mending heaven peak had already deduced the cause and effect. After Liu Xin lost the protection of the divine talisman, past events naturally couldn't be concealed. The banner spirit Chen Xinin had adopted the karma of the original body and carried the divine talisman, perfectly obscuring the heavenly secrets. After all this, the master of mending heaven peak didn't detect anything amiss. In his calculations, the sequence of events was that Chen Xinin was schemed against by an innate Taoist, became a banner spirit controlled by Liu Xin, but managed to outwit and kill him. In any case, it's good that you're all right. The master of mending heaven peak sighed. Although the banner spirit Chen Xinin outwardly displayed a touched expression, inwardly he felt no emotional stir. "Sorry, Father. I already belong to the master." The master of mending heaven peak held Chen Xinin's soul and took a step back to the peak of mending heaven peak. Then he molded earth into a human form and carefully placed the soul into it. "Don't worry, this is only temporary. This time you were schemed against by that innate Taoist, leading to this incident. With me here, as long as you recuperate for a decade or so, you can restore your peak cultivation. I can also remold your physical body. In time, you'll still have the chance to reach the foundation establishment realm." The master of mending heaven peak patiently said. Apparently, he mistook Chen Xinin's silence for despondency after a setback, prompting him to offer comfort. At first glance, his fatherly affection was evident. Chen Xinin responded casually, but his mind recalled Liu Yang's mission. "Father, in my current state, can I really aim for foundation establishment?" Chen Xinin looked up, his face showing just the right amount of dejection. "Of course you can." The master of mending heaven peak smiled slightly and said, "I have a rare treasure for foundation establishment called creation Jade mud. I plan to use it to remold your physical body. With this, you have a 10% chance of achieving innate foundation establishment. Next, as long as you cultivate the thought-severing heaven-seeing silkworm secret art, combined with the third-grade true chi from the mending heaven true scripture, you'll have a 30% chance of successfully establishing your foundation." These are all ordinary methods. Chen Xinin, having been repeatedly refined by Liu Yang, was now utterly loyal to him. At this moment, He only thought about whether he could help the master gather precious resources within the Saint Sect. 30%, isn't that too low? Chen Zinan sighed. Father, I don't want to gamble on a 30% chance. If possible, I'd like to have a higher success rate before attempting foundation establishment. Oh? The master of Mending Heaven Peak was taken aback, then showed a gratified expression and nodded. Good, with such determination, how could I blame you? Speaking of other ways to increase the success rate, there are indeed some. I recall that a true lord recently emerged from seclusion and issued an order to restart the righteous and demonic war. The righteous and demonic war. Chen Zinan was stunned. Inside him, Lu Yang's divine consciousness also overheard this conversation and was equally curious. How is the righteous and demonic war related to breaking through to foundation establishment? Seeing Chen Zinan's puzzled look, the master of Mending Heaven Peak immediately smiled and said, It's normal that you don't know about this. After all, you grew up in the sky-reaching sea of clouds and are my son, so you haven't been exposed to such matters. Do you think we fight fiercely with Jiangnan for what reason? Chen Zinan instinctively said, because righteousness and evil cannot coexist. That's nonsense. The master of Mending Heaven Peak shook his head. Both Jiangnan and Jiangbei follow the path of refining form and ascending, differing only in style. Righteousness and evil are just labels. Would you risk life and death over a label? At this point, the master of Mending Heaven Peak pointed upward. The so-called righteous and demonic war is essentially a power struggle among the true lords, vying for their respective Tao lineages. If our Saint Sect wins and advances a step into Jiangnan, the positions of the true lords can extend into Jiangnan, and their cultivation will strengthen. If the Sword Pavilion wins and invades Jiangbei, the positions of our true lords will weaken. Rather than calling it a righteous and demonic war, it's more of a Tao-seizing battle. For this reason, most of the true person in our Saint Sect are stationed throughout Jiangnan. This includes disciples in the Qi refining realm. The sky-reaching sea of clouds is merely a place to train new disciples. The battlefield of the Tao-seizing battle is the true breeding ground. Most of our Saint Sect's true person also emerged from there. Because the outcome of the Tao-seizing battle affects the positions of the true lords, which is beneficial not only to them, but also to us who rely on them. Among these benefits are opportunities that help increase the chances of foundation establishment. For example, that youngster from Yinshan suppressed many cultivators in the Tao-seizing battle over a decade ago, helping a true lord seize the Jiangnan mass grave, and thus broke through. However, in the end, the master of Mending Heaven Peak shook his head again. That said, the battlefield is still too dangerous, almost a 9-death situation. With me here, there's no need for you to take such risks. At worst, I can find a way to ask the true lords for a foundation establishment pill for you. At this point, the master of Mending Heaven Peak patted Chen Zinan's shoulder. In short, what you need to do now is rest well and recover quickly. I look forward to the day you establish your foundation and inherit my mantle. As he finished speaking, the master of Mending Heaven Peak smiled slightly. His smile was kind and warm, like an old farmer eagerly awaiting the day the seeds sprout, bloom, and finally bear fruit. Mending Heaven Peak, inside a cave dwelling. Lu Yang reflected on the intelligence he had just eavesdropped through Chen Zinan, his face showing contemplation. The righteous and demonic Tao-seizing battle, the struggle for Tao lineages, opportunities for foundation establishment. This information resolved a long-standing doubt he had. He always felt that the Saint Sect had too few disciples. Take Mending Heaven Peak, for example. Most were early and mid-stage Qi refining disciples. Late-stage Qi refining disciples were rare, and those at the peak of Qi refining were even rarer. This was clearly unreasonable. After all, the success rate of breaking through to foundation establishment is so low that a large number of peak Qi refining disciples are needed to have a chance of cultivating enough foundation establishment true person. So theoretically, late-stage and peak Qi refining cultivators shouldn't be so scarce. However, in reality, this wasn't the case. Now it seems that it's not that the Saint Sect lacks such disciples, but because they're not in the sky-reaching sea of clouds, they're on the front lines of the righteous and demonic war. So the sky-reaching sea of clouds is actually the rear area. Those at the peak of Qi refining still here are basically like Luo Wuya and Chen Zinan, who have true person as their backing and don't need to risk their lives on the battlefield. The more Lu Yang thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. In the righteous and demonic war, true lords must personally oversee the battle. They wouldn't allow Foundation establishment true person to bully chi refining cultivators. In other words, the Fulong Arhat wouldn't dare to come. If I can break through on the righteous and demonic battlefield, it would be the most secure. After all, compared to the Fulong Arhat, the chi refining cultivators on the righteous and demonic battlefield are insignificant. If I can't defeat Foundation establishment cultivators, can I defeat you? Better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Looking back, who have I faced? The reincarnated Foundation establishment master of the Ghost Ancestor, the master of Mending Heaven Peak, a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator with injuries, the Fulong Arhat, a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator at full strength, each more outrageous than the last. I've become overconfident, truly overconfident. At this thought, Liu Yang deeply reflected. Actually, from the beginning, I wasn't someone good at magical duels. Challenging higher levels with superior cultivation is what I'm best at. Liu Yang's eyes were firm, deciding to follow his true nature. I want to return to the novice village and show off. Although he had decided to show off in the novice village, Liu Yang still planned to make the best preparations beforehand, aiming to accomplish at least 3 small goals before setting off. First is obtaining the true disciple status in the Primordial Saint Sect, which is the easiest. As long as I replicate the actions from my previous life, step by step, displaying my peak chi refining cultivation and concurrently cultivating a great divine ability, it should suffice. Second is the earth vein of Skeleton Mountain. Although I reopened it with the Myriad Spirits banner and successfully inherited the Yama Palace, I lost the support of Skeleton Mountain's earth vein. I need to find a solution for this. Otherwise, without the earth vein support, given Su Nu's current state, the power of Yama Palace is less than half of its peak in the previous life. Lastly is the Yun Clan Old Ancestor. The supreme treasure of destiny in his possession is extremely useful to me. Perhaps it can help me calculate cause and effect in advance, eliminating variables to the greatest extent. These 3 small goals. The first provides status and position, the second ensures personal combat power, and the third prevents unexpected situations. Coupled with Zhao Zhu as a scapegoat, with 4 layers of insurance, he believed he could handle Fulong Arhat. In fact, Liu Yang's thoughts went beyond that. After all, Fulong Arhat was in the mid-foundation establishment realm. Even if he broke through, being targeted by such a powerful figure would undoubtedly be a significant hidden danger. If possible, he wouldn't mind luring Fulong Arhat over and then directly killing him. That would truly be a once-and-for-all solution. Liu Yang secretly set his goal in his heart. The world was vast and full of crises. Only by achieving the status of a true person could he have the qualifications to overlook the universe and the 4 seas. With a goal in mind, the remaining tasks were already familiar to Liu Yang. He could directly replicate the actions from his previous life without needing to do much. He manipulated the substitute Death Yin puppet, earning tens of thousands of contribution points, and then announced his seclusion to the outside world. Liu Yang was very patient and not in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. During these 10 years, Liu Yang gradually regained the great divine abilities from his previous life. His true chi reached perfection, and he once again reached the peak state, ready to break through to Foundation establishment at any time. 10 years later, Liu Yang emerged from seclusion, successfully breaking through to the late stage of chi refining. Soon everything went smoothly. Fairy Xianxia, representing the 3 rivers, came to recruit him, and Liu Yang decisively agreed, conveniently obtaining another great divine ability for free. This time, Liu Yang chose a great divine ability named 12 Capital Heavenly Fiend Secret Demon Tribulation Light. As the name implies, this great divine ability was entirely different from the Corpse Dissolution True Method and the Heavenly Silkworm Secret Capital. Instead of increasing the probability of Foundation establishment, its function leaned more towards magical combat. To achieve this divine ability, one must refine a treasure, send it flying to the sky, enter the 36 layers of astral clouds, use the magic treasure to gather the boundless fiendish chi from beyond the heavens, accumulate it over time, and finally condense it into a tribulation light. When needed, it can be drawn down from the sky, annihilating all living beings in its path. Moreover, the longer the accumulation time, the greater the power. However, merely sending the magic treasure to the 36 layers of astral clouds is almost impossible for a chi refining cultivator. The difficulty is absurdly high. Of course, this was just a small problem for Lu Yang. Let Su Nu endure a bit more hardship. Lu Yang summoned Su Nu, then handed the Blood Sun sword pill to her, instructing her to fly into the 36 layers of astral clouds to cultivate this great divine ability for him. With this great divine ability, I will have another trump card in future magical combats. If I prepare thoroughly, my chances of breaking through to Foundation establishment could even increase to 90%, just needing the righteous and demonic war to complete the final 10%. Perfect Foundation establishment. Although Lu Yang didn't initially intend to pursue this achievement, in this life, to ensure everything went smoothly, he probably had to take this step. Perfect Foundation establishment, breaking through directly to the peak of the early Foundation establishment realm. Perhaps only then would he truly have some self-preservation power. A month later, Lu Yang proceeded step by step, accepting Fairy Faxia's invitation, and went with her, Zhao Zhu, and Lu Yuanchun to oversee the Skeleton Mountain market. However, compared to his previous life, this time, Zhao Zhu was an added variable. In his previous life, Zhao Zhu, having lost the Panlong opportunity, was extremely down and out, only able to bring a technique for stealing heavenly secrets to the Skeleton Mountain market for a final gamble. However, in this life, Zhao Zhu was much more high-spirited. As the reincarnation of true person Panlong, his cultivation progressed at an astonishing speed. With Lu Yang's secret support, he reached the peak of chi refining within 10 years, also reaching the threshold of breaking through to Foundation establishment. But this was exactly what Lu Yang wanted. After all, true person Yinshin needed a disciple from the Primordial Saint Sect to open the secret realm, and he certainly wouldn't cooperate. Zhao Zhu could just take his place. Northern Jiang, Skeleton Mountain. I'm back again. Quietly leaving the crowd, Lu Yang quickly returned to the entrance of the Witch Ghost secret realm, preparing to reattach the Yama Palace to the earth vein of Skeleton Mountain. However, in the next second he was stunned. The earth vein of Skeleton Mountain already has a master. As he activated the Yama Palace, intending to connect with the earth vein, he discovered that at the center of the earth vein stood a majestic hall. It was also the Yama Palace. This is Master Nether Whisper. Lu Yang frowned, memories from previous lives flashing through his mind, and then a look of realization appeared on his face. In his previous life, the news of the Witch Ghost secret realm first spread from the Divine Martial Sect, and it was also discovered by disciples of the Divine Martial Sect. At that time, he hadn't noticed. But thinking about it now, if he hadn't appeared when several disciples of the Divine Martial Sect entered the secret realm, would the nearly dying Master Nether Whisper not have noticed? How could he sit idly by? Moreover, the price of his soul-snatching secret technique was to kill everyone in the Witch Ghost secret realm. And in his previous life, the Witch Ghost secret realm was empty. In a flash, Lu Yang concluded. At this point in time, Master Nether Whisper has probably already possessed a disciple of the Divine Martial Sect and lived his fifth life. In that case, Master Nether Whisper actually won in his previous life. Because at the end of his previous life, true person Yinshin resolved the Golden Core Sword Chi, reopened the Witch Ghost secret realm, but only took away a strand of Heavenly Corpse Fiend. The earth vein was still there. True person Yinshin, in pursuit of the Tao, fished out the Heavenly Corpse Fiend, unaware that he himself had become Master Nether Whisper's bait, used to lure away the Golden Core Sword Chi. Impressive. If Master Nether Whisper was really still alive, then his schemes had actually succeeded. Instead, it was Lu Yang's appearance in the previous life that caused his failure. After understanding everything, even Lu Yang couldn't help but marvel. Because without his variable, Master Nether Whisper would have miraculously escaped from the hands of a golden core, true lord with a Foundation establishment body over 1,000 years. At this moment, a consciousness suddenly came from the center of the earth vein. Who are you? The voice was full of surprise, confusion, and even a bit of bewilderment. It was indeed Master Nether Whisper. Seeing this, Lu Yang's eyes turned, and he immediately reacted. Because he was using the Yama Palace to connect with the earth vein. And the Yama Palace was an unparalleled divine ability created by Master Nether Whisper, a secret not passed down. In his view, only he should be able to use it. How could there be a second person? Thinking of this, Lu Yang's expression quickly changed, showing ecstasy and shock with a tone tinged with sobs. Master Nether Whisper, is it really you? You're really still alive. Heaven above, the heavens have not forsaken our witch ghost path. After speaking, Lu Yang immediately bowed deeply and said, Lu Yang, the 376th generation disciple of the witch ghost path, pays respects to the ancestor. Master Nether Whisper. After hearing Lu Yang's voice, Master Nether Whisper fell into deep self-doubt. The 367th generation disciple of the witch ghost path. Outrageous. The next moment, Master Nether Whisper became furious. Our witch ghost path doesn't have deep roots. I'm only the 6th generation sect master. How could there be a 367th generation disciple? Facing Master Nether Whisper's questioning, Lu Yang not only remained calm but also teared up, 2 lines of hot tears rolling down his cheeks, and said with a choked voice, Master Ancestor, you may not know, but over the past 1,000 years, the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion has relentlessly hunted us down. Today, only my single lineage remains. Major sects and immortal clans differ from itinerant cultivators. Major sects and immortal clans usually have foundation establishment true persons overseeing them, ensuring stable and orderly inheritance, often with only a generational gap over several hundred years. However, itinerant cultivators are different. After all, most itinerant cultivators wander around, living precariously. If they have a few enemies, generational turnover happens quickly. Dozens of generations are normal. Therefore, Master Nether Whisper quickly realized, if the sect truly had a branch lineage wandering outside, without a true person overseeing it, and being hunted by the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion, then a 1,000-year inheritance spanning hundreds of generations isn't impossible. Wait, something's not right. Soon, Master Nether Whisper became suspicious again. He was the last sect master of the witch ghost path. If the sect had a branch lineage outside, how could he not know? Thinking of this, Master Nether Whisper suddenly asked, which branch lineage are you from? In fact, the witch ghost path has no concept of branch lineages. Master Nether Whisper asked this purely to test Lu Yang, clearly still harboring doubts. However, Lu Yang responded fluently, reporting to Master Ancestor, the sect has no branch lineages. We were secretly sent out of the sect by the Grand Elder after you achieved foundation establishment perfection, but had a conflict with that lord from the Sword Pavilion. He tried to sever the karmic ties, allowing us to continue the inheritance. Yet obtained the complete inheritance of the witch ghost path. Back then, the divine sense left by Master Nether Whisper was filled with nostalgia for the entire witch ghost path, so Lu Yang knew no less about the sect than he did. For example, the Grand Elder he mentioned. That Grand Elder had once competed with Master Nether Whisper for the position of sect master. They were both rivals and friends, always opposing Master Nether Whisper's decisions, including the idea of establishing the Yama Palace. Therefore, Lu Yang used him to craft an identity for himself, which was flawless. No matter what Master Nether Whisper asked, he could easily handle it. So it was him. After hearing Lu Yang's explanation, Master Nether Whisper was momentarily stunned. Memories of the past surged into his mind, and he fell into reminiscence. When he came back to his senses, his tone had softened considerably. I always thought that old guy opposed me because he lost the competition for the sect master position. Now it seems he had greater foresight than I did. No, he really was just opposing you. Lu Yang silently complained in his heart while proactively changing the subject. Time is of the essence, Master Ancestor. Please wait a moment. I'll find a way to rescue you. No, wait. Master Nether Whisper hurriedly waved his hand. You don't need to worry about me. I have my own way out. It's better if you leave quickly and don't get involved with me. Master Nether Whisper had already believed 80% of Lu Yang's words. This wasn't due to Lu Yang's eloquence, but because, through indirect probing, he discovered that Lu Yang indeed possessed the inheritance of the witch ghost path. If Lu Yang were a fake, where did he get this inheritance? It couldn't have been from me. Therefore, even though Master Nether Whisper found Lu Yang's identity somewhat far-fetched, he still chose to believe him and regarded him as a disciple of the witch ghost path. In any case, preserving the inheritance is more important than anything. At this point, Master Nether Whisper urgently said, There's still that golden core sword chi here. You must leave quickly, or you might get locked onto. Master Ancestor, you don't need to worry about that. Seeing this, Lu Yang shook his head and then showed a hint of bitterness. Actually, there's something I've been hiding from you, and I've let you down. The Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion has been hunting us for 1,000 years. Only my single lineage remains. To protect myself, I dared not claim to be a disciple of the Witch Ghost Path. I had to conceal my identity and join the Primordial Saint Sect, using its karmic ties to shield myself. That's how I managed to grow and achieve my current cultivation. After speaking, Lu Yang lowered his head. He looked like someone who had done something wrong and feared punishment from his elders. So that's how it is. However, Master Nether Whisper wasn't surprised upon hearing this. Instead, he showed a look of sudden realization, resolving a doubt he had about Lu Yang. After all, Lu Yang's cultivation was a bit too high. With Master Nether Whisper's insight, he could naturally see that Lu Yang was just a step away from foundation establishment, and had even re-established the Yama Palace, which was incredibly powerful. But if the branch lineage had suffered so much, how did Lu Yang reach this level? So he joined the Primordial Saint Sect. That explains it. Actually, that's not a bad thing. Master Nether Whisper saw Lu Yang's guilty expression and took the initiative to comfort him. For the sake of the sect's inheritance, enduring hardships is just a common occurrence. Moreover, the Primordial Saint Sect might not even care. Rather, you made the right move. I didn't expect our witch ghost path, after barely surviving for 1,000 years, could still have such an outstanding disciple like you. Thinking of this, Master Nether Whisper even looked at Lu Yang with some emotion. This child, it's not easy for him. Master Nether Whisper sighed, you've worked hard. For the witch ghost path, it's not hard. Lu Yang shook his head, wiped his eyes, and said firmly, to be honest, I came to Skeleton Mountain this time to explore the sect's relics. After all, I've already reached the peak of chi refining, just one step away from foundation establishment. I plan to reopen the Witch Ghost Path's mountain gate immediately after achieving foundation establishment. I'm only lacking some resources and foundation, so I came to Skeleton Mountain to reclaim the sect's former heritage and make the Witch Ghost Path great again. After speaking, Lu Yang looked eagerly at Master Nether Whisper. Master Nether Whisper felt a bit embarrassed under his gaze. He wanted to provide some support, but after 1,000 years, even if there had been sect resources, they had long been used up. There was nothing left. Seeing his expression, Lu Yang's eyes rolled, and he immediately had an idea. Then the Yama Palace appeared and the guardian deity Su Nu stepped out. Then Su Nu exchanged a glance with Lu Yang, understanding his intention. Master, isn't there still the earth vein? What earth vein? What earth vein? Upon hearing this, Lu Yang immediately put on a stern face and scolded Su Nu angrily. How can you be like this? On the other side, Master Nether Whisper suddenly realized, right, there's still the earth vein. Master Ancestor, that's not appropriate. Lu Yang quickly waved his hand. You are the sect master. Only you can control the earth vein of Skeleton Mountain. How can a junior like me use it? No, I think your guardian deity has a point. Master Nether Whisper shook his head. Although I used the body possession method to live through 5 lifetimes, I'm nearing my limit. Now, my soul is severely worn and my remaining lifespan is short. I basically have no use for the earth vein anymore. Why not give it to you? Perhaps it can still be of use. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yang discovered that Master Nether Whisper had indeed voluntarily relinquished the position of the earth vein, allowing Su Nu to control the Yama Palace and take over. He believed it, he really believed it. Although Lu Yang had deceived Ancestor Nether Whisper to obtain the earth vein, he had no intention of stopping, as the other party still held a batch of his witch ghosts. Coincidentally, the Myriad Spirits banner was currently lacking manpower. Recently, the industrial assembly line for the Myriad Spirits banner's talismans has been restarted. Some banner spirits have exhausted their spirituality and self-destructed. It's about time to recruit a new batch. After all, they were essentially the same batch of witch ghosts. Rather than wasting time letting those witch ghosts, who could no longer work due to excessive spiritual depletion, rest, it was better to directly replace them with new ones. Moreover, the replaced witch ghosts could be directly fed to the new ones, achieving waste utilization and resource recycling, allowing the new witch ghosts to enter work in a better state, improving talisman production efficiency, completing industrial-scale upgrades, and achieving sustainable overfishing. Subsequent developments were also basically the same as in Lu Yang's 3rd lifetime. Without him, true person Yinshin indeed selected Zhao Zhu. After a fierce battle, the witch ghost secret realm was successfully activated by true person Yinshin and chose to emerge. Then the golden core sword chi dissipated, and the heavenly corpse fiend was taken away by true person Yinshin. As a reward, Zhao Zhu received the ascension order bestowed by true person Yinshin and became increasingly complacent, as if he saw the day of foundation establishment in the future. However, Liu Yang paid no attention to these matters. In this lifetime, he always remained hidden in the shadows, only arriving deep within Skeleton Mountain after true person Yinshin left, then releasing the aura of the Yama Palace. Moments later, a black shadow quietly appeared. "Greetings, Ancestor." Liu Yang appeared excited as he performed a grand salute, while silently sensing Ancestor Nether Whisper's aura, ready to turn hostile at any moment. "Rise." After being possessed, Ancestor Nether Whisper appeared at first glance to be a handsome young man with red lips and white teeth. Although his tone was mature, his voice was extremely tender. He looked solemnly at Liu Yang, seemingly contemplating something. After a long while, he sighed softly, "Summon your guardian deity." Liu Yang was momentarily stunned but did not hesitate. He immediately took out the Myriad Spirits banner, summoned Su Nu, and prepared to act if anything seemed amiss. Ancestor Nether Whisper seemed unaware of Liu Yang's abnormality. His gaze immediately fell on Liu Yang's Myriad Spirits banner. After observing for a moment, he couldn't help but praise. "What a marvelous treasure! Not a spiritual treasure, but surpasses one. It perfectly aligns with the orthodoxy of our witch ghost path, truly adding wings to a tiger." "Ancestor flatters me. This item is called the Myriad Spirits banner." Liu Yang smiled slightly. "I obtained it by chance. Thanks to this treasure, I was able to pass down the sect's inheritance." Ancestor Nether Whisper nodded upon hearing this. "That's good. I was initially worried about how you would accommodate the myriad witch ghosts of our sect and considered helping you. Now it seems I need not trouble myself." He then looked at Su Nu, frowning slightly. "Your guardian deity is well crafted, but unfortunately it has the craftsmanship without adaptability. In the past, the Yama Palace was tailor-made for myself. Since you rely on this guardian deity, you should learn to adapt to circumstances." After speaking, he formed a hand seal with his right hand, silently calculating for a moment. Soon, Ancestor Nether Whisper reopened his eyes, cast a spell directly onto Su Nu and her Yama Palace. Boom! The next second, divine light rose beneath Su Nu's feet. Within the light, 7 seal characters of Yama Heaven Underworld Lord's ghost position appeared one after another. However, as Ancestor Nether Whisper's spell changed, the form of the seal characters gradually transformed. Imperial Decree of the Nine, Nether Pure Yin Primordial Lady Empress. With the change in seal characters, the divine power was completed. Su Nu's aura surged dramatically, restoring to 50% of her previous life's level without the support of the Earth Vein. With the addition of the Earth Vein, she could even surpass her past life. "Now it's good." Seeing this, Ancestor Nether Whisper finally smiled with satisfaction. "With such a Foundation Establishment guardian deity, your future promotion to Foundation Establishment and reopening of the sect is more hopeful." After speaking, he took out a transparent black sphere, which contained the myriad witch ghosts from the witch ghost secret realm. Liu Yang even saw a slowly flowing turbid river inside. As the former master of Skeleton Mountain in his previous life, he immediately recognized what it was. Heavenly Corpse Fiend. True person Yinshin did not take it away. No, he took one of them, but there was more than one Heavenly Corpse Fiend in the Earth Vein of Skeleton Mountain. This fiend is a Yin Earth entity, with the Earth Fiend position belonging to Zhaizu. It can gather fire and moisten metal. If you are willing, you can use this Earth Fiend to impact the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment in the future. If a strong enemy invades, you can also detonate it, destroying the 800 miles of Earth Vein in Skeleton Mountain and perishing together with the enemy. Liu Yang knew all this. However, in his previous life, Ancestor Nether Whisper only left these words in his soul thoughts, whereas in this life, he personally explained them in detail. Is he entrusting me with his legacy? Liu Yang was somewhat puzzled. To be honest, he originally thought Ancestor Nether Whisper wouldn't have a particularly good attitude towards him, this so-called successor who suddenly appeared. After all, he was the sect master of the witch ghost path. Now, living his 5th life again, with a great chance of returning to Foundation Establishment, he should be ambitious and unwilling to see anything beyond his control. but now it seemed otherwise. At this moment, Ancestor Nether Whisper suddenly stopped speaking, glanced at Liu Yang, and then smiled. "If you have something to say, just say it." Liu Yang hurriedly denied. "Ancestor misunderstands." Ancestor Nether Whisper waved his hand. "You've made a name for yourself in the Saint Sect. Do you think I can't guess what you're thinking? Truly believing me would be strange." After speaking, he shook his head bitterly. "My lifespan in this life is limited. I originally intended to escape the secret realm and go overseas to find a deserted island to pass down the witch ghost path's inheritance. If there could be a foundation establishment to oversee it, that would be even better. Now with you, I've saved a lot of effort. Since you can cultivate to this level in the Saint Sect and still survive, I'm assured of your abilities. After all, in the latter half of my life, my only pursuit is the sect's inheritance." As his words fell, Ancestor Nether Whisper's expression gradually returned to calm. He looked at Liu Yang and said lightly, "All right, place me into your myriad spirits banner." Liu Yang was stunned upon hearing this. "Ancestor, you want to enter the banner?" "I'm a sinner of the sect. If I hadn't been obstinate back then, the sect wouldn't have suffered such a catastrophe. For the rest of my life, I've been making up for the mistakes I made in the past. Since that's the case, I should contribute my last bit of strength to the sect." After speaking, Ancestor Nether Whisper smiled again. "Besides, this way, you'll feel more at ease, right? Then I shall respectfully comply." Liu Yang did not object. He immediately activated the Myriad Spirits banner, opening a black hole. Ancestor Nether Whisper nodded upon seeing this and stepped in without hesitation. Swish! The next second, Liu Yang raised the flagpole and slammed it heavily onto the ground. A dull roar spread rapidly in all directions along with the shadows. Boom! Where the shadows passed, the Yama Palace reopened. Countless ghost soldiers in armor emerged, surrounding Liu Yang like stars around the moon. The witch ghosts varied in strength, from early-stage chi refining to mid-stage, late-stage, and even great perfection, all clearly distinguished and orderly, like a real army. Not to mention the overspec banner spirits like the Mending Heaven Peak Master's Split Soul, Ancestor Nether Whisper, and the guardian deity Su Nu. Undoubtedly, this spiritual treasure had become even more terrifying. Moreover, thanks to the cleansing of the Book of 100 Lifetimes, Liu Yang no longer had to worry about any troublesome karmic entanglements on it, and could use it with confidence. "It's time." The next second, Liu Yang no longer concealed his aura. The fiendish energy soared into the sky, instantly alarming the entire skeleton mountain. Almost simultaneously, true person Xianxia, who had just collected the heavenly corpse fiend and was about to leave, turned back in astonishment, looking towards the direction of the soaring fiendish energy. However, at this moment, he saw no one. All he saw was the towering Yama Palace sitting in the sky, swallowing earth fiend energy, with countless witch ghosts in the center, flags flying. At the center of Skeleton Mountain, Liu Yang sat in silent meditation, holding the Myriad Spirits banner, surrounded by countless ghosts. His chi refining at the great perfection stage was not concealed in the slightest. Suddenly, a radiant light shone into the Yama Palace. The light coalesced into a human form, and Taoist Xianxia emerged, his face showing astonishment as he fixed his gaze on Liu Yang, secretly calculating karma. However, he was taken aback. This time, Liu Yang did not deliberately obscure his karma. Instead, he actively revealed most of it, which greatly shocked Taoist Xianxia. "You are Liu Yang." According to his calculations, Liu Yang had only joined the sect for just over 10 years, yet his cultivation had already reached the great perfection of chi refining. If that was still understandable, then achieving great divine abilities at such a young age was almost fantastical, something ordinary grassroots disciples could never attain. After a moment of silence, Taoist Xianxia reached the same conclusion as in his previous life. "May I ask, fellow Taoist, which true person of our saint sect have you reincarnated from?" "Liu Yang." Before Liu Yang could respond, Master Nether Whisper appeared behind him, chuckling. "What true person of the saint sect? He is the successor of our witch ghost path." "Witch ghost path?" Taoist Xianxia was startled again upon hearing this. He looked at Master Nether Whisper and calculated for a moment, then showed surprise. "Nether Whisper, the last sect master of the witch ghost path." "The 6th generation, not the last." Master Nether Whisper spoke again, clearly displeased with the term last, and said coldly, "Our witch ghost path has continued for 1,000 years without interruption. Lu Yang is the successor of our witch ghost path, merely temporarily sheltering under the Primordial Saint Sect. Oh? Taoist Yinshan was momentarily stunned, then his eyes showed understanding. If that was the case, then Lu Yang's rapid progress was understandable. Bringing one's own skills to seek apprenticeship was natural. Thinking of this, Taoist Yinshan glanced at the guardian deity behind Lu Yang, Su Nu. That was the real reason he hadn't acted immediately upon appearing. An external incarnation, foundation establishment cultivation. Taoist Yinshan understood, considering Su Nu as the foundation of the witch ghost path. In this way, it was not surprising that Lu Yang, so young, had achieved great divine abilities. After all, the difficulty of cultivating great divine abilities was limited to the qi refining stage. For foundation establishment true persons, it was not so hard. Lu Yang achieving this at a young age was normal. The only doubt was the origin of this great divine ability. However, Taoist Yinshan's calculations ultimately pointed to himself. You are a member of our Three River Society. Looking at the changing expression of Taoist Yinshan, Lu Yang remained calm. Among all his great divine abilities, only one could be traced through karma, which was the 12 capital heavenly gods and demons' secret magic tribulation light. He learned in this life. And this great divine ability was a benefit of joining the Three River Society. So no matter how one calculated, he was of proper origin. Moreover, he had signed a contract with the Three River Society. Strictly speaking, he was one of Taoist Yinshan's own people. As for other great divine abilities of unclear origin, once he advanced to a true disciple and had status, revealing them would not arouse suspicion. Therefore, he must advance to true disciple as quickly as possible. Generally speaking, to become a true disciple of the Saint Sect, one must have the support of a foundation establishment true person, indicating the sect's trust. In this world, power and background matter. Without background, one is just a small fry, destined to be a mere talent. So Lu Yang must demonstrate value to attract a strong backer, and being the successor of the witch ghost path was a very good facade. Replying to Senior yes, Lu Yang respectfully saluted and said, "It was Senior Sister Xianxia who invited me to join. I had concealed this before. I hope Senior will not blame me." "I see." Taoist Yinshan looked at Lu Yang with a strange expression. "You could have continued to hide it. Why did you choose to reveal it? Do you intend to revive the witch ghost path?" He did not doubt Lu Yang's identity. After all, Master Nether Whisper's karma was clear. As the last sect master of the witch ghost path, he personally acknowledged Lu Yang's identity as the successor. Could it be that Lu Yang, a qi refining cultivator, had deceived Master Nether Whisper? Senior misunderstands. Lu Yang decisively shook his head. "I am a disciple of the Saint Sect. Although I have inherited the witch ghost path, my heart is with the Saint Sect, with no intention of establishing a separate sect. I actually intend to offer the witch ghost path to the Saint Sect." "No?" Taoist Yinshan looked at Master Nether Whisper upon hearing this, and saw that he had no reaction, becoming even more surprised. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Yang had already discussed this with him. After 1,000 years, Master Nether Whisper had long recognized reality. The focus was on the continuation of the sect and the inheritance. As long as the inheritance remained, seeking shelter under a larger sect and paying some price was reasonable. Interesting. At this moment, Taoist Yinshan also understood, looking at Lu Yang with a half-smile. "You intend to use the inheritance of the witch ghost path as your stepping stone to advancement. Is that not acceptable?" Lu Yang countered. "Haha, of course it is." In the next moment, Taoist Yinshan laughed heartily, all previous doubts gone, looking at Lu Yang with admiration. "Worthy of being a disciple of our Saint Sect." Under the Saint Sect's rule, merit, reincarnation, and background are not considered. Only value matters. If your value is high enough, even if you are the successor of the witch ghost path, or even the Jade pivot sword pavilion, you can still be accepted. The Saint Sect never minds. Thinking of this, Taoist Yinshan already understood Lu Yang's request. "You want the position of true disciple." Lu Yang cupped his hands. "True person you see clearly." "I will grant this." Taoist Yinshan smiled. "You have offered the inheritance of the witch ghost path to the Saint Sect, a great contribution. I can recommend you for a true disciple quota." At this moment, Taoist Yinshan's view of Lu Yang had changed. If before he saw him as a stranger, now, Knowing that Liu Yang had joined the Three River Society and signed a legal contract, he regarded Liu Yang as his junior, a talent worth cultivating. Just right, senior brother Chang Guang and I have agreed to go to that place in 80 years. Although Taoist Yinshan favored Luo Wuya, the foundation establishment breakthrough was extremely risky, and no one knew the outcome. So he wanted to find some backup candidates. Moreover, strictly speaking, Liu Yang obviously had more potential than Luo Wuya. Thank you, senior. Liu Yang smiled and cupped his hands in gratitude, also feeling relieved. In this way, he had some status in the Saint Sect. Of course, this status was still like a castle in the air. After all, his true disciple position was parachuted in name only. To truly gain the Saint Sect's trust, he would have to undergo a long assessment period. But it doesn't matter. After all, what I lack least is time. Saint Sect, center of the sky-reaching sea of clouds. This place, called Sacred Fire Cliff, was where the sect master and various true lords secluded themselves. Only the current acting sect master was allowed to enter. True person Chang Guang. At this moment, this heroic and ambitious true person was solemnly waiting in front of a quiet chamber, silently calculating the days. Almost there. After an unknown period, true person Chang Guang finally looked up. Almost simultaneously, the quiet chamber emitted a soft sound, and a graceful figure pushed the door open. Greetings, true Lord Qinshan Feixu. Without a word, true person Chang Guang bowed deeply until a gentle voice said, Rise, no need for such courtesy. How has your cultivation been recently, Chang Guang? Some progress. True person Chang Guang remained bowed, solemnly saying, Recently, I have completed the final rigid flame furnace. My path is complete, only lacking the ascension to position. Rigid flame furnace completed. True Lord Qinshan Feixu showed joy upon hearing this. This earth fiend position belongs to Great Wilderness Fall. With this, your path includes Yanfu, Jixu, Zhanmeng, and Great Wilderness Fall. The 4 medicines are complete. I suppose the overturned lamp fire position is within reach. When do you plan to ascend? Still need time. True person Chang Guang shook his head. Hong Yun is not yet dead, and he still has true lords supporting him. Ascending rashly may not succeed. Therefore, I plan to go to that place. Oh, true Lord Qinshan Feixu was momentarily stunned, then nodded. With your cultivation, you are barely qualified to go, but you still need some assistance. I already have candidates, true person Chang Guang nodded. True Lord Qinshan Feixu did not ask further, nodding. I trust you to handle matters. However, my emergence this time is for the battle for the Tao. Battle for the Tao, so soon? True person Chang Guang was surprised. True Lord Qinshan Feixu shook her head. The millennial catastrophe is approaching. The celestial stars are in disorder. This is to be expected. Go inform the Saint Sect and summon the true disciples. Yes. True person Chang Guang nodded, but his face showed some concern. If it were over a decade ago, he would not worry, as Taoist Yinshan had not yet broken through to foundation establishment, enough to suppress disciples from other sects. However, now, Taoist Yinshan had already reached foundation establishment. Although there were some outstanding true disciples besides Taoist Yinshan, most of them needed to guard various regions in Jiangbei and could not be easily moved. Among the usable true disciples, there was no one outstanding enough to stabilize the situation. It seemed that other sects had noticed this and initiated the battle for the Tao again in such a short time, aiming to suppress the Saint Sect's prestige. It seems this time, the Saint Sect may have to suffer some losses. Thinking of this, true person Chang Guang couldn't help but sigh. The sky-reaching sea of clouds, beneath the sacred fire cliff. A young man in black robes with a gloomy expression sat cross-legged on a small boat, breathing in and out to regulate his qi. After a long while, he finally opened his eyes and looked toward the vast sea of clouds in front of him. Boom! In an instant, the sea of clouds surged, and waves rose high into the sky, rolling toward him in response to his breathing technique. Almost simultaneously, the young man in black robes opened his eyes wide, his cultivation power surging to the limit before bursting outward. With great effort, he unleashed a strike of heavenly craft true qi, smashing down with a roar grasping rivers and seas, capturing clouds and pressing fog, forcefully calming the incoming wave. However, before he could catch his breath, a second wave came right after. Good timing. The young man in black robes let out a long roar, his heavenly craft true qi moving in response, manifesting blades, spears, swords, halberds, and bustling carriages, charging to meet the second wave. Bang! Another loud explosion sounded. The young man in black robes turned slightly red in the face and took a step back, but the incoming wave was also shattered by him and calmed down. Yet the waves on the sea of clouds showed no sign of stopping. In fact, due to the young man's use of his cultivation to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, the previously calm sea of clouds seemed provoked, becoming even more violent. This time, 3 waves surged together to attack him. HMPH. This time, the young man in black robes was no longer as composed as before. His face flushed red, and his true chi rapidly depleted as he clashed with the waves. Neither side could suppress the other. Seeing this, the young man in black robes could only grit his teeth and change his hand seal, slowly withdrawing his vast cultivation power step by step. Strangely enough, as he withdrew his power, the originally surging waves of the sea of clouds also gradually subsided. In the end, they returned to their original state, along with the fully withdrawn power of the young man in black robes. Who? Only then did the young man in black robes let out a long breath. However, his body swayed, completely drained of energy, unable to stand steady. He had to quickly activate the boat to distance himself from the sea of clouds before taking out a pill to consume and sitting down to recover. After a long time, he finally regained some strength. At that moment, a streak of light descended from the sky. The light parted to reveal a handsome young man holding a feather fan and wearing a scholar's scarf, gracefully landing on the boat. He smiled at the young man in black robes and said, "Tian, your cultivation has improved. This sea of balance surrounds the entire sacred fire cliff. The principle here is that the higher the tide rises, the stronger the waves become. The more you demonstrate your power, the larger the waves get. Ordinary disciples at the peak of chi refining can't even withstand a single wave. Even we true disciples, who have cultivated third-grade true chi, can generally only withstand 2 waves. Only those with exceptional power can contend with 3 waves. But you, Tian, managed to withstand 4 waves. Even among the true disciples, that makes you a standout." Despite being pleased with the praise, the young man in black robes, Qin Tian, humbly shook his head and said, "That's just because I've lived a few more years. I've been a true disciple for many years, and only now can I barely suppress 4 waves." It's said that back in the day, Yinshin, with his third-grade true chi, could suppress as many as 9 waves. That was said to be almost at the level of a foundation establishment true person. Upon hearing this, the handsome young man also showed admiration and said, "I've heard the elders say that only a foundation establishment true person can cross the sea of balance without stirring up waves. To reach that realm, both rank and true chi are indispensable. One must at least have the ability to suppress 10 waves in an instant." Yinshin was able to suppress 9 waves back then. He was indeed close to becoming one of the true persons. The two sighed with emotion before Qin Tian curiously asked the handsome young man, "Su Zin, you usually cultivate in your cave dwelling. What brings you here? You haven't heard the news." Su Zin looked slightly surprised and said, "The 4 great sects are about to engage in another Dao struggle with our Saint Sect. King Cheng Fei's true lord has emerged from seclusion and is preparing to personally oversee this battle. Summons have already been sent out in all directions. Besides us idle true disciples, many chi refining disciples have also been recalled to the Sea of Clouds. The weakest among them are already in the late stage of chi refining. Oh right, there's also a newcomer. Poor guy, he happened to advance to true disciple right at this moment." "Oh?" Qin Tian raised an eyebrow with interest and asked, "Who is this newcomer? Which true person favored him?" It's said that he was recommended by Yinshin. As he spoke, Su Zin's expression suddenly turned a little strange. "But as far as I know, that newcomer seems to have never been to the righteous demonic battlefield." "Never been there." Qin Tian immediately frowned when he heard this. Then, as if recalling something, a look of disdain appeared on his face. "Another one like Chen Zinen." Even among the true disciples of the Saint Sect, there were different factions. Some earned their positions through bloodshed on the righteous demonic battlefield, while others bought their way in through connections and wealth from their powerful families. The former, like Qin Tian and Su Zin, despised the latter, believing they were unworthy of their rank. Meanwhile, the latter, like Chen Zinen, who came from prestigious immortal clans, looked down on people like Qin Tian, considering them lucky mud legs who survived by chance. Not too sure. Su Zin shook his head with a smile and said, but regardless, in this upcoming Dao struggle, whether that newcomer is capable or not, we'll see soon enough. If he really is as useless as Chen Zinan, I wouldn't mind giving him a lesson to keep him from dragging us down in the battle. Well said. Qin Tian nodded and stopped dwelling on it. Instead, he began to focus on the upcoming Dao struggle, feeling excitement stir in his heart as he clenched his fists tightly. As a true disciple of the battlefield faction, he had fought his way through countless life-and-death battles on the righteous demonic battlefield. He had survived 2 Dao struggles already. If he could win one more, he would have a 50% chance of breaking through to Foundation establishment. Therefore, he was determined to win this Dao struggle. At that moment, a sudden loud boom echoed from the distant sea of clouds. It sounded like thunder rolling through the sky, approaching rapidly from the distant horizon. Someone's coming. Hearing the commotion, Qin Tian and Su Zin, who had just been chatting, immediately fell silent. With a touch of reverence, they looked toward the source of the sound. As the sound grew louder, their expressions became increasingly serious. For light to travel with such explosive thunderous momentum, what kind of power must the cultivator driving it possess? In the next moment, the streak of light arrived. Boom! A massive surge of power stirred the surrounding sea of balance into chaos, far greater than the 4 waves Qin Tian had just stirred. In an instant, 10 waves rose high into the sky. Before Su Zin and Qin Tian could even react, an even greater force descended from above, slamming down on the waves. Bang! In an instant, the vast sea of clouds spanning hundreds of miles fell silent. All the waves were flattened as if by an invisible giant hand, parting the clouds and dispersing the fog, revealing a clear and elegant figure. So this is the place. Liu Yang glanced around, and soon spotted the small boat below with 2 Saint Sect disciples on it. He immediately descended toward them. You too. Before Liu Yang could finish his sentence, Qin Tian and Su Zin, who had just witnessed Liu Yang's effortless suppression of the sea of clouds, immediately knelt down and respectfully saluted. Disciple Qin Tian. Disciple Su Zin. Paying respects to true person. Looking at Qin Tian and Su Zin, who stood respectfully before him, Liu Yang was momentarily stunned, then forcibly swallowed the word senior brother that nearly escaped his lips. At this moment, revealing his identity would only lead to awkwardness. As for being mistaken for a true person, Liu Yang could surmise the reason. It was simply that his current status was too elevated, leading Qin Tian and Su Zin to misjudge him. After all, he now possessed 3 great divine abilities, including the saintly thief and the 9 transforming dragon art, placing him just a step away from the Foundation establishment realm. To those standing at the foot of the mountain, there was no difference between someone on the mountainside and someone at the summit. Both were equally unattainable. Therefore, such a misidentification was entirely understandable. Thus, Liu Yang did not deny it and directly said, I have been ordered to seek an audience with true person Chang Guang, but I am unsure how to proceed. I would appreciate your guidance, fellow Taoists. Qin Tian and Su Zin were immediately flattered, for few true persons within the sacred sect would be so courteous. They dared not be negligent and quickly replied, if the true person has been sent here, the spirit of the formation within Sacred Fire Cliff will surely have a record. Once you announce yourself, it will guide you accordingly. Thank you. Liu Yang nodded, then summoned a beam of escape light and flew straight towards Sacred Fire Cliff, soon disappearing from their sight. Which true person is that? Not sure. Su Zin and Qin Tian exchanged glances, both somewhat puzzled, as Liu Yang's face was unfamiliar, and his demeanor was exceptionally polite, making them feel unaccustomed. Seems like we got lucky. Other true persons might not ask questions, but would directly perform a soul search. Who knows from which battlefield this true person has returned? Jiangxi's Pure Land, Jiangdong's Dao Court, Jiangnan's Sword Pavilion, all have been quite turbulent lately. Liu Yang naturally did not hear their remarks. At this moment, he had already entered Sacred Fire Cliff, and as Qin Tian had said, as soon as he stepped in, streams of light converged and transformed into a woman in colorful attire with unparalleled beauty, gracefully descending before him. Liu Yang hurriedly stopped and cupped his hands, saying, Liu Yang greets senior sister. Upon hearing this, the woman paused, a glint of surprise flashing in her eyes before fading. She said calmly, "True disciple Lu Yang, please follow me and do not wander." With that, she turned and left on her own. Lu Yang quickly followed, thinking to himself, "This is the spirit of the formation on Sacred Fire Cliff. I've heard that this place is where various true persons seclude themselves, and the formation is at least of the 3rd grade. So advanced. As a 7th grade formation master, Lu Yang couldn't help but feel an itch to dissect the formation spirit before him and study its structure in depth. However, he ultimately restrained himself. Soon, under the guidance of the formation spirit, Lu Yang arrived at the outermost great hall of Sacred Fire Cliff. The hall was brightly lit, illuminating the entire dome. Lu Yang stepped into the hall and immediately saw the figure of true person Chang Guang on the main seat. He stood with hands behind his back, a vast map spread out on the palace wall before him, encompassing all directions and extending overseas, with dense annotations on every region. Disciple Lu Yang greets Uncle Master Chang Guang. Without hesitation, Lu Yang performed a Taoist salute and then stood silently, waiting for true person Chang Guang's response. After a long while, true person Chang Guang finally came to his senses. He turned around, revealing a pair of dazzling white eyes, his gaze like a blazing fire that thoroughly examined Lu Yang inside and out. Lu Yang stood tall, showing no guilt. After a moment, true person Chang Guang withdrew his gaze, a hint of surprise in his expression. "These great divine abilities of yours, were they all taught by junior brother Yinshin?" "Indeed." At this moment, Lu Yang concealed nothing. He openly displayed all the great divine abilities on his body: the corpse dissolution true method, the heavenly silkworm secret, the saintly thief. Moreover, he could guarantee that all these divine abilities had traceable origins, all taught to him by true person Yinshin after he was promoted to true disciple at Skeleton Mountain. He had merely mastered them all on his return journey to the sacred sect, leaving no room for doubt. "What I cultivated too quickly. Can't help it, with the status of a foundation establishment guardian deity, cultivating great divine abilities is just like that. You don't have it, so it's hard to explain to you." Seeing Lu Yang's confident demeanor, true person Chang Guang's eyes gradually brightened. He had already been informed about Lu Yang by true person Yinshin. Just now, he had personally deduced the cause and effect and thoroughly investigated, finding no issues. As for verifying true disciples, this was the limit of his authority. After all, Lu Yang was merely a chi-refining disciple. Even if he caused a huge commotion, it wouldn't alarm a golden core true person. "You are quite impressive." With this thought, true person Chang Guang said with an inexplicable tone, "With your cultivation, you could actually attempt foundation establishment now, with at least an 80% chance of success." However, he quickly changed the subject, "But I hope you don't rush into foundation establishment. Now, the battle between the righteous and demonic paths is about to resume. If you can participate and help the sacred sect win this battle, it will greatly benefit your post-foundation establishment path." True person Chang Guang's attitude could be described as gentle. Lu Yang could sense that even if he refused, true person Chang Guang likely wouldn't blame him. However, doing so would mean missing an opportunity to earn merit. Without merit, how could he progress in the sacred sect? Therefore, Lu Yang did not hesitate and immediately said, "Disciple is willing to participate in the battle for the Tao." "Good." True person Chang Guang smiled upon hearing this, his gaze toward Lu Yang becoming more affectionate. "From today on, you are a true disciple of our sacred sect. Your generation bears the Yuan character. You have inherited the Tao lineage of the witch ghost path, and the killings on your body are likely numerous. I shall give you the Tao name too. Henceforth, your Tao name shall be Yuan too. How about it?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yang immediately understood that the other party was essentially signaling an intention to recruit him. Otherwise, he wouldn't personally bestow a Tao name. Thinking of this, Lu Yang quickly cupped his hands. "Yuan too greets Uncle Master." Only then did true person Chang Guang laugh heartily, beckoning to Lu Yang. "Come over. The battle for the Tao is about to begin, and this place is the best vantage point." Vantage point. Indeed, the various true persons are about to establish the battlefield for the battle for the Tao. Though puzzled, Lu Yang showed no sign of it on his face and obediently walked to true person Chang Guang's side. Before long, a soft exclamation reached his ears. "They're here." Almost simultaneously, Lu Yang looked up at the sky. At that moment, the ceiling of the entire great hall suddenly transformed, as if turning into a circular mirror, illuminating the void and revealing a vast scene. It was an endless firmament. At this moment, the entire sacred sect and the sky-reaching sea of clouds were trembling slightly. The sea of clouds rolled, and turbid waves surged as a Dharma body slowly rose from the sea of clouds. With just this one movement, the Dharma body's head pierced through 36 layers of gang clouds, and behind its head rippled circles of wave-like halos, resembling mountains encircling gentle waves, snow surging and flying. It stood with hands behind its back, and the vast sky-reaching sea of clouds of the sacred sect seemed like a mere chessboard to it. Its figure continued to grow. Its eyes aligned with the sun and moon in the sky, with sunlight and moonlight becoming its gaze, calmly sweeping over all beings below. Gradually, Liu Yang could no longer discern the complete form of the Dharma body. Everything about it overlapped with the world within Liu Yang's vision, making it difficult to fully perceive its appearance, leaving only an indescribable shock in his heart. Mountains and rivers as its body, the firmament as its head. Rivers as its veins, the sun and moon as its pupils. In the next second, Liu Yang's vision changed again, and he saw two similarly grand Dharma bodies slowly rising on the distant horizon. One always smiling, full of compassion. One dressed in official robes, with dragons and phoenixes paying homage. The three Dharma bodies each encompassed thousands of miles, interacting with each other, drawing a circle on the vast land, stabilizing the earth's veins within the circle. Golden core true lords, these are true lords. Liu Yang's eyes widened, almost shedding tears of blood, barely able to see the actions of the three golden core true persons. They slowly raised their hands. Three palms simultaneously pointed at a star in the sky. Then they clasped their hands together. In the next second, Liu Yang saw the brilliant star in the sky being grasped by the three true lords, pulled, and finally crashing down toward the earth with a thunderous roar. With one hand seizing the stars, Jiangdong Jiangxi Jiangbe, three golden core true lords simultaneously activated their Dharma bodies, stabilizing the earth's veins and plucking stars with a single hand. Such a grand spectacle left Liu Yang in awe for a long time. This is the battle for the Tao. However, this time, the scale of the battle is not large. Only Qi-refining disciples are needed to take action. In a true great battle, even true lords must personally enter the fray. Moreover, you're lucky that the sword-wielding lunatics from Jiangnan didn't come. Beside him, true Lord Chang Guang sighed deeply and then explained, "This star is actually a realm drifting in the outer heavens. Every so often, a realm from the outer heavens approaches. At that time, the true lords will take action to capture the realm that would otherwise pass us by. Then they refine it and initiate the battle for the Tao. It's up to us to enter and seize the realm for our true lords. Whoever wins, the realm belongs to them. The victorious true lord can then use the realm as a pawn, implanting it into any defeated territory, thereby expanding their influence. The realm will thus transform into a spectacle." Speaking of this, true Lord Chang Guang recalled something and smiled. For example, the mass grave in Jiangnan was originally a realm won by Yinshan. There were some formidable shamans inside. Unfortunately, those shamans were stubborn. After Yinshan's victory, the true lord didn't bother wasting time and directly buried them all alive. Then, the realm was embedded into Jiangnan's territory, resulting in the mass grave. Now, it's the bridgehead between our Saint Sect and the Sword Pavilion. Liu Yang listened with fascination. True Lord Chang Guang had explained so much, how could he not understand? The so-called realms were clearly small worlds akin to secret realms for refining techniques. I thought only Tao Masters had the power to control small realms. Liu Yang couldn't help but sigh. Tao Masters, huh? True Lord Chang Guang shook his head. You're referring to the secret realms for refining techniques. That's different. Those are created by Tao Masters, not captured. Capturing realms, creating realms. The difference between the two perhaps also represents the gap between golden core true lords and nascent soul Tao Masters. Liu Yang took a deep breath, quickly clearing his mind. Overthinking is futile, focus on the task at hand. Liu Yang's expression turned serious as he spoke again. Martial uncle, does this mean there are also some indigenous beings with divine powers inside this realm? True Lord Chang Guang nodded. That's what you have to deal with. Some natives are not easy to handle, especially when the realm is captured by a true lord and senses its impending doom. It will instinctively support the natives within, nurturing a child of destiny who is not easy to defeat. However, defeating them is also one of the victory conditions. As he finished speaking, True Lord Chang Guang extended his hand and took out a scroll. Within the scroll were mountains surrounded by a clear stream cascading from the mountain top. This item is called the Deep Abyss Convergence Diagram, the fruit position treasure of our Saint Sect's clear snow True Lord. On the other side, the True Lords of Jiangdong Dao Court and Jiangxi Pure Land will each embed their own fruit position treasures into the realm as criteria for judgment. Your task is to destroy the opponent's fruit position treasures, or defeat the child of destiny within the realm, seize the realm's heavenly fate, and integrate it into the fruit position treasure. Achieving either counts as a win. After speaking, True Lord Chang Guang handed the scroll to Lu Yang. Generally, this item is only given to the strongest participant in the battle for the Tao. You hold on to it. How to use it and achieve victory is up to you. Additionally, this item itself is a marvelous magical treasure. When unfolded, it can transform into a landscape, serving as a fortress against external enemies. Non-Saint Sect disciples who fall into the diagram will have their cultivation reduced by 30%, while our Saint Sect disciples will have their magical powers enhanced by 70% within the diagram. Lu Yang received the Deep Abyss Convergence Diagram and carefully stored it away. After a while, the star captured by the three true lords suddenly emitted a brilliant light. Then Lu Yang's disciple token trembled slightly. Lu Yang clearly felt a guiding force descend upon it. It seemed that with a single thought, this guiding force would transport him to another unfamiliar realm. The time has come, go now. True Lord Chang Guang spoke at the right moment. After entering the realm, everyone will be randomly distributed. Remember to first regroup with other true disciples. Understood, Lu Yang nodded immediately. In the next second, a visible guiding light burst from the disciple token, enveloping his entire body, and then descended into the star realm. Within the star realm, as a small realm that had existed for an unknown duration, on this day, it welcomed an unprecedented, massive meteor shower. Jiangdong Tianwu Dao Court, Jiangxi Deep Joy Pure Land, Jiangbei Primordial Saint Sect. Disciples from the three sides entered the realm together. They were supposed to be randomly distributed, as True Lord Chang Guang had said. However, this time, an unexpected variable occurred. In a mountain forest within the realm, a monk wearing acacia and a compassionate face descended into the forest. He then took out an extremely intricate talisman and activated it. Soon, streams of light appeared, and three more figures with strong auras emerged beside him. You monks sure have many tricks. One of them showed a pleased expression. This heart-linking life talisman is truly extraordinary. With this, we can gather together in advance. Thank you, Master. Another was a burly man in black armor, standing with his hand on his sword, speaking in a deep voice. Time is of the essence. I need to assemble the troops immediately. The monk clasped his hands together. Amitabha, we indeed cannot let the demonic path run rampant any longer. The man in black armor was named Wang Jinting, a conquering general appointed by the Dao Court. This time, he led an entire army to participate in the battle for the Dao. To put it bluntly, he was the leader on the Tianwu Dao Court's side. The monk was named Guang Hai, a disciple of a newly promoted Arhat in the Deep Joy Pure Land, with the potential to become a Dharma protector Vajra, and was also the leader of the Pure Land. Dao Court and Pure Land had long been in collusion. In the last battle for the Dao, True Lord Yinshan had not yet established his foundation. His divine powers were invincible, giving the Saint Sect a significant advantage in the battle, even pushing into Jiangnan. This time, the Dao Court and Pure Land secretly conspired to reignite the battle for the Dao, aiming to suppress the demonic path's arrogance. In the next moment, Wang Jinting took out a scroll from his bosom. Unfolding the scroll, he formed a seal and pointed. Instantly, mist rose, transforming into a grand scene of mountains and rivers. Additionally, several red dots flashed on the map. This item is called the Comprehensive Map of the Vast Territory, capable of detecting all auras within the realm, and then consuming mana to teleport people to specified locations. The heart-linking life talisman and the comprehensive map of the vast territory. These were the fruit position treasures specially condensed by the two true lords of the Dao Court and Pure Land for this battle for the Dao. Their effects were undoubtedly highly targeted. The former could quickly gather disciples who were originally randomly dispersed. The latter could immediately lock onto the dispersed disciples of the Primordial Saint Sect, enabling them to concentrate their forces, outnumber the enemy, and seize the initiative. If used well, it could even determine the outcome from the very beginning. Rumble, accompanied by thunderous rolling explosions, a streak of escaping light shot across the sky, followed by dozens of similar streaks. In the fleeing light at the front, a young man in black robes with a gloomy expression was gritting his teeth as he continuously activated a spiritual treasure in his hand. This treasure was named Void-Piercing Skyscape Black Shuttle, which could multiply the speed of flight and even allowed short-distance void traversal when empowered. This man was none other than the true disciple of the Primordial Saint Sect, Xianxia. However, at this moment, Xianxia looked extremely wretched. If it weren't for the void-piercing skyscape black shuttle in his hand, he would have long been reduced to bones. Behind him were a group of Buddhist cultivators in hot pursuit. These shameless bald donkeys are definitely playing dirty tricks. While fleeing, Xianxia cursed furiously, clearly having noticed something was wrong. After all, the speed at which these Buddhist cultivators gathered and their tracking precision were far too abnormal. No matter how he concealed his chi, this group could lock onto him with terrifying accuracy. Of course, he had tried to turn around and counterattack. However, this pursuing group was clearly not to be underestimated, and they were highly skilled in joint attack techniques. Although the leader was slightly weaker than him, the difference wasn't significant. Under these circumstances, he had no chance of winning alone. Thus, Xianxia could only continue fleeing while cursing loudly behind him. Donor, your karmic connection has arrived. Behind him, a Buddhist cultivator pressed his palms together, his voice booming like thunder. Our Fulong temple is in need of protectors. You could serve as one for our temple. The demon sect uses people as materials, commits countless evils, disrespects merit, and disregards cause and effect. It is a place full of karmic obstacles, not a land of pure cultivation. If you can abandon darkness for the light, join the pure land, and from then on devote yourself to the righteous path, listening to the supreme teachings of the world-honored one, wouldn't that be wonderful? Why suffer in that demon sect any longer? Amitabha. In an instant, more than 10 Buddhist cultivators responded in unison. Amid the rolling thunderous voices, sutra recitations mixed in, causing Xianxia's head to throb violently, as if something was drilling into his sea of consciousness. Trying to convert me. Xianxia's face turned iron-gray. He forcibly circulated his true chi, suppressing the Buddhist chants in his ears while accelerating his escape into the distance. Seeing this, the leading Buddhist cultivator frowned deeply. At the same time, another Buddhist cultivator stepped forward and whispered, "Senior brother Guangaming, this person is extremely skilled in escaping. He might not be easy to capture." Guangaming shook his head and said, "Junior brother, you don't understand. Our master at Fulong Temple urgently needs to recruit more followers. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been sent to participate in this Tao struggle. The purpose is to use this opportunity to convert outsiders and fill the ranks of Fulong Temple. Otherwise, how could we advance further? This person's methods are extraordinary. He is clearly a true disciple of the demon sect. Therefore, the harder he is to catch, the more we must capture him. On the righteous demonic battlefield, if we truly manage to seize a true disciple of the Primordial Saint Sect, the Bodhisattva will surely protect us. Continue the pursuit." As the leader of this group of Buddhist cultivators, since Guangaming had spoken, no one dared to object and immediately continued chasing after Xianxia. Similar scenes were occurring all across the boundary heaven. Of course, the disciples of the Primordial Saint Sect varied in strength. Some were strong like Xianxia, a true disciple, while others were merely at the late chi refining stage, leading to vastly different outcomes. Some counterattacked furiously and killed their pursuers. Some were besieged and died in battle after exhausting their strength. Some, seeing no way to escape, self-destructed to perish with their enemies. However, regardless of the outcome, being preemptively located, ambushed, and outnumbered, the losses of the Primordial Saint Sect were far greater than those of the Tao Court and the Pure Land. In a desolate wilderness, sword light radiated brilliantly. Clang! With the fall of a magical sword, the void split open, revealing a tall and valiant woman who walked out, holding a severed head in her hand. Fairy Myojin lives up to her name. Below, Wang Jinting from the Dao court clapped and laughed. This demon sect true disciple was indeed formidable. Without the fairy's intervention, he wouldn't have been easy to capture. A mere demon is not worth mentioning. The tall woman replied coldly, now that my divine powers have been perfected and I am about to reach the foundation establishment realm, I must challenge the world with my sword. Using these demons as offerings for my sword is a fitting end for them. Outside Boundary Heaven, 3 true lords sat in a circle, their dharma bodies towering into the heavens. Their gazes overlooked all changes within Boundary Heaven, nothing escaping their divine sight. At this moment, one of the dharma bodies suddenly burst into laughter. Ching Cheng, it seems we have taken the lead this time. Amitabha. Another dharma body chanted the Buddha's name. Although he didn't say much, the meaning was clear. They believed they had already gained the upper hand. After all, this time they came well prepared. Not only had they brought 2 targeted fruit-positioned treasures, but they had also created situations of ambush and outnumbering. They even invited a true disciple from the Sword Pavilion as external reinforcement, filling the gap in high-end combat power, showing how much effort they had invested. Naturally, the results were very satisfactory to them. Such a marvelous opening. However, despite the mockery from the 2 true lords of the Dao Court and the Pure Land, Ching Cheng Feixu, the true lord of the Primordial Saint Sect, remained utterly calm, seemingly unconcerned about the disadvantage. Seeing her like this, the 2 true lords frowned instead. Could there be a problem? The demonic sects were known for their ruthless and cunning ways. Both Jiangdong and Xianxia had deeply experienced this. Ching Cheng Feixu's calmness was truly unsettling. But no matter what, this time the 3 factions have joined forces to suppress the demonic path. The advantage is ours. Boundary Heaven. A fierce look gradually appeared on Qin Tian's face. He had been fleeing for half an hour, and his true qi was nearly depleted. Yet Guangming and his group of Buddhist cultivators continued to pursue relentlessly. Their more than 10 streaks of escaping light even merged into a golden dragon shape. Qin Tian recognized it. It was the divine power of the 8 divisions of Buddhist followers of the Deep Joy Pure Land, specifically belonging to the Dragon Division, not something ordinary among Buddhist cultivators. What made Qin Tian feel utterly helpless was that he had vaguely guessed Guangming's true intention. These bald donkeys are using me as bait. Qin Tian gritted his teeth. In fact, Guangming and the others could have killed him long ago, yet they deliberately kept him alive, maintaining the appearance of a relentless pursuit. They were waiting to see if anyone would come to rescue him. Thinking of this, Qin Tian suddenly found it a bit amusing. What did these bald donkeys take the Primordial Saint Sect for? A bunch of kind-hearted people who cared about their comrades and sacrificed themselves for others. Rather than hoping for someone to save him, it was more realistic to find a few fellow disciples to use as human shields. In fact, Qin Tian was already planning to do just that. As the saying goes, better you die than I die. As a disciple of the Primordial Saint Sect, he had always been clear on such matters of life and death. However, at this moment, a sudden whistling sound came from the sky. What is that? Looks like another demon from Jiangbei. Both Guangming and Qin Tian looked up at the same time, their faces lighting up with joy. The former was pleased at finding another prey, while the latter was glad to have found someone to take the fall for him. Boom! In the next instant, a streak of light descended from the sky like a fiery meteor, causing the earth to shake and thunder to roar wherever it passed. Only after landing did the light suddenly split apart. Immediately after, Lu Yang stepped out from it, sword light surrounding him, stirring the spiritual tides in all directions. The moment he appeared, Qin Tian froze on the spot. Such a display made Guangming's heart tense up as well. He didn't rush forward but instead stopped in his tracks and said in a deep voice, "May I ask where this donor comes from?" Swish! The sword pill exploded with a sharp hum, flashing in an instant. Lu Yang didn't bother to answer. He raised his sword and struck directly. The Buddhist cultivator at the front immediately activated his Dharma technique, erecting a sturdy golden body. This was a common tactic of the Pure Land during group battles. Those with forged golden bodies and many life-saving techniques stood at the front to shield the others. The remaining Buddhist cultivators would then cast divine arts from behind, supplemented by formation support, forming a mobile fortress that could attack or defend. Thus, when Liu Yang made his move, the Buddhist cultivators immediately responded in their usual formation. "I'll hold him off you." Before the leading Buddhist cultivator could finish his sentence, he felt his voice cut off at the throat. Then his vision spun wildly. La. His golden body had been tempered for decades. Ordinary high-grade magical treasures shouldn't have been able to break through so easily. But now it felt like it was made of paper. With a single sword strike, he was decapitated. Liu Yang's expression remained indifferent. He didn't know that the Pure Land and the Tao Court had already joined forces. He didn't know that the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion had sent an old acquaintance as external reinforcement for this battle. Under the watchful eyes of the true lords above, all he knew was that he was going to start a bloody slaughter. The strength of his swings, the height of his raises, the precision of his spells, the speed of his pursuit. Only by going all out could he show the Primordial Saint Sect's true lord his determination. When a monk who had cultivated a golden body fell heavily to the ground at the front of the formation, Guang Ming at the rear instantly reacted. "Should I attain Buddhahood, if the beings in my land are not entirely golden in color, I shall not take up the supreme right enlightenment." This was the great mantra of the true golden body, one of the 48 great mantras in the root sutra of Mahayana right enlightenment, and it was also the divine mantra Guang Ming primarily cultivated. As Guang Ming's voice spread, golden light bloomed from the bodies of all the monks it passed, as if they had all received the blessing of the golden body. Then these golden bodies connected with each other, forming a golden canopy that gradually spread out in all directions. This was a protective great mantra. Under the blessing of the great mantra, even those who had not cultivated the golden body art could temporarily obtain its power. Moreover, the more people there were, the greater the enhancement of the mantra's power. However, in the blink of an eye, a loud explosion rang out. Boom! Before Guang Ming's stunned gaze, the great mantra's protective light he had just activated with all his strength lasted less than a second before being effortlessly shattered by a flash of sword light. In the blink of an eye, another monk was decapitated. "This is impossible. Foundation establishment true person." Guang Ming's pupils shrank sharply. His great mantra of the true golden body also carried positional authority. In theory, even a grand divine ability should not be able to break it so easily. And he had seen Liu Yang's blood sun sword pill clearly. At best, it barely qualified as a superior magical tool. Even among superior magical tools, it was far from top tier, let alone comparable to spirit treasure. With such material, it should have been impossible to break his protective great mantra, unless the opponent's positional authority was far above his own. To think I'd see this day. As the sword light swept out, Liu Yang let out a satisfied breath. After all, having played in high-level matches for so long, today he finally stumbled into a newbie fish pond match. Guang Ming's guess was spot on. Liu Yang had not used any divine abilities at all. Given his current high positional authority, which was close to foundation establishment, even if he urinated, it could pierce through Guang Ming. Utterly without challenge. But I love things without challenge. After all the hard work to reach a high realm, isn't it all for the sake of bullying newbies? Blasting fish in the newbie village is my favorite. The next moment, a Vajra pestle came crashing down. Liu Yang raised an eyebrow at the sight, neither dodging nor evading, calmly watching the Vajra pestle crash onto his forehead without even scratching his skin. The gap in positional authority was as vast as the sky. In combat between cultivators, if their positional authorities were not equal, it was like someone at the foot of a mountain trying to strike someone standing at the peak, utterly impossible. Thus, even a Vajra pestle capable of splitting mountains and rocks was no more than a gentle breeze to Liu Yang. It couldn't even hinder his movements. In an instant, Liu Yang once again transformed into sword light, stirring up a wave of air as he slashed toward another monk, taking yet another head. However, at that moment, Guang Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. Immediately, a jade bottle appeared in his hand, which he threw toward Liu Yang. The jade bottle exploded midair, releasing waves of crimson flames that spread rapidly. Wherever the crimson flames passed, it was as if a bottomless abyss had appeared, madly devouring the surrounding spiritual energy. Several monks standing near Liu Yang were merely brushed by the firelight. Without even managing a scream, They were reduced to a puff of blue smoke in the explosive flames, leaving not a single bone behind. Guangming retreated rapidly, as if fleeing from a venomous snake. This was because this flame was known as the Six Harmonies dust-cleansing flame. It used spiritual energy as fuel. As long as spiritual energy existed, it was unquenchable. Once it landed on a cultivator, it clung like bone-eating maggots. More importantly, its positional authority was high enough. It had been bestowed by his master, the Fulong Arhat, taken from the heavenly gang Blazing Fire Dragon. It was something for Foundation establishment cultivators, naturally overwhelming against Qi-refining cultivators. This person was still too arrogant. Guangming watched wide-eyed as the crimson flames filled the air, engulfing Lu Yang's figure. His previously tense mood immediately relaxed, and he let out a long breath of relief. Such a pity. Once he's burned to ashes, he can't be offered to the Fulong Temple anymore. However, in the next moment he froze. His eyes widened in disbelief, only to see Lu Yang standing leisurely within the sea of crimson flames. Only his eyes shone red under the reflection of the fire. No! Before Guangming could finish his words. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the crimson flames suddenly spread even more violently, instantly engulfing the surrounding monks. And within the flames, there was still a figure harvesting lives with impunity. The so-called Six Harmonies dust-cleansing flame might have posed a massive threat to others, but to Lu Yang it was utterly useless. After all, he had seen the real, blazing fire dragon in his previous life. How could a mere split-off flame possibly harm him? Lu Yang casually performed a corpse-shedding technique, shedding his form and easily escaping all the flames. Immediately after, he once again transformed into sword light, reversing the explosion of the Six Harmonies dust-cleansing flame. Borrowing the momentum of the fire, he began a frenzied slaughter. Heads flew skyward, trailing streams of blood. Such a scene terrified the remaining monks. Guangming felt only icy despair in his heart. What a joke! This was definitely a direct disciple of the Primordial Saint Sect's true lord. How could a great devil like this be someone he could hope to fight? However, he remained exceptionally calm at this moment. One escaped. On the scorched earth, one deep crater after another appeared, as if it had just been plowed over, and in each crater lay a mangled corpse. 17 Buddhist cultivators, one had escaped. The remaining 16 were all blown to pieces by Lu Yang's secret demonic yin thunder of the Nine Heavens Tao talisman, and the Buddhist light that was supposed to suppress yin evil had not worked in the slightest. But this was normal after all. Suppression was always relative. For example, water and fire countered each other. Under normal circumstances, water indeed restrained fire. However, when the flames covered thousands of miles, what use was a single cup of water? The gap between Lu Yang and these Buddhist cultivators was even greater than such a comparison. In this regard, Guangming, who had escaped, understood this very clearly. At this moment, in a forest several thousand miles away from Lu Yang, there was the gathering place of the Buddhist cultivators. Guanghai, the leader of Pure Land this time, was here. Suddenly, Guanghai, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, abruptly opened his eyes, and a ripple of golden Buddhist light visible to the naked eye surged around him. In the next moment, Guangming staggered and fell out from within the Buddhist light. The moment he landed, he looked around in terror. Only when he did not see that terrifying figure did he genuinely breathe a sigh of relief. I escaped, I made it out alive. All his scheming to gather all the Buddhist cultivators and use them as meat shields had not been in vain. On the surface, he had been preparing a big move. But in reality, he had activated the Same Heart Lifelink Talisman to flee. The Same Heart Lifelink Talisman was a fruit-positioned treasure of the Buddhist cultivators of Pure Land. Its effect allowed the one who owned the talisman to teleport any cultivator marked by it to their side. This effect could even be reversed, and Guangming had used a secret technique to activate it, instantly teleporting to Guanghai's side. What happened? Seeing the disheveled Guangming, Guanghai frowned slightly. You encountered a powerful enemy. How many of them were there? Where are your companions? Hearing this, Guangming was momentarily stunned. At that moment, his mind began to race. Tell the truth. What a joke. Was he supposed to tell his senior brother that he had fled the battlefield? That would truly be a death sentence. After all, to account for the deaths of the other Buddhist cultivators, Guangming was certain that this senior brother of his would not hesitate to take his head as a sacrificial offering. Guangming's eyes rolled, and in the next second his face was filled with grief as he choked back tears and said, "Many. There were too many to count. Those demon scum seemed to have prepared a backup plan as well. I fought desperately, killed a few, and barely escaped with my life. The rest were all slaughtered by those demons." "What?" Before Guangming could finish his words, Guanghai's expression turned grim. For a moment, he felt like he was facing a great enemy. Had those demons of the Primordial Saint Sect already gathered their forces as well? "We must find a way to annihilate them." Guanghai took this matter extremely seriously and immediately called over another Buddhist cultivator clad in acacia. "Guanghui, take the Dragon Division to exterminate those demons." The Buddhist cultivators of Deep Joy Pure Land were divided into 8 divisions of Buddhist hosts. Among them, the Dragon Division ranked second and was the most elite force under Guanghai's command. After giving the order, Guanghai looked at Guangming again. "Junior brother Guangming, you will lead the way." "Ah, me." Guangming froze, his mouth twitching slightly and his heart filled with reluctance. However, under Guanghai's gaze, he could only grit his Buddhist teeth, forcing a smile and nodding. "It's fine, there shouldn't be any problem this time, right?" Looking at the overwhelming force of the Dragon Division, numbering in the hundreds, Guangming felt a bit more at ease. After all, no matter how powerful the enemy was, it was just one person. Moreover, among the Dragon Division, the weakest were at mid-stage chi refining. The leader, Guanghui, had mastered 3 great mantras. At a critical moment, he could gather all the cultivators to perform a secret technique, manifesting a mighty dragon elephant Vajra. His position was extremely high, nearly equivalent to a guardian Vajra, second only to Foundation Establishment true persons. With such strength, how could they lose? No matter how strong that demon was, he was still just at chi refining. With over 100 Buddhist cultivators swarming him, it was impossible for him to kill them all before his chi was exhausted. Meanwhile, on the scorched battlefield, by the true Lord above, a Foundation Establishment true person can actually enter the boundary heaven. Looking at Lu Yang's back, Qin Tian fell into deep confusion. It was obvious that the previous misunderstanding he had when he met Lu Yang had not yet been resolved. It had even deepened. But that was not surprising. After all, Lu Yang's battle just now had been overwhelmingly destructive. To Qin Tian, it was no different from facing a Foundation Establishment true person directly. However, in the next moment, Qin Tian became excited again. Although he did not know how Lu Yang, as a Foundation Establishment true person, had entered the secret realm, it was enough to know that Lu Yang was a true person of their Primordial Saint Sect. This battle was won for sure. At the same time, Lu Yang paid no attention to Qin Tian's misunderstanding. His focus was entirely on the corpses of the Buddhist cultivators littering the ground before him. Perhaps I can make use of them. With that thought, Lu Yang immediately formed a hand seal and unfolded the Myriad Spirits banner. In an instant, thick white smoke began to drift up from each of the surrounding corpses. Then one by one, these Buddhist cultivators' bodies turned into chi. Their souls floated out and were absorbed into the Myriad Spirits banner. Once their true spirits were attached to the banner, the white smoke began to reform. The 16 Buddhist cultivators reappeared, all bowing low to Lu Yang. "Greetings, Master." Only then did Lu Yang nod in satisfaction. Looking at the still spacious Myriad Spirits banner, his heart burned with excitement. Perhaps this Tao-seizing battle was also a great opportunity. An opportunity to completely refine the Myriad Spirits banner to perfection. After all, this Tao-seizing battle had gathered so many cultivators from Jiangdong and Jiangxi, from the Tao court and Pure Land. All over these mountains and fields, weren't they all talents brimming with life? How interesting! At that moment, the figure of Ancestor Nether Whisper appeared behind Lu Yang. He observed the banner spirits of the Buddhist cultivators with great interest and suddenly spoke. "I once studied Jiangdong's Heaven's Proxy Hunting Path, from which I created the Yama Palace. Now it seems that Jiangxi also has something worth learning. If you can collect more of these Buddhist cultivators, perhaps I can refine the Yama Palace further, making it even more powerful." "Oh?" Ancestor Nether Whisper's suggestion immediately brightened Lu Yang's eyes. because he suddenly thought of the Fulong temple that Fulong Arhat had once used on him in his past life. The so-called Fulong temple was actually Fulong Arhat's Tao foundation. However, Buddhist cultivators established their foundations not in the foundation establishment realm, but within the deep joy pure land opened by the world-honored one of Xianxia. Their Tao foundation was their own temple. The more prosperous the incense and the more gathered the Buddhist hosts, the stronger the temple's master would become. If Ancestor Nether Whisper could incorporate this concept into the Yama Palace, then with the scale of the banner spirits within the myriad spirits banner, it could elevate his strength once again. Without hesitation, Lu Yang cupped his hands. Then I'll trouble Ancestor to put in the effort. Ancestor Nether Whisper sighed. Strengthening the Yama Palace also strengthens the foundation of our witch ghost path. This is all I can do now. Try not to disturb me again. I need to go into seclusion for a while. It's a pity that there are too few Buddhist banner spirits collected this time, only a dozen or so. Otherwise, I could comprehend even faster. With these words, Ancestor Nether Whisper led the group of Buddhist cultivators into the cave dwelling within the myriad spirits banner, clearly intending to thoroughly study the Buddhist methods. Seeing this, Lu Yang finally understood the proper way to utilize Ancestor Nether Whisper, sending him out to duel with others. Too small-minded, what a narrow view. This was clearly a solid technical talent, far more effective than the bright Tao Jade slip from 2 lifetimes ago. Anything requiring comprehension could practically be entrusted to him. From this, it was evident that as long as the exceptionally gifted Ancestor Nether Whisper worked diligently, Lu Yang would undoubtedly go even further in this lifetime. By then, perhaps he too could proudly declare, I, Lu Yang, have achieved today's cultivation realm solely thanks to my extraordinary talent and unremitting effort. After sending off his talent and effort to research how to upgrade the Yama Palace, Lu Yang glanced at the battlefield again, still feeling a bit unsatisfied. What a pity, it will be impossible to achieve such results again in a short time. After all, one had escaped. After that person returned, they would definitely report the situation, and in that case, the Buddhist cultivators probably wouldn't recklessly gather again to deal with him. Disciple Tianhe greets the true person. Just as Lu Yang put away the myriad spirits banner, he saw Qin Tian hurriedly trotting over, just like before, bowing respectfully without saying a word. Seeing this, Lu Yang could only let out a helpless smile. Unlike the last time at the Balanced Sea, he was not truly a foundation establishment true person. If he tacitly admitted it like this and was later exposed, it would actually be very troublesome. Thus he decisively said, Senior brother, you misunderstand. I am Lu Yang, a newly promoted true disciple, not a foundation establishment true person. Lu Yang. Hearing this, Qin Tian was stunned for a moment. He had just talked about this name with his friend Su Zin not long ago. Wasn't that a newcomer who had just become a true disciple? At this moment, the clever mind of a Saint Sect disciple started spinning wildly. First, he ruled out the possibility that Lu Yang wasn't a foundation establishment cultivator. After all, with such strength, killing qi refining cultivators was like cutting grass. Who would believe that he wasn't foundation establishment? I understand now. What new true disciple? Clearly, this was a foundation establishment true person who had deliberately hidden and disguised his identity for this Tao-seizing battle. The person before him must be the reincarnation of one of the Saint Sect's true persons, deliberately switching identities to bully the weak in this Tao-seizing battle, ensuring the Saint Sect stood out. Sinister, truly sinister. As expected of a true person of the Saint Sect. Seeing Qin Tian's constantly changing expression, Lu Yang found it a bit strange. What are you thinking about? As soon as he spoke, Qin Tian shivered and quickly shook his head. No, nothing at all. True person, you are wise and mighty. This disciple admires you greatly. Lu Yang waved his hand again. I already said, I'm not a true person. Qin Tian quickly nodded. Yes, not a true person. Our Saint Sect definitely didn't send a true person in. Please rest assured, I fully understand now. Beast, what the hell do you understand? Lu Yang shook his head and was about to speak again, when suddenly his expression tightened. His divine sense sensed something, and he raised his head to look into the distant sky. Boom rumble. A great sound spread like 10,000 war drums beating together, like angry thunder rolling through the sky. It felt like something had exceeded a certain boundary and was rapidly approaching. Then at the edge of the sky, a golden light slowly rose. The golden light crossed the land, covering thousands of miles in what seemed like a single leap, instantly illuminating Liu Yang's face. In the blink of an eye, it split apart, revealing layer upon layer of light and shadow. Immediately after, from within the light and shadow, appeared a host of solemn Buddhist cultivators. Some held meditation staffs, some wore cassias, some had strings of prayer beads around their necks, and some held golden alms bowls. All of them displayed unusual appearances. Some had 3 heads and 6 arms, some had dharma eyes on their foreheads, all floating in the sky in formation. In the next second, the over 100 Buddhist cultivators all spoke in unison. Amitabha. 4 characters, each like a thunderclap exploding in the air, the rolling thunderous sound roaring and crashing like tidal waves toward the 2 of them. Ahi. Jintian's face turned slightly pale. The Buddhist thunder chant technique grew stronger with more people. So many Buddhist cultivators chanting together was enough to affect him significantly. However, at that moment, Liu Yang suddenly took a step forward. With his divine sense transformed by the thought-severing, heaven-seeing silkworm secret art, he was completely unafraid of the roaring, thunderous Buddhist chant. He took a step forward, swept his divine sense, and all the Buddhist sounds within 3 feet of his body instantly dissipated, as if they had never existed. In an instant, Liu Yang faced hundreds alone, yet remained completely at ease. Instead, seeing Liu Yang standing there, the leading Buddhist cultivator Guang Hui began to frown. Wasn't it said that there were dozens or hundreds of people? Guang Ming. Guang Hui turned around and saw Guang Ming looking extremely awkward, not stepping forward at all, but instead trying to shrink back. His eyes shifted, and he immediately understood. Another case of false military intelligence. Useless trash. Guang Hui cursed softly under his breath, then looked back at Liu Yang again. Although Guang Ming had caused them to mobilize such a large force unnecessarily, it was a fortunate mistake. If the other side had really defeated Guang Ming and his subordinates alone, bringing only a few dozen people might indeed not have been enough. But now, with all 108 Buddhist cultivators of the Fulong Temple gathered, victory should be guaranteed. Thinking of this, Guang Hui suddenly smiled. Fellow practitioner, how about we make a deal? A deal? That's right. Guang Hui pointed at Qin Tian and continued. As long as you hand over that demon behind you, you may leave freely. Of course, this was nonsense. In Guang Hui's view, although Qin Tian was far inferior to Liu Yang, he still had status. If the 2 joined forces, there might still be a sliver of hope. However, among demon cultivators, there had never been true unity. Facing pressure, it was very likely they would sell each other out. Similar things had happened before. So Guang Hui wanted to test Liu Yang with this tactic. If he could divide them, so much the better. However, after Liu Yang heard this, he only sneered. To be honest, if he really faced a desperate situation where selling a teammate could let him survive, he wouldn't mind doing it. Better the other dies than him, after all. But only if it was truly desperate. You are still far from enough. Liu Yang shook his head, waved his sleeve, and smiled. Since you've all come, you won't be leaving today. I just so happen to need talents like you. Hearing this, Guang Hui frowned slightly. Fellow practitioner, you are alone. Must you fight this hopeless battle? Who is truly the trapped beast, that remains to be seen. As soon as Liu Yang finished speaking, Guang Hui's pupils shrank suddenly. He instinctively looked around. He saw that the previously clear sky had unknowingly filled with black mist. Clang, clang. The black mist churned, the sound of armor clashing echoed endlessly. Soon, heavily armored ghost soldiers and generals emerged one after another, staring at the Buddhist cultivators. Some even saw the figures of the Buddhist cultivators who had died earlier. Junior brother Yuan Ju. And junior brother Yuan Hao is here too. What is that? Boom rumble. The sound of an earthquake spread out. It was the deafening roar of tens of thousands of witch ghosts marching in unison, enveloping the heavens and earth. Although the Fulong Temple that Guang Hui brought this time was already elite, with 108 Buddhist cultivators, the weakest among them being mid-stage chi refining. They were now surrounded by tens of thousands of witch ghosts. From early chi refining to peak chi refining, they had it all. It was like a small sect of its own. What the hell was this thing? W8 fellow practitioner. Before Guang Hui could finish his words, deafening battle cries drowned out his voice. The overwhelming yin energy even obscured the entire sky full of Buddha light. Beside Lu Yang, the figure of ancestor Nether Whisper reappeared looking helpless. Didn't I tell you not to disturb me? Apologies, ancestor. Lu Yang also shook his head. After all, I didn't expect that. After being slaughtered once, these bald donkeys not only didn't run, but even dared to counterattack against me. Do not panic. This is merely one of the opponent's magical tools. No matter how powerful a magical tool is, it still requires enough true qi to activate. After all, he is just one person. Among the monks of the Fulong Temple, Guang Hui was obviously much more capable and composed than Guang Ming. At the very least, he stabilized the situation immediately, unlike Guang Ming who only knew how to deceive and then flee. Very quickly, the group of Buddhist cultivators gathered around him and swiftly formed a defensive line. In the next moment, countless witch ghosts swarmed forward. Amitabha, the Buddhist cultivator standing at the very front, let out a thunderous chant. Golden light erupted from his body as he struck out with a punch, instantly clearing the witch ghosts before him. However, it was all in vain. The witch ghosts that followed showed not the slightest hesitation. They even devoured the corpses of their fallen kind, making themselves stronger before charging forward again. Boom! The witch ghosts didn't even bother engaging in combat with the Buddhist cultivators. The moment they got close, they self-destructed. The erupting yin qi was like venom, corroding the golden bodies of the Buddhist cultivators. If, when I become a Buddha, the celestial beings in my land are not all golden in color, I shall not attain supreme enlightenment. At the center of the formation, Guang Hui fully unleashed his true qi, empowering the surrounding Buddhist cultivators with the great incantation of true golden body. Vast Buddhist light instantly evaporated all the yin qi. Hold your ground, these witch ghosts are not strong. At this moment, Guang Hui could no longer care about showing mercy. His face twisted ferociously as he desperately tried to boost morale. And he wasn't speaking nonsense. In fact, although the witch ghosts within the myriad spirits banner were numerous, only 8 of them were comparable to the peak of Qi refining realm. And they were all key components of the Yama Palace. Lu Yang would not deploy them, so all the ones attacking so far were below the peak of Qi refining realm and not true opponents for the Buddhist cultivators. However, if empowered by higher rank positions, it would be a completely different matter. In the next second, a witch ghost at only the mid-stage of Qi refining pounced on a late-stage Qi refining Buddhist cultivator at the front. A seemingly weak yin Qi burst forth. Puff! The golden body of the late-stage Qi refining cultivator, which should have been indestructible, suddenly weakened countless times. It shattered under the tearing yin Qi. The Buddhist cultivator screamed in agony, desperately unleashing true Qi to shake off the witch ghost. However, more than 10 witch ghosts immediately surged forward, engulfing him in an instant. How could this be? Witnessing this scene, Guang Hui almost crushed his teeth in fury. With his insight, he could clearly tell that the seemingly weak witch ghost easily breaking the golden body was entirely due to being empowered by a higher rank position. Meanwhile, their side was weakened because their position was not high enough. At this moment, Guang Hui was utterly bewildered. The true lords above had clearly stated that Foundation Establishment true persons were not allowed to enter the secret realm. At the very least, it should have been impossible for a Foundation Establishment true person to slip past the true lords' divine sight. So this demon in front of them wasn't Foundation Establishment. If this wasn't Foundation Establishment, then what the hell was it? However, the situation didn't allow him to keep thinking. The outermost Buddhist cultivators had already started to collapse, their golden bodies continuously breaking apart under the corrosion of the yin qi. Only decapitation will work. Guang Hui raised his head, his gaze falling on Lu Yang behind the countless witch ghosts. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, but it quickly faded and turned into determination. If when I become a Buddha there are still hells, hungry ghosts or beasts in my land, I shall not attain supreme enlightenment. If when I become a Buddha, the celestial beings in my land after death fall again into the 3 evil paths, I shall not attain supreme enlightenment. If when I become a Buddha, The celestial beings in my land are not all golden in color. I shall not attain supreme enlightenment. With his lips and teeth moving, Guang Hui chanted 3 great incantations. Magnificent Buddhist light rapidly spread from him to the surroundings. Within the Buddhist light, a temple faintly emerged. Monks inside the temple were performing morning rituals. Thunderous Dharma echoed throughout the temple, a true ancient monastery where the chime of bells rang solemnly. Above the temple's main gate, 3 large dragon-like characters were inscribed. Fulong Temple. In the next moment, all the Buddhist cultivators dissolved within the Buddhist light and vanished without a trace. All the Buddhist light gathered together, finally transforming into a towering golden Dharma body. Dragon Elephant Vast Power Vajra Body. This was the strongest combat method of Pure Land Buddhist cultivators. Pure Land cultivation pursued the path of deep bliss and annihilation, which meant annihilating oneself and realizing that one's fleeting self was merely another manifestation of the Supreme World-honored One when delivering the world from suffering. Thus, the more a Buddhist cultivator comprehended their true self, the closer they became to the world-honored One who pioneered the path of deep bliss and annihilation, and the greater the divine powers they mastered. This unique characteristic allowed Buddhist cultivators to possess a supernatural ability distinct from other Taoist sects. That was when multiple Buddhist cultivators performed a secret art together, unifying their consciousness into a single self, allowing them to surpass the limitations of their cultivation level and borrow higher-ranked positions from the deep bliss Pure Land. The higher the position, the more Buddhist cultivators were needed. For example, Qi refining Buddhist cultivators required all 8 Buddhist divisions to come together to borrow a single foundation establishment position. Even a single division could only gather a position close to foundation establishment, known as the Guardian Vajra, considered a high-ranked position within Qi refining. At this moment, Guang Hui had unified the entire Dragon Division. Over 100 Buddhist cultivators merged into one. The Dragon Elephant Vast Power Vajra they manifested was the pinnacle of them all. Evil spirits be exterminated. As the words fell, Guang Hui in his Vajra form revealed a wrathful expression and charged into the swarm of witch ghosts. He fought through the waves of witch ghosts, heading straight for Lu Yang. However, in the next second, that wrathful expression turned into unspeakable despair. In the center of the countless witch ghosts, a grand palace rose from the ground. It exuded a dark and mysterious aura. From within walked out an elegant and stunningly beautiful woman. The guardian spirit Su Nu. Although Su Nu could not receive the support of the earth veins since they were not at Skeleton Mountain, she was still of foundation establishment rank. She was not someone Guang Hui could contend with. Boom! Su Nu gently raised her jade hand and lightly pressed downward. The Dragon Elephant Vast Power Vajra, manifested by Guang Hui, was instantly sent flying and crashed heavily into the ground. The once dazzling golden body cracked inch by inch under that single palm strike. Wounds oozed Buddhist light, and every drop of blood that flowed from those wounds transformed into a lifeless Buddhist cultivator. When all the blood was drained, this Dragon Elephant Vast Power Vajra collapsed on its own. For a moment, Guang Hui felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He even felt a trace of resentment toward the Buddhist true lords outside. Damn it, how were you supervising this battle? How could you let a foundation establishment sneak into the Dao-seizing battlefield? Beast! At this moment, Guang Hui couldn't even see Lu Yang's figure anymore. All he could see was the overwhelming Yin Qi, the witch ghosts, and the grand Yama Palace. Demon, if you have the guts, face me one-on-one. Beneath the myriad spirits' banner, Lu Yang calmly fiddled with the sword pill in his hand while listening to Guang Hui's furious roar. After all, cursing before death was nothing more than a loser's lament. Not to mention, when Guang Hui had led over 100 Buddhist cultivators to attack earlier, he hadn't intended to fight one-on-one either. And now he wanted a one-on-one fight. I am fighting you one-on-one right now. You alone against my entire army. Very soon, a quarter of an hour later, the Buddhist light completely faded, leaving behind nothing but corpses. They're all talents, can't let them go to waste. Lu Yang activated the myriad spirits banner, and the fallen Buddhist cultivators rose once more. Even Guang Hui, who had just been cursing him furiously, now stood among them, his face filled with loyalty. Behind Lu Yang, Qin Tian came trotting over, dragging along a bald-headed man. "Senior, I caught one trying to escape." After speaking, he cautiously glanced at the resurrected Buddhist cultivators behind Lu Yang. While marveling, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. "We're truly amazing. There's still a fish that slipped through the net." Lu Yang paid no mind to Qin Tian's admiration. Instead, he looked at the disheveled Guang Ming in Qin Tian's hand. Seeing this, Guang Ming immediately raised both hands without hesitation. "Don't kill me, I have important information to offer. Senior, spare my life." In terms of survival, Guang Ming had some experience. As early as when Guang Hui and Lu Yang met, and Lu Yang neither dodged nor avoided but instead confronted head-on, he keenly sensed that something was amiss. Unfortunately, the heartbound life talisman could only be used once in a short period. Moreover, with Guang Hui, a fellow disciple who knew him inside out, present, it was impossible for him to use the heartbound life talisman to escape at the last moment. Therefore, when Guang Hui gathered all the Buddhist cultivators to manifest the dragon-elephant vast strength Vajra, he chose not to participate, but instead used the cover of the Buddha's light to decisively escape underground, once again using Guang Hui and the others as shields. Undeniably, this approach was very effective. He almost managed to escape again. However, this time, his attempt to flee was keenly detected by someone who had been observing the battle all along, but had found no opportunity to showcase himself. Qin Tianhe. As a true disciple of the Saint Sect, Qin Tianhe also cultivated great divine abilities. Coupled with the rare treasure, void-piercing skyscape crow shuttle, his strength was not weak. After all, he had previously managed to barely escape when besieged by over 10 Buddhist cultivators led by Guang Ming. It was only in comparison to Lu Yang that he seemed weak. Qin Tianhe himself understood this, so he was very proactive, eager to demonstrate his value to gain favor. As a result, before Guang Ming had fled far, he was caught and brought back. Now Guang Ming had no choice but to loudly plead for mercy to save his life. "Don't kill me. I can also contribute to the Saint Sect." "You want to surrender?" Lu Yang raised an eyebrow, showing some surprise. "A true lord overseeing the battle, and you dare to surrender?" This battle for the Tao was personally overseen by 3 true lords. Although they would not interfere, how could what happened escape their notice? Under such circumstances, who would dare to surrender? In the Saint Sect, if you dared to surrender and survived, your body would be used by the true Lord to light the heavenly lamp. If you died, your soul would be used to light the soul lamp. Don't even think about reincarnation. Senior, you may not know, but our Pure Land has its own rules. It cannot be generalized. Guang Ming lowered his voice and cautiously said, "For us, surrendering is not a big deal. As long as we survive, we won't be blamed." "Oh?" Lu Yang raised an eyebrow slightly, then said with a half-smile, "Then if I let you go back as an undercover agent to deal with the remaining Buddhist cultivators of the Pure Land for me, would you be willing?" This. Upon hearing this, Guang Ming's expression froze. Then he opened his mouth and spoke even more softly. "The Pure Land is hard to explain. How about switching to the Tao Court?" Lu Yang was even more surprised and laughed. "That works too." As soon as he said this, Guang Ming immediately relaxed and hurriedly said, "Actually, I've long been displeased with those people from the Tao Court. I'm willing to contribute to the Saint Sect." Meanwhile, outside the battlefield realm, the 3 true lords looked at each other, and at this moment, the previously silent King Cheng Feixu true lord finally spoke, letting out a melodious laugh like silver bells. "The Pure Land Buddhist sect truly lives up to its name. Demon, don't try to sow discord." Feeling the Tao Court true lord's watchful gaze beside him, the Pure Land true lord could only maintain a composed expression and secretly transmitted a message. "Fellow Taoist, don't overthink. It's just a temporary expedient. Besides, Guang Ming is just a pawn. The real leader is Guang Hai. He is a disciple of Fulong and will consider the overall situation. He won't act recklessly." HMPH hard to say. Faced with the Pure Land true lord's explanation, the Tao Court true lord remained non-committal, clearly not fully believing the Pure Land true lord's words. Because the origins of the Pure Land were not clean. It was said that the supreme sage who founded the Pure Land was a shameless person who relied on currying favor to become the Tao master. And that sage's conduct was no different from the current Saint Sect. Even the name was not Deep Joy Pure Land, but Evil Sect of the Pure Land. However, after founding the path of deep joy and nirvana, That sage chose to whitewash and prospered. Out of respect for the sage, no one dared to say much. Thinking of this, the Tao Court True Lord's heart was overshadowed, but at the same time he became extremely curious about Liu Yang, who had suddenly appeared. Who exactly was this person? He wanted to calculate, but with King Cheng Feixu True Lord right in front of him, doing so would only be stopped by the other party, making it meaningless. So he had to give up. In the end, Liu Yang still spared Guangming's life. Because from him and the Buddhist cultivators collected by the Myriad Spirits banner, Liu Yang learned some unfavorable news. They had already been surrounded. The 8 divisions of the Pure Land's Buddhist followers and a branch of the Tao Court's guardian army, totaling over 1,000 qi refining cultivators, had already gathered in advance, forming an encirclement, setting up formations along the way. The participating disciples of the Saint Sect had all fallen into this encirclement and were being continuously squeezed for survival space. Formations. As a 7th grade formation master, Liu Yang was well aware of the power of formations. He was not afraid of many people, but many formations were somewhat troublesome, especially since there were obviously no shortage of cultivators with positions in the Tao Court and the Pure Land. Although they couldn't surpass him, as the saying goes, many ants can bite an elephant to death. If there were many formations, it would still be somewhat tricky for him. Moreover, these two sides likely had even stronger trump cards hidden. So in the end, he accepted Guangming's voluntary surrender. After planting a monitoring restriction in his sea of consciousness, he let him go. Of course, Liu Yang also considered directly transforming him into a banner spirit using the Myriad Spirits banner. However, unless it was someone like Chen Zinan or Su Nu, whose physical body still existed in the world and could be used to apply their karma, most ordinary banner spirits had a different aura from cultivators, making it difficult to hide from those with intent. Still need to be cautious. At this moment, Liu Yang had already restrained his inflated thoughts. Even in a novice village bullying weaklings, he had to ensure nothing went wrong to avoid capsizing in the gutter. If it were within Skeleton Mountain with the support of the earth veins, no matter how many came, they would die. But outside Skeleton Mountain, relying solely on Su Nu is still somewhat strenuous. Although if I go all out, coupled with Ancestor Nether Whisper, I can still secure victory, but that would inevitably lead to casualties. The problem lay here. Liu Yang wanted to kill 10,000 enemies without losing 8,000 of his own, especially after discovering that Ancestor Nether Whisper, as a technical talent, was extremely useful. He would be heartbroken to lose even one. Thinking of this, Liu Yang silently turned to look at Qin Tian beside him. Although it is said that war always comes with sacrifices, since he didn't want to sacrifice, he could only find a way to sacrifice others. Tian, how many people did the Saint Sect send this time? Looking at Liu Yang's amiable smile, Qin Tian not only didn't feel any warmth but instead shivered violently, feeling cold all over. Something's wrong. However, under Liu Yang's gaze, Qin Tian thought again, so what if something's wrong? As long as it doesn't harm Tian, the life and death of others had nothing to do with him. Including me, a total of 7 true disciples participated. In addition, there were 11 disciples who had not cultivated great divine abilities but had perfected qi refining. The remaining over 100 were all late-stage qi refining, each with 1 or 2 powerful divine abilities. It's just that I don't know how many are left now. Qin Tian enumerated them in detail. The battle for the Tao has been going on for some time. I guess they should have gathered and moved towards the depths of the encirclement. We can definitely find them. I see. Upon hearing this, Liu Yang nodded, his smile even brighter. Over 100 late-stage qi refining, 11 perfected qi refining, and 7 true disciples. This number was actually not inferior to the Tao Court and the Pure Land, perhaps even better. This showed that, although the number of disciples in the Saint Sect was less than that of the Tao Court and the Pure Land, the quality of those who stood out in the Saint Sect was beyond doubt. These were all talents. After that, Liu Yang followed Qin Tian's suggestion, letting him drive the void-piercing Skyscape Crow shuttle to escape everywhere. Before long, a formation came into view. Just as Qin Tian said, although the Saint Sect's disciples were bad, they were definitely not weak. Even when caught off guard by the joint siege of the Tao Court and the Pure Land, they still organized themselves. The formation on the wilderness was not considered advanced. Liu Yang glanced at it and found that it hadn't even reached the 7th grade, with its effects limited to chi observation and revealing illusions. Rather than serving as a means of self-protection, this formation seemed more suited for locating enemies. Lu Yang did not deliberately conceal his aura, so as soon as he and Qin Tian arrived, the formation immediately activated, casting a beam of light toward them. Simultaneously, dozens of gazes fell upon Lu Yang. Upon noticing this, Lu Yang raised his eyebrows slightly, realizing that the owners of these gazes appeared quite different from the disciples of the Primordial Saint Sect within the sky-reaching sea of clouds. These gazes contained scrutiny, wariness, and even ferocity, but lacked any fear. However, Lu Yang quickly understood. This was the norm. On the battlefield between righteous and demonic forces, there were no strict rules. It was common for Foundation establishment cultivators to attack those in the chi refining stage without honor. Those who feared had long perished. The ones remaining were all audacious individuals. Lu Yang scanned the area and noticed many disciples silently taking pills, regulating their breath, and tending to their injuries, yet none showed any complaints or despair. Occasionally, he overheard conversations mentioning that acquaintances had been surrounded and killed, but these disciples of the Primordial Saint Sect remained indifferent, even laughing loudly. Clearly, regarding the joint siege by the Tao Court and the Pure Land against the Primordial Saint Sect, not only did the outside world, like the clear snow true Lord, pay little attention, but even the sect's disciples themselves were unconcerned. Being killed merely indicated insufficient strength. Look at us, the truly capable ones. We've carved out a path to survival. If you're weak, train more. If you can't handle it, don't play. On the other side, Qin Tian appeared accustomed to this, casually summoning a disciple of the Primordial Saint Sect and asking, "Where is Su Zin? Is he still alive?" "Still alive," the disciple responded, leading the two into the depths of the formation, where a fair-faced youth was waving his arms at the crowd. "Everyone, we should unite. 2 true disciples have already been killed. If we don't band together now, we'll be defeated one by one. Do you want to die in this forsaken place? If you don't want to die, accept my leadership. As long as you follow my orders, at least 30% of us can survive. I believe all disciples of the Primordial Saint Sect are my brothers and will surely cooperate with me." Before the youth finished speaking, a late-stage chi refining disciple suddenly interjected with disdain, "Follow your lead. Where does that leave senior brother Chang Ming? He's the bloodline of Uncle Master Chang Guang and his strength is unquestionable. If anyone should lead, it should be him." Thud. Before the disciple could finish, a palm struck his chest, sending him flying and causing him to vomit blood upon landing. After this, the youth calmly wiped his hand. "Those unwilling to cooperate are not my brothers. Su Zin, you're seeking death." On the other side, a spirited young man instantly erupted in anger. A sword pill materialized out of thin air, unleashing a brilliant sword rainbow that swept toward the youth. "Young master, others may indulge you, but I won't." Su Zin's figure vanished instantly, evading the sword light, and then confronted the youth named Chang Ming, a murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Meanwhile, the surrounding 2 individuals remained indifferent, displaying excited expressions as if watching a spectacle. "Everyone stop." Seeing this, Qin Tian immediately shouted, then stepped aside without another word, placing Lu Yang in front of him, in the presence of a true person who dares to act recklessly. At these words, the atmosphere changed abruptly. "A true person? Impossible. Tian, are you joking? Who is the true person?" For a moment, all eyes turned to Lu Yang, initially filled with scrutiny, but soon shifting subtly. Especially Su Zin, whose expression changed noticeably. He had previously met Lu Yang with Qin Tian, and had witnessed Lu Yang's single chi calming the sea of balance. Naturally, he was now shocked beyond measure. He really is at the Foundation establishment stage. With this realization, Su Zin immediately restrained his aura and respectfully approached Lu Yang. Disciple Su Zin greets the true lord of the Primordial Saint Sect. Although the others hadn't met Lu Yang before, they weren't blind. Even without the enhancement from Su Nu, Lu Yang's accumulated divine abilities exuded an aura that left them in awe, a sensation they had only experienced from the strongest among the true disciples. Instantly, the atmosphere eased considerably. At the same time, Lu Yang looked toward the handsome youth who had just confronted Su Zin. Surprisingly, he had met this person once before. However, it wasn't in this lifetime, but in a previous one. Back then, I went to the secret realm of law refinement to practice the saint thief technique. A true disciple had attempted it before me but failed. That disciple was him. Chang Ming, son of true person Chang Guang. Before arriving, Qin Tian had given him a general introduction to the true disciples participating in this Dao-seizing battle, including their personalities. According to him, although Chang Ming was the son of true person Chang Guang, he despised being labeled as a second-generation cultivator and was determined to rely on his own cultivation. He even publicly declared that he would surpass true person Chang Guang through his own efforts and talent. Most true disciples of the Primordial Saint Sect had only one comment about this: an enviable fool. Next, he looked at Su Zin. Undoubtedly, this was a smiling tiger, calling others brothers one moment and attacking them the next. Moreover, this person was astonishingly bold. No matter what, Chang Ming was the direct bloodline of a peak foundation establishment true person, yet Su Zin dared to confront him openly, even harboring murderous intent. Describing him as a madman was not an exaggeration. As for the two true disciples who had been silently watching the drama unfold, one was male, the other female. The male had no known name. Even Qin Tian only knew his Taoist title, Flood Dragon. The female was named Bai Feiyuan, a true disciple from Mending Heaven Peak. Having escaped the encirclement, their strength was naturally formidable. Taoist Flood Dragon hailed from Beast Taming Peak, one of the 4 inner peaks. His greatest ambition was to transform himself into a dragon. After joining Beast Taming Peak, he spent nearly every day transplanting beast parts onto himself. According to him, true dragons possessed 9 aspects. Therefore, if he could integrate the 9 types of beasts representing these aspects into his body, he could break through foundation establishment and become a true dragon. Thus, beneath his seemingly normal appearance, his body was composed entirely of beast components. A typical lunatic. As for Bai Feiyuan, she was equally renowned. In appearance, Bai Feiyuan was a stunning woman in her late teens, her voluptuous figure clad only in a thin veil, revealing a rosy hue. That alone wasn't particularly noteworthy. After all, Mending Heaven Peak was known for such things. What truly set her apart among countless disciples of the Primordial Saint Sect and earned her the status of a true disciple was her mastery of a great divine ability called demonic heart seated in the sea of desire. As the name implied, this ability caused anyone who harbored lustful thoughts toward her to fall into madness. Therefore, Bai Feiyuan dressed so scantily, and whenever she engaged in combat, her first move was to tear off her clothes and fight her enemies bare-chested. Its effectiveness was akin to a mass destruction weapon. Undoubtedly, she was a formidable seductress. Oh, and then there was Qin Tian. He was a slacker. At this thought, Liu Yang couldn't help but sigh. Looking around, he saw fools, madmen, lunatics, and seductresses. In this vast Primordial Saint Sect, was there not a single other good person as normal as himself? In the gathering place of the Primordial Saint Sect disciples. After exchanging greetings with a group of true disciples, Liu Yang naturally did not hold anything back and went straight to reveal the information he had obtained from Guang Ming. Chang Ming's expression turned serious after hearing this. We're actually surrounded. On the other side, Su Zin was not surprised at all, instead showing a look that seemed to say just as expected. I knew the Pure Land pigs and Dao court dogs would join forces again. Chang Ming still appeared puzzled, but how could father not have foreseen this? Perhaps he didn't expect something so obvious that even you, young master, couldn't see through it. You? Su Zin and Chang Ming glared at each other again, the two of them perfectly representing the 2 major factions among the true disciples of the Saint Sect, each looking down on the other. The answer is simple. True person Chang Guang doesn't care at all, since from the very beginning, the key to victory in this Dao-seizing battle was never in our hands. Saying this, Su Zin then turned to Liu Yang and respectfully asked, "The treasure of the true Lord's position should be in your possession, right?" "It is indeed with me." Liu Yang nodded, then solemnly added, "However, I must emphasize one thing. I am indeed not in the Foundation establishment realm. Although I am very close, I am still not there yet." Even with Su Nu's assistance, Liu Yang still had a gap compared to a true Foundation establishment cultivator. After all, this was not Skeleton Mountain, and Su Nu could not draw power from the Earth's meridians, leaving her strength far from its peak. This tiny difference could lead to a huge gap in outcomes. If a true foundation establishment cultivator were here, there would be no need for any schemes. They could simply locate the enemy, charge in, and attack. Regardless of how many people or formations were present, it would be futile. A single slap could wipe them all out. However, Liu Yang was different. If the Dao Court and Pure Land were truly determined to throw their lives away, with over 1,000 Qi refining cultivators setting up formations to trap him, his chances of victory would immediately plummet, probably dropping from 100% to 95%. In other words, there was a 5% chance of failure. Although this risk was not high, Liu Yang would not take even that small risk. Therefore, this was the moment when the talented members of the Saint Sect needed to step up. Thinking of this, Liu Yang did not waste words and decisively said, "I need you all to take the initiative to break through the encirclement and help divert the enemy's attention." There were two ways to win the Dao seizing battle. The first was to destroy the enemy's true lord treasure, which was usually held by their strongest member. The second was to kill the chosen one among the indigenous cultivators of this realm, seize their destiny, and merge it with their own treasure, thus achieving victory without a fight. Liu Yang's plan was simple. The other Saint Sect disciples would draw the enemy's firepower, while he would hide in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to directly eliminate the enemy's strongest, destroy their treasure, break through the encirclement, rest for a while, and then return to deal with the other faction. The plan was perfect. The only problem was how to convince these Saint Sect talents to risk their lives. No, to break through the enemy lines and buy him the chance for a decisive strike. However, to Liu Yang's surprise, after hearing his plan, none of the true disciples present showed any resistance. Instead, they nodded in agreement, showing their approval. True person's strategy is indeed the most promising. It's much better than us trying to handle it ourselves. Then let's do it this way. There was no need for any further persuasion. The plan was settled on the spot. Only then did Liu Yang realize that the Saint Sect disciple had long been accustomed to being used as talents. As long as the final outcome benefited them, they didn't mind. In fact, this was precisely the way Saint Sect disciples survived. Starting as the lowest Qi refining disciples used as talents, to becoming good talents, then turning from talents into true talents, and eventually becoming true individuals. With the plan set, they now needed to choose a target for the decisive strike. On this point, there was no disagreement among the crowd. They unanimously chose the Pure Land, since the Fulong Temple among the 8 Buddhist divisions had already been wiped out by Liu Yang. They had a higher chance of success against them, and as talents, they had a better chance of surviving. Meanwhile, in the Pure Land's gathering place, "What did you say? Guang Hui is dead." Looking at Guang Ming, who appeared utterly disheveled, Guang Hai's expression turned darker than ever. The prayer beads in his hand creaked as he nearly crushed them. "Guang Hui, he was my dearest friend, the junior brother I relied on the most. Moreover, the Fulong Temple was carefully selected and assembled by me, the finest disciples of our Fulong Temple." At this point, he slowly turned his gaze to Guang Ming. "Since they're all dead, why are you still alive?" Faced with Guang Hai's questioning, Guang Ming showed no sign of guilt. Instead, he straightened his back and loudly declared with righteousness, "Because I ran away." These words left Guang Hai utterly stunned by Guang Ming's shamelessness. In both the Saint Sect and the Dao Court, anyone who dared to say such words was undoubtedly doomed and would be executed on the spot as an example. Thinking of this, Guang Hai lowered his eyes and asked in a low voice, "You fled from battle, didn't you consider your fellow brothers?" Sensing the killing intent in Guang Hai's words, Guang Ming hurriedly explained, "Senior brother, don't misunderstand. I did not survive for myself but for us." Us. Guang Hai's brows shot up. Guang Ming's words were cleverly phrased, for us and for the Pure Land were not the same. For the Pure Land included all Buddhist cultivators, but for us referred specifically to their fellow disciples under their master from the Fulong Temple. Realizing this, the raging killing intent in Guang Hai's heart quickly dissipated, and his tone softened considerably. "What happened? Explain in detail." There was someone among those who killed senior brother Guang Hui and the entire Fulong Temple, who had cultivated the 9 transforming dragon art left by master before his nirvana. "What?" Guang Hai immediately stood up, his expression changing rapidly before turning to one of ecstatic joy. "So, there's actually such a thing." As the most trusted disciple of Fulong Arhat, Guanghai was no stranger to the 9 transforming dragon art, fully aware that it was a cultivation method left by Fulong Arhat when he was still true person Panlong. It was fated with the Pure Land, waiting for the day when they could use this art to lure a protector Vajra to the Fulong Temple. If I can subdue this person and bring them into the Fulong Temple. Guanghai's eyes grew brighter. For monks like him who had entered the Arhat Temple, advancing required securing higher positions within the temple. And the merit of bringing a protector Vajra to Fulong Arhat was beyond measure. If he succeeded, he would undoubtedly become Fulong Arhat's most trusted disciple, securing the second seat in the Fulong Temple and greatly enhancing his strength. And if one day something happened to Fulong Arhat, that might just be his opportunity to ascend to Arhat himself. Thinking of this, Guanghai felt a surge of excitement. His gaze toward Guangming also softened significantly. "Junior brother, you are wise. You've done well this time." Only then did Guangming let out a sigh of relief. "Thank you, senior brother, for your generosity." It was only at this moment that he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, knowing that he had survived once again. He then looked toward the restriction Liu Yang had placed in his sea of consciousness. With this restriction in place, he dared not reveal any intelligence about Liu Yang's strength. However, it was clear that the restriction did not cover the cultivation method. That demon had calculated everything, but he could never have guessed that Guangming would recognize the 9 transforming dragon art. Judging by the time, Guangming should have already informed his senior brother about the cultivation method, right? Opening his eyes, Liu Yang made a quick calculation and then smiled. "In that case, if I go back and attack again, they should be ready to fight me to the death." Immediately after, he stood up, turned around, and looked at the remaining talents of the Saint Sect behind him. Of the 7 true disciples, 2 had died. Of the 11 peak Qi refining cultivators, 4 had died. Of the over 100 late-stage Qi refining cultivators, only 70 or 80 remained, and all of them were injured. Everyone, being hunted down earlier, didn't feel good, did it? He wasn't very good at boosting morale. Moreover, this time he was asking them to draw enemy fire, and sounding too righteous would only provoke resistance. So in the end, Liu Yang simply waved his hand. "Follow me and kill our way back." Inside the Star Realm's heaven, in a desolate wilderness, a stream of earth-yellow light surged, and the originally flat ground suddenly rippled like waves before a boat slowly emerged. Deep within the boat, Guanghai stood with his hands behind his back, meditating. At that moment, Guangming walked over quickly, taking out a scroll of formation diagrams. "Senior brother, the disciples below have refined 12 formation diagrams." "Only 12? Guanghai took the scroll, frowning. "This concerns the eradication of the demonic path and the promotion of the true law. Didn't we agree before to refine 36 formation diagrams?" Upon hearing this, Guangming showed a helpless expression and forced a bitter smile. Of the 36, 10 were originally assigned to the Fulong Temple disciples. But as you know, senior brother, plus with your order to move early, time was limited. 12 is already the limit. "So you mean it's my fault then?" Guanghai narrowed his eyes. "Of course not." Guangming immediately straightened his expression. "I mean the other disciples were simply too lazy. I will urge them again and strive to refine a few more." Only then did Guanghai nod in satisfaction. According to the plan previously discussed with the Tao Court, they were supposed to advance steadily, trapping the Primordial Saint Sect here with a massive formation. However, things had changed. Since there was someone in the Primordial Saint Sect who had cultivated the 9 transforming dragon art, Guanghai no longer intended to proceed with the original plan. What if the demonic cultivator who had cultivated the 9 transforming dragon art was killed by the Tao Court? He immediately ordered the Pure Land disciples to act ahead of schedule. After all, in his view, their victory was already in hand. Because Guangming had not revealed Liu Yang's true strength, Guanghai, although furious about the complete annihilation of the Fulong Temple, did not find it unbelievable. After all, this was the Primordial Saint Sect. And based on Guanghai's judgment, even if the Primordial Saint Sect could wipe out the Fulong Temple, they would surely suffer great losses themselves. How could they stand against the assembled 8 divisions of the Buddha? Moreover, under the joint trap laid by the Tao Court in the Pure Land, the Primordial Saint Sect had already lost 1/3 of its disciples as soon as they entered the Star Realm. Of the 7 true inheritors, 2 had already died, one of whom had been killed by Guang Hai himself. Though troublesome, they were not as formidable as rumored. Thinking of this, Guang Hai grew more confident. They say the Primordial Saint Sect is fierce, but it seems mediocre to me. After I seize this victory and achieve great merit, I can show off in front of the Bodhisattva. At this moment, Guang Hai suddenly felt a shock in his spiritual sense. In the next second, a loud crash came from the ground-traveling boat beneath his feet, as if it had hit a reef, abruptly halting its movement. The protective light trembled violently. What's happening? Guang Hai immediately connected with the artifact spirit of the ground-traveling boat and soon heard a pained cry for help. Someone is attacking me. What? Guang Hai was momentarily stunned, then seemed to sense something and looked up sharply. At the same time, all the Pure Land disciples inside the boat also looked toward the sky above. A beam of spiritual light tore through the void and charged toward them. It was a jet-black shuttle, which suddenly expanded above their heads. In the next moment, a group of Primordial Saint Sect disciples surged out one after another. 5 true inheritors, 7 Qi refining peak disciples, and dozens of late-stage Qi refining disciples, all wearing sinister smiles, their murderous aura soaring to the skies, instantly covering half the firmament. It wasn't until this moment that Guang Hai finally realized what was happening. Even though he understood, he still couldn't believe it. The demonic cultivators were launching an attack. Instead of defending, they were taking the initiative to strike. Out of the way. The first to strike was Taoist Evil Jiao. He split his mouth wide, directly tearing off his robe. His seemingly normal flesh suddenly swelled. In the blink of an eye, dense scales grew on his left arm. His 5 fingers fused into 2 towering dragon horns, and his palm split open to reveal sharp white fangs, transforming into a ferocious dragon head. At the same time, his other organs transformed as well. His intestines burst from his abdomen, transforming into a dragon tail. His remaining limbs and 5th limb turned into dragon claws. His head retracted, embedding itself behind the dragon head like a reverse scale, as waves of terrifying blood energy surged forth. He had truly transformed into a dragon, or rather, something resembling a dragon. Yet the piled-up flesh and the massive, chaotic blood energy exuded an intense eeriness. Hadahata. In the next second, the evil Jiao soared on a blood cloud, crashing directly into the ground-traveling boat. The dragon head let out a long roar, leaving only a vicious howl echoing between heaven and earth. Boom! In an instant, the ground-traveling boat suffered a heavy blow, its protective light nearly shattered. The lower-ranked Pure Land disciples inside clutched their ears in pain. Meanwhile, the other 4 true inheritors followed closely behind. Holy monks, am I not beautiful? Bai Feiyuan landed inside the ground-traveling boat, tearing off her veil without a word. As the thin fabric fell, a snow-white body was immediately revealed to all. She was like white jade, flawless and pure. All the Pure Land disciples who took in this sight instantly felt dazed, unable to maintain their monastic discipline. Their essence burst out uncontrollably, draining them dry. After exhausting their essence, they began to lose their blood energy, and finally, even their souls were drawn out. Plab, plab, plab. One after another, over a dozen disciples collapsed to the ground, their faces frozen in expressions of bliss. Several others who quickly shut their eyes still struggled to expel the heart demon stirred within them, retreating while chanting sutras to suppress their desires. In the next moment, Su Zin silently appeared, stabbing a distracted disciple in the back, killing him instantly before vanishing again. Every time he reappeared, he claimed another life. In stark contrast, Changming didn't bother hiding at all. Merging with his sword light, he charged straight into the crowd, slashing indiscriminately. Kill all these bald donkeys. Meanwhile, the rest of the Primordial Saint Sect disciples descended from the sky, storming into the interior of the ground-traveling boat to engage the Pure Land disciples in direct combat. Holy monks, why won't you look at me? Bai Feiyuan moved like lightning, spreading blood and carnage while whispering seductively. If you're here to deliver all beings, why not deliver me as well? What's the point of kingship and riches? What's there to fear about precepts and discipline? Holy monks, let me assist you in your cultivation. At this moment, deep within the ground-traveling boat, Guang Hai finally made his move. Demoness. He opened his mouth and unleashed boundless Buddhist sound, his voice like thunder. When I attain Buddhahood, if any heavenly beings in my land give rise to lustful thoughts for the body, I shall not attain supreme enlightenment. As the thunderous voice rolled out, the Pure Land disciples' egos were nullified. Without ego, there was no greed, hatred, or delusion, and no cycle of life and death. All the desires stirred by Bai Feiyuan vanished instantly. Even when they looked at her exposed body again, their eyes remained clear and unwavering. Seeing this, Bai Feiyuan's face immediately darkened. HMPH, that's why I hate bald donkeys. Without Bai Feiyuan's distraction, the Pure Land disciples quickly regrouped. Beams of Buddhist light shot into the sky, manifesting giant Vajradharma bodies. Amitabha. Inside the boat, Guanghai's expression turned grim. Without the Fulong Temple, the 8 divisions of the Buddha are missing a section. Otherwise, I would have left none of these demonic cultivators alive today. The 8 divisions of the Buddha, with hundreds of chi refining disciples combined, could form 8 Vajradharma bodies. If the 8 Dharma bodies merged, they could borrow the power of an Arhat comparable to Foundation establishment from the Pure Land, the ultimate trump card. But now, with the Fulong Temple wiped out, this trump card was half crippled. Though Guanghai had other ways to compensate, the cost was too great, and he was unwilling to use it unless absolutely necessary. Fortunately, the situation was still under his control. 7 Vajradharma bodies are more than enough. Guanghai sneered. This ambush is a clever move but ultimately futile. Today, you will all be buried here. However, at that moment, Guanghai suddenly twitched his eye. Though he was deep inside the ground-traveling boat, protected by layers of formations, he felt a sharp gaze fall upon him. Not good. The moment he sensed it, Guanghai tried to recall the 8 divisions of the Buddha to protect himself. But it was too late. Outside the ground-traveling boat, high above the firmament, Lu Yang hovered in the air, his expression indifferent as he calculated silently. At the same moment Guanghai sensed his gaze, Lu Yang curved his lips. Found you. In the next second, he plunged downward with a roar. Almost simultaneously, Guanghai felt an overwhelming power crash through all obstacles like a collapsing mountain, rushing toward him with unstoppable force. As Lu Yang appeared, that towering and mountain-like vast magical power not only made Guanghai's expression change, but also frightened Guang Ming nearby, who showed a look of terror. Then he looked toward his opponent. Xianxia. Perhaps it was a meeting of like minds, or perhaps it was the encounter of 2 worthy rivals. When the Pure Land and the Saint Sect were fighting to the death, the 2 of them were also fiercely engaging in magical combat. And at this moment, with Lu Yang's appearance, Guang Ming and Qin Tianhe exchanged a glance, then very tacitly began to shift their battlefield farther away. As for Guanghai's cry for help, Guang Ming turned a deaf ear, because he had already seen Lu Yang take out that terrifying flag. At the same time, the remaining Pure Land cultivators followed Guanghai's orders. 7 Vajradharma bodies immediately turned back, ready to assist Guanghai, yet almost simultaneously, Lu Yang shook the myriad spirits banner, and one after another banner spirits emerged. Kill them all. Lu Yang gave a light order, then turned around and looked at the grim-faced Guanghai, only to see Guanghai holding a talisman in his hand. The life-binding talisman. This fruit-positioned treasure of the Pure Land could directly teleport the marked person to oneself, and just now, Guanghai had intended to teleport the 8 divisions of the Buddhist crowd over. However, he had failed. In the next second, as he looked around again, he discovered that the surrounding scenery had completely changed, transforming from the interior of a spiritual treasure to clear mountains and waters. Abyssal Stillness Assembly Diagram. Bestowed by True Person Chang Guang, a fruit-positioned treasure belonging to True Lord King Cheng Feixu, it had the wondrous effect of sealing the void, and had already been laid out when Lu Yang first appeared. The moment Lu Yang found him, he could no longer escape. Thinking of this, Guanghai finally recognized the reality. His expression returned to calm, and with a wave of his cassia, he instantly laid out 12 brilliant and colorful array diagrams. Then his figure disappeared into the deepest part of the arrays, clearly not intending to confront Lu Yang head-on, but to use the array to stall for time. Lu Yang let out a mocking laugh. Fellow Taoist, why struggle like a trapped beast? My banner just happens to have a place for you. As a 7th-rank array master, he could tell at a glance that Guanghai actually didn't understand arrays very well. Although the arrays had been laid out, their qi had not truly merged with the diagrams. As his words fell, Lu Yang stepped directly into the array without hesitation. Seeing this, Guang Hai immediately waved the array flag without saying a word. The 12 great arrays activated, and in an instant, the dense Buddhist light condensed into a magnificent temple. Rise! Feeling the surging power within the array, Guang Hai finally breathed a sigh of relief. These 12 array diagrams were actually part of a single array. The complete version should have 36 diagrams. The array itself was supposed to be used in conjunction with the 8 divisions of the Buddhist crowd, creating an environment infinitely close to the Pure Land to complement the Buddhist forces. In this way, the 8 divisions could borrow the position of an arhat together, and combined with the Pure Land environment created by the array, they could unleash power comparable to the early Foundation establishment realm in a short time. Though there were only 12 diagrams now, they were still not something ordinary cultivators could break. Boom! Just as Guang Hai was thinking this, before he could react, he heard a loud bang as all 12 array diagrams trembled together, emitting crisp cracking sounds. In the next second, heaven collapses. First the first one, then the second, then the third. Under Guang Hai's dumbfounded gaze, the 12 array diagrams shattered rapidly at this moment. Seeing such a terrifying scene, Guang Hai didn't even have time to feel fear. Still in a state of confusion, he had thought he had already overestimated Lu Yang as much as possible. But seeing it for himself, he realized he had still underestimated the opponent. Uncontrollably, the same doubt that Guang Hui once had arose in his heart. Is this man, in the Foundation establishment realm? Seeing that Lu Yang was about to break through all 12 diagrams alone, Guang Hai had no time to think. He could only take out a vivid dragon-shaped pendant from his bosom. Crack! Guang Hai gritted his teeth and crushed it with force, and in an instant, a vast divine sense surged out, pouring into Guang Hai's sea of consciousness. Swoosh! In that moment, waves arose without wind, and Guang Hai's expression gradually calmed. All emotions vanished, leaving only serenity and tranquility. Though still the same person, his eyes now shone with brilliant Buddhist light, and his entire aura transformed. He put his palms together and softly chanted a Buddhist name, and his aura instantly soared, reaching a level infinitely close to Foundation establishment. Amitabha. The sound of Buddha echoed like thunder, the powerful positional aura spreading through the sound waves, instantly alarming the Pure Land and Saint Sect disciples locked in fierce battle. Things have turned bad. Retreat. The true disciples of the Saint Sect clearly understood the situation and immediately withdrew, not daring to approach the spot where Guang Hai now stood, quickly widening the distance. On the Pure Land side, thunderous chants rang out, causing an uproar. It's Venerable Fulong. Guang Hai is Venerable Fulong's chief disciple. Is it he who has summoned the Venerable here? We are saved. Foundation establishment. This was Foundation establishment. Even if it was only a strand of divine sense, it was enough to make chi-refining cultivators flee in fear. No wonder the Pure Land had been so confident this time. They had indeed prepared a trump card. However, at this moment, there was a loud explosion. The 12 array diagrams completely shattered, the collapsing spiritual light surging like a broken dam, and Lu Yang stepped out from within, a sword rainbow swirling around him. Among all present, only he remained calm. Seeing this, Guang Hai squinted his eyes and showed an interested expression. Such profound wisdom, why not take refuge in my Pure Land? Though it was still Guang Hai's voice, it carried an indescribable charm. Every word was like the rhythmic knocking of a wooden fish by an old monk in a meditation hall, making people unconsciously sink into it, discarding all distractions, developing the thought of taking refuge, and speaking hidden secrets from their hearts. Named taking refuge, but actually soul-searching. Bald donkey, what nonsense! Lu Yang spoke coldly, releasing the Foundation establishment divine sense gained from cultivating the thought-severing heaven-seeing silkworm secret art without holding back, directly dispelling the strange charm in Guang Hai's voice. However, seeing this, Guang Hai grew even more delighted. So it truly is the 9 transforming dragon art. Immediately after, he pressed his palms together again and laughed heartily. Why resist, fellow Taoist? Since you cultivate my true art, I am your inescapable karmic connection. You are not wrong. Lu Yang stared directly at Guang Hai and sneered. Indeed, I have karmic ties with Fulong, but unfortunately, you are only an imitation, not the real Fulong. As his words fell, the myriad spirits' banner shook. The guardian deity Su Nu stepped out from within, her positional aura and chi completely overpowering Guang Hai at this moment, even surpassing him in many aspects. In an instant, the Buddhist light that had filled the sky due to Guang Hai dimmed again, replaced by overwhelming yin energy filling most of the sky. Seeing this scene, Guang Hai's smile gradually disappeared. Smile, why aren't you smiling anymore? Fellow Taoist, why resist? Lu Yang held the myriad spirits' banner, looking at the Fulong Arhat as if gazing at a fat and juicy prey. My banner just happens to lack a talent like you. At this moment, the entire earth-sailing boat was already on the verge of collapse. The rolling yin evil chi obscured the heavenly light, and the momentum of Buddhist Dharma had weakened. Even a mere clash of chi felt like two towering mountains colliding, producing thunderous booms. Benefactor, such exquisite methods. As Su Nu revealed herself, Guang Hai's expression also turned incomparably grave. He clearly no longer dared to regard Lu Yang as a chi-refining cultivator who could be toyed with at will. By right, external foundation establishment power was not allowed to intervene in the Tao-seizing battle. The power he displayed completely relied on the unique trickery of the Pure Land. Strictly speaking, he was not Fulong Arhat. He was just Guang Hai, merely borrowing the status of Fulong Arhat from the Pure Land for a time. The reason he could borrow it was that Guang Hai was originally a disciple of the Fulong Temple. Cultivating in the Pure Land was about realization, realizing that oneself was a part of the world-honored one. I was the world-honored one, and the world-honored one was I. The Brahman and the self became one, achieving the great Tao. However, this step could not be achieved in one leap. It required a gradual process. Disciples like Guang Hai could not possibly realize that I was the world-honored one, as the gap in realms was too great. His realization was that I was Fulong Arhat. The countless temples and Zen forests of the Pure Land followed the same path. Disciples first realized the self of the temple's master, and only then pursued the realization of the world-honored oneself. Such cultivation was truly bizarre. Especially in the exploitation of chi-refining disciples, it was on par with the Primordial Saint Sect. If not for this, the Pure Land would not have been called the evil sect of the Pure Land in past years. However, it could not be denied that this cultivation method did provide many conveniences for lower-ranking disciples. Because in essence, it was still Guang Hai himself, not truly an external force, so using it in the Tao-seizing battle was beyond reproach. It was Guang Hai's greatest trump card. Yet what made Guang Hai somewhat unable to accept was he had risked the danger of losing himself just to barely borrow a part of Fulong Arhat's status. But what was going on with this devil in front of him? Why did he have a complete foundation establishment, true person by his side? What kind of price had he paid? Could it be that he paid none at all? Looking at Lu Yang, who appeared relaxed, Guang Hai's lips trembled slightly, feeling a surge of anger welling up in his heart. In an instant, boundless fierce winds rose out of nowhere. Seeing this, Lu Yang immediately sneered. Getting anxious. Boom! Before his words fell, Guang Hai stepped forward, shaking the earth and mountains. Buddhist light shone down, instantly piercing through the dark clouds formed by the yin-evil chi above. With just this one step forward, Guang Hai's chi surged abruptly. As his lips moved, a thunderous, boundless Buddhist chant rang out. If, when I attain Buddhahood, my light is limited, failing to illuminate billions of Buddha lands, I shall not attain supreme enlightenment. In an instant, Buddhist light filled the world. All that could be seen was a pillar of boundless light piercing the sky, resplendent and dazzling. Its upper and lower ends extended infinitely, with no end in sight. The infinite light mantra. The infinite light generated by this mantra was said to illuminate all demonic obstructions in the world. It was the strongest mantra in Guang Hai's arsenal. So-called demonic obstructions were not about good or evil, righteousness or demonic. It was entirely based on personal perception. As long as one regarded something as demonic, it fell within the scope of this mantra's influence. Today, this poor monk shall eliminate demons, uphold the Tao, and spread the true Dharma. Guang Hai, with a solemn expression, sent the infinite divine light sweeping down toward Lu Yang. Its majestic momentum resembled the collapse of the heavens. Wherever it passed, vast areas of yin evil qi were ignited and burned into nothingness. Even Su Nu showed signs of discomfort, clearly finding this mantra extremely incompatible with her. Though she was not harmed, she found it difficult to remain completely unscathed. As for the distant true disciples of the Primordial Saint Sect, each of their faces turned pale with grave expression. Even from afar, that infinite light still made them feel a burning heat, capable of severely injuring them. However, Liu Yang merely burst into loud laughter when he saw this. Eliminate demons and uphold the Tao. Immediately after, he curled his lips into a mocking smile, saying, I'm the demon, very well. Today, let's see who the real demon is. As his words fell, Liu Yang pressed his palms together. Whoosh whoosh. Behind him, the myriad spirits' banner fluttered. Ancestor Nether Whisper silently appeared, sighing softly. It cost me some effort, but I've finally managed to complete most of it. In the next moment, a series of figures appeared behind Ancestor Nether Whisper. Without exception, these were all the monks who had died at Liu Yang's hands earlier, whose souls had been collected into the myriad spirits' banner. Even now, the monks dying on the battlefield outside were being continuously added. Immediately, these monks pressed their palms together in unison. Amitabha. The vast Buddhist chant echoed, perfectly synchronized. They also released a flood of Buddhist light, blessing Liu Yang, and condensing into a giant illusory Buddha. This was the monks' joint attack technique. Ancestor Nether Whisper had actually succeeded in adapting the Pure Land's methods to the Yama Palace. He replaced the earth veins with a massive number of monk souls from the myriad spirits' banner. I lack nothing now. As soon as his words fell, Su Nu plunged downward, entering Liu Yang's body. The peak state blessing made the Buddha behind Liu Yang even more solid. Saint's theft. Previously, when Liu Yang activated this cultivation method, he would condense a saint form. But at this moment, the saint form had taken on the appearance of a Buddha. In an instant, the yin evil qi vanished. The sky and earth were filled with pure Buddhist light, even more grand and vast than the infinite light unleashed by Guang Hai. That infinite light fell upon the Buddha form behind Liu Yang, but it couldn't cause even the slightest ripple on its golden body, like a breeze brushing the face. Since you see the true Buddha, why do you not bow? The Buddhist chant thundered in their ears, carrying Liu Yang's divine sense that rivaled Foundation establishment. It shocked Guang Hai as if he were in a dream, shaking his mind and spirit. How is this possible, Buddha, the true Buddha? In the next instant, the Buddha as large as a mountain smiled gently, his expression filled with compassion. Demon, repent to your Buddha. As the words fell, Liu Yang raised his palm. The Buddha form behind him also raised its hand, slowly pressing downward. Violent spiritual energy burned and exploded in its palm, transforming into a boiling stream of fire. As the palm descended, the heavens lit up. At this moment, not just Guang Hai, but all the monks on the battlefield showed devout expressions, pressing their palms together and chanting softly. Amitabha. Boom. After the deafening explosion, everything returned to silence. All that remained was a massive palm print on the ground. All the monks had turned to dust, their hundreds of souls drifting aimlessly into the myriad spirits' banner. Around the palm print, the surviving disciples of the Primordial Saint Sect stood dumbfounded, staring at the massive pit beneath their feet, unable to recover for a long while. At the edge of the palm print, Guang Ming, who had narrowly escaped death for the third time after clashing with Qin Tian, collapsed to his knees as his legs gave out. Almost simultaneously, beyond the boundary of the realm, blasphemer of Buddha. A true lord from the Pure Land suddenly rose to his feet, his face ashen, for he had clearly sensed his fruit position treasure shattering. That single palm from Liu Yang had nearly annihilated all the monks. The few who survived had only done so because Guang Hai had moved ahead of time, leaving some monks behind who had not caught up in time. However, even so, the remaining monks were no longer a threat, easily slaughtered at will. In other words, in this Tao-seizing battle, the Pure Land had already been eliminated. How could the Pure Land true Lord, who had prepared so many means and placed such high hopes on this battle, accept this? On the other side, true Lord King Cheng Feixu spoke with concern. Bodhisattva, don't be anxious. Why let anger cloud your composure? Victory and defeat are common in warfare. Look at our Saint Sect. Though we have yet to lose a single Tao-seizing battle recently, Even if we did, we would never lose our temper." As these words fell, the Pure Land True Lord became even angrier. Had it been any other Saint Sect True Lord, it might have been tolerable. But who didn't know that King Cheng Feixiu True Lord was the Saint Sect's infamous madwoman, notorious for her endless misdeeds? Whenever the Saint Sect lost a Dao-seizing battle, she was the first to turn hostile and refuse to acknowledge anything. And now she dared to lecture him. "Beast! Upper cultivator, spare me. It's still me." When Qin Tian brought Guang Ming before Lu Yang for the second time, even before Qin Tian could speak, Guang Ming couldn't wait to shout loudly. "Upper cultivator, this little monk is still useful. There are still a dozen Buddhist cultivators left behind in the Pure Land. This little monk can handle them. Besides that, there is also the Dao Court. This little monk can help you deal with the Dao Court." Guang Ming feared that Lu Yang had already gone mad with killing, and might just cut him down in passing. He spoke so fast that it put his usual chanting to shame, desperately showing his value. However, Lu Yang ignored him, and instead glanced at him with some impatience. "Shut up." Before Lu Yang even finished speaking, Guang Ming immediately covered his mouth. Not to mention talking, he even held his breath, afraid of angering this great demon before him. On the other side, Lu Yang gazed into the distance. Almost at the same time, the true disciple Jialong Taoist seemed to sense something as well. He lifted his deformed dragon head, his massive dragon eyes looking straight toward the ground. "Something is coming." As soon as these words were spoken, the other true disciples immediately became alert. In the next moment, the ground cracked open, and a figure covered in a distinct shell slowly crawled out. It was a demonic insect. Its size was comparable to a human. Its entire body was as black as if drenched in ink. Its mouthparts were sharp, and its compound eyes were densely packed, glinting with a cold, chilling light. "What is that, a demon beast?" Several true disciples of the Primordial Saint Sect revealed curious expressions. Chang Ming's first reaction was to evaluate the bloodline of this demonic insect, wondering if it could be used for alchemy or medicine. Su Zin carefully observed the insect, trying to gauge its strength. Jialong Taoist, on the other hand, was thinking about whether the insect's sharp mouthparts could be transplanted onto himself, and if so, where they would fit best. As for Bai Feiyuan, her train of thought was rather peculiar. She deliberately struck a few seductive poses toward the insect, then observed the changes in her own divine abilities. It seemed she wanted to see if the insect would react to her, and she even grew interested as if she wanted to paint a portrait of it. As for the other disciples of the Saint Sect, they were pointing at the insect, discussing animatedly. Amidst the chatter, the pitch-black insect tilted its head slightly. Then it slowly opened its mouthparts and actually uttered a sound. At first, the sound was garbled, but very soon its voice became clear and deep. "Outsiders, get out. Mother does not welcome you in this world." As these words fell, all the overlapping voices came to an abrupt halt. All the Saint Sect disciples, including the 5 true disciples, simultaneously stopped speaking. Nearly 100 pairs of eyes turned in unison, landing on the pitch-black insect. In the desolate wilderness, silence reigned. The eerie stillness made the pitch-black insect squirm uneasily, instinctively taking a few steps back. In the next moment, Su Zin chuckled. "I thought it was a spirit beast controlled by some Dao Court insect tamer. Turns out I was mistaken. It's a native of this realm. What a waste of words earlier." "Stop wasting time." On the other side, Jialong Taoist showed an impatient expression. "Let's dissect it quickly and see what special abilities this native has." Bai Feiyuan licked her red lips. "No need to trouble yourselves. Let me capture it and I'll find out." Only Chang Ming put on an expression of being the only sane one, looking down on the other disciples, and disdainfully distanced himself from the insect. Seeing that in the eyes of these enemies, it had become nothing more than a piece of meat on the chopping board, ready to be butchered at any moment, the insect's voice grew angrier. It tried to speak again. However, just then, Lu Yang, who had remained silent all this time, suddenly shifted his gaze toward it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In the next instant, the previously aggressive insect seemed to have seen something extremely terrifying. After a sharp screech, it suddenly exploded. Yet the insect did not die. Instead, it transformed into a cloud of red mist. As the red mist churned, a harsh buzzing sound roared forth. Upon closer look, everyone realized that it was made up of thousands of tiny insects, each no larger than a grain of rice. Immediately after, the swarm surged forward. Almost instinctively, Jialong Taoist raised his dragon head and breathed out a blast of demonic fire, engulfing dozens of the insects, attempting to burn them to ashes. However, Jialong Taoist quickly furrowed his brows. Something's not right. Before his words finished, the demonic fire was swiftly devoured as if being eaten away, then extinguished. After that, the insect swarm roared out again, their numbers several times greater than before. In an instant, the other true disciples, and even the ordinary Saint Sect disciples, all began to take action. Some unleashed their divine abilities, while others threw out magical tools. But to their surprise, although some of the insects were killed, after devouring the attacks, the swarm multiplied even further. In the blink of an eye, the insect swarm had already reached Lu Yang. Interesting. Seeing this scene, Lu Yang finally raised an eyebrow. Sweeping his gaze across them, in an instant, the previously menacing swarm of insects completely lost their vitality. They fell to the ground like rain. Lu Yang casually picked one up and gently rubbed it between his fingers, examining it. This insect actually possesses a rank. No, it doesn't seem to have cultivated it on its own. In the next second, Lu Yang once again looked up toward the sky. Perhaps because ancestor Nether Whisper had improved the Yama Palace, allowing the guardian goddess Su Nu to recover her peak state with the power of the Buddhist cultivators sealed in the myriad spirits banner. With her enhancement, Lu Yang keenly sensed a strong malice. This malice did not come from any individual, but from this very world itself. Flowers, birds, fish, insects, even the spiritual energy of this realm, all harbored immense hostility toward him and the surrounding Saint Sect disciples. However, this hostility was currently being suppressed by three even more powerful forces. Otherwise, these outsiders would not even be able to refine spiritual energy in this world, and recklessly inhaling it would likely lead to poisoning. True lords. Without a doubt, the culprits who had allowed these unwelcome outsiders to enter this realm freely, despite the world's clear rejection, were the three golden core true lords. Even so, this world still possessed some ability to resist. One manifestation of that resistance was the rank imposed upon the insect swarm. And this was only a portion of it. The true child of destiny should be the insect king among them. This is the chi-consuming insect. At this moment, Ancestor Nether Whisper's voice suddenly rang out. I thought this species had long gone extinct. I didn't expect to see one again today. Lu Yang asked in surprise. Ancestor, you recognize it? Of course. Ancestor Nether Whisper's tone carried a hint of reproach. As a successor of our ancient witch ghost path, have you not read the inherited Tao canon? Chi-consuming insects, as the name suggests, can devour the chi of heaven and earth. They are an exotic species from beyond the heavens in ancient times. They once fell into the hands of a late Foundation establishment stage grandmaster overseas, who cultivated them extensively and ultimately raised 1.29 billion of them. With a single movement, they could blot out the sky and cover the earth, making them invincible to Foundation establishment cultivators. At that time, that overseas grandmaster caused quite a stir. Raising 1.29 billion chi-consuming insects, he even refined a formation diagram to complement them, proclaiming that he would defy the heavens and challenge a true lord with Foundation establishment alone. Speaking up to this point, even Ancestor Nether Whisper couldn't help but show a look of admiration. I must admit, the overseas regions are barren, and their cultivators are truly ignorant. Lu Yang revealed a curious expression. And then, did he actually go through with it? He did. Ancestor Nether Whisper shook his head. He went to Xianxia, but a bodhisattva from the Pure Land found his insect swarm too noisy and slapped him, killing both him and his insects in one blow. There was no suspense at all. Even so, Lu Yang fully understood the terror of the chi-consuming insect. Although it had been slapped to death by a true lord, the fact that it required a true lord's intervention to be killed was proof of its extraordinary value. On another stretch of wilderness, in the Boundary Heaven battlefield, according to the agreement between Tao Court and Pure Land, Tao Court should have detected the moment Pure Land was attacked and rushed to provide assistance. However, from start to finish, Tao Court never showed up. It was because, at the same time Pure Land's Buddhist cultivators were ambushed by the Primordial Saint Sect, Dao Court also encountered an unexpected crisis and was caught in a bitter struggle. Above the barren land, a massive floating city hovered in the air. This treasure was similar in nature to Pure Land's terrain vessel, a specially crafted magical treasure. Yet at this moment, the grand city was shrouded in a mass of black clouds. The oppressive black cloud hung over the city, ready to crush it. A constant buzzing of insects echoed wherever the cloud passed. When it landed on the city's protective barrier, it let out a nerve-wracking sharp screech. As time passed, the city had already been gnawed apart by the swarm. Many Dao Court cultivators had been devoured. What are these bugs? Divine powers, magical treasures, none of them work. Hold the line. One Dao Court cultivator stood at the front lines. However, overwhelmed by the drain on his spiritual power, he failed to defend himself as a demonic insect burrowed into his nose and mouth, freezing him on the spot. Moments later, the cultivator collapsed with a loud crash. When they looked again, there was no trace of a human form, only a hollowed-out sheet of bloody skin remained. From within, hundreds more demonic insects burst forth and scattered. This was the terror of the chi-devouring insect. Hard as iron, immune to water and fire, capable of devouring spiritual energy, whether divine powers or magical treasures, they were all within its menu and feeding range. Across the entire battlefield, only one spot managed to hold its ground. There stood a lone cultivator, a tall, valiant woman surrounded by swirling sword light. Wherever she passed, swathes of demonic insects were obliterated. As expected of the Sword Pavilion. Deep within the city, Dao Court's commander for this operation, Wang Jinting, couldn't help but sigh. The absolute sword divine power of the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion truly lives up to its reputation. Too bad she's alone. At this point, we have no choice but to abandon Void Sky City. As this thought crossed his mind, Wang Jinting glanced again at the full domain map in his hand, his expression darkening. Pure Land is gone. The full domain map could scan the entire boundary heaven. As long as they remained within this small realm, no one could escape the detection of this fruit-positioned treasure. Unless they were already dead. Yet now, Wang Jinting saw that the cluster of light dots representing the Pure Land's Buddhist cultivators had nearly all vanished in an instant. In their place were a large number of Primordial Saint Sect disciples. How is that possible? Wang Jinting couldn't believe it. Hadn't they already slaughtered more than half of those Primordial Saint Sect devils? Unless a true person descended from the heavens, how could they possibly defeat Pure Land? If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have ignored these insects back then. Wang Jinting felt a wave of regret. With the full domain map in hand, he had actually had the opportunity to locate the chi-devouring insect king ahead of everyone else, slay it, and seize its fate to secure victory. However, this Dao-seizing battle was supposed to be a joint suppression of the demonic path by Dao Court and Pure Land. In this context, victory was only one aspect. The more critical mission was to kill as many disciples of the Primordial Saint Sect as possible, especially their true disciples. It was with this objective that he had previously disregarded the natives of Boundary Heaven. Yet the enemy had instead seized the opportunity to grow rapidly under the nourishment of Boundary Heaven. Now they had formed a massive, unstoppable swarm. Moreover, Pure Land's defeat deeply unsettled him. Retreat first. At this moment, Wang Jinting finally decided to withdraw and immediately prepared to activate the full domain map to evacuate all Dao Court cultivators. Just then, a disciple's shout came from outside. They've stopped, they've stopped. These bugs aren't attacking anymore. What's going on? The shouts made Wang Jinting pause, a look of confusion on his face. The next second, a vast divine sense broke through layers of obstruction and landed before him. A being from beyond the heavens. Sensing that immense divine sense, Wang Jinting's pupils shrank, and he instinctively took a step back before suddenly realizing the truth. You're the insect king of the chi-devouring insects. Correct. Perhaps because it had devoured so many cultivators, the chi-devouring insect king had begun to develop a semblance of intelligence. Its speech had become increasingly fluent. I've eaten your people. You and another group don't seem to be allies. I saw you chasing them down. Since that's the case, you must know that among them is someone who cannot be matched. I need detailed information about that person. Huh? Hearing the insect king's words, Wang Jinting froze in place. Only after a moment did he realize that the other group, the insect king mentioned, must refer to the Primordial Saint Sect devils. An unbeatable existence among them. Impossible. Wang Jinting had personally witnessed the terror of the chi-devouring insects. Both in numbers and strength, they were flawless. For someone in the chi-refining realm to deal with them was virtually impossible. Foundation establishment. In an instant, Wang Jinting felt like he had fallen into an icy abyss, followed by an outburst of rage. A Dao-seizing battle meant for chi-refining disciples, and someone had actually deployed a Foundation establishment true person. Beast. Yet even so, Wang Jinting did not give up. The next second, he raised his head to face the insect king's divine sense, a thought flashing through his mind. There was still hope. He could still manipulate the situation. If he could borrow the power of these native insects of boundary heaven, there might yet be a chance of victory. At the very least, he could aim for a draw. With that in mind, Wang Jinting finally spoke. I can tell you that person's location and ensure they can't find you. But I have a request. You must help me deal with that group. Let's cooperate. How about it? After all, you want to deal with them, and so do I. We should be on the same side. And once we've killed them all, we'll naturally leave this place without you having to say a word. In an instant, Wang Jinting's thoughts became clear. I don't believe they are truly Foundation establishment. There must be some flaw, perhaps in sustaining their power over time. No matter what, I have to test them first. And these chi-devouring insects are undoubtedly the best way to do that. They are numerous, fearless of death, and can charge at the front. Surely they can reveal the depth of that Foundation establishment, true person from the Primordial Saint Sect. Then, I can formulate tactics based on the situation. As long as I stay hidden and do not reveal myself, I haven't lost yet. At this moment, Dao Court must be thinking this way. The myriad spirits' banner fluttered. Lu Yang and Ancestor, Nether Whisper Yu sat facing each other. After calmly analyzing the situation, Ancestor Nether Whisper Yu finished speaking, and Lu Yang nodded in agreement. Cooperating with the chi-devouring insects and using a human wave tactic to wear me down. I would do the same. Although the current Su Nu had no weaknesses thanks to Ancestor Nether Whisper Yu's improvements, no matter how many of these chi-devouring insects came, they would be useless. However, if the enemy kept hiding in the shadows and only sent waves of insects to die, it would still be quite troublesome. At the very least, it would drag into a prolonged war of attrition. And if too much time passed, who could say whether the chi-devouring insect king, as the chosen of boundary heaven, might not grow beyond what Lu Yang could handle. Thus, a swift victory was necessary. And to achieve that, they had to locate the Dao Court cultivator holding the fruit position treasure or kill the insect king, the chosen among the chi-devouring insects. With this in mind, Lu Yang attempted a divination. After a moment, he let go and shook his head. No good, the other party holds a fruit position treasure. Their cause and effect are obscured. I can't pinpoint their exact location. At that moment, a voice suddenly spoke up. True person, are you looking for someone? Lu Yang turned his head in response. He saw Fairy Xianxia, the Primordial Saint Sect's true disciple, dressed in light gauze with a charming smile, saying, Perhaps we can help. What method do you have? Facing Bai Feiyuan's initiative to volunteer, Lu Yang did not underestimate her. Ever since experiencing the secret realm of law refinement, he had learned not to look down on anyone. The prejudice in one's heart was like a great mountain. Back then, the old ancestor of the Yun family had suffered precisely because he looked down on cultivators below the Foundation establishment realm. He ended up capsizing in the gutter, exposing his presence to Lu Yang. Seeing Lu Yang being so polite, Bai Feiyuan naturally dared not slack off. She quickly said, The divine ability I cultivate allows me to sense anyone who harbors lustful thoughts toward me, and then I can plant demonic thoughts from a distance, causing them to fall into chi deviation. This divine ability can actually be used to track the enemy's position as well. I can also give it a try. On the other side, Taoist Jialong also spoke in a muffled voice. I have implanted the nose of a chi-sensing dog. Give me some time, and I should be able to locate Dao Court's gathering place. I need the chi signature of the Dao Court cultivators. Su Zin also spoke up. I have a curse technique that can track along a chi signature. Perhaps I can use it to find the leader of Dao Court. I have a magical tool that I can lend you. Looking at Liu Yang, Changming hesitated for a moment before speaking in a low voice. It was specially crafted by my father for me, and it can assist in calculating karma and fate. After speaking, he took out a round disc. The disc was engraved with the symbols of the 8 trigrams. As Liu Yang channeled his mana, the disc immediately emitted a surging spiritual light. As the 8 trigrams rotated, countless vague images emerged. Obviously, as true disciples of the Primordial Saint Sect, most of them had several trump cards at their disposal. However, very soon, everyone fell into a strange silence. In the end, their gazes shifted in unison toward Xianxia, who stood awkwardly in the farthest corner. Xianxia thought for a moment, then suddenly slapped Guangming, who stood beside him with wide eyes, too afraid to speak. I can use him to find Dao Court's location. Guangming was stunned upon hearing this. But Xianxia's face lit up with excitement as he continued. The void-piercing heaven-black shuttle is my life-bound spiritual treasure. No matter how far away it is, I can sense it. Speaking up to this point, Xianxia felt his thoughts opening up. As long as I hand it over to this bald donkey and have him return to meet with Dao Court's leader, the moment Dao Court's leader shows up to meet him, I can immediately lock onto Dao Court's hiding place through the void-piercing heaven-black shuttle. Immediately after, he glanced at Guangming again. Of course, that's only if this bald donkey is willing to cooperate. I am. Guangming finally snapped out of his daze and quickly shouted, "As long as you spare my life, I will cooperate with anything." Seeing this, Liu Yang nodded. Then let's try all the methods. Very soon, Guangming and Xianxia left. The remaining true disciples of the Primordial Saint Sect silently found their own spots. They began summoning other sect disciples and setting up their magical tools and formation diagrams on the spot. Because the disciples stationed at the front had already sent back a message. The chi-consuming insects had appeared. Their numbers were vast and uncountable. From a distance, they looked like a black tide surging forward toward them. There are 2 objectives. Block these insects while either finding the insect king controlling them or locating the hiding place of those rats from Jiangdong. The rest is up to the true person. Su Zin looked relaxed. These insects are quite formidable. Let's try to finish before I get killed. By the way, young master, it's dangerous here. Do you want to hide at the back? Cut the crap. Looking at the insect swarm in the distance, Changming took a deep breath. Abandoning the pride of a second-generation cultivator, he cursed loudly. If you can do it, why wouldn't I be able to? Su Zin burst into laughter. On the other side, Taoist Jiaolong remained silent. He once again transformed into a grotesque, fleshy dragon-shaped creature. Bai Feiyuan leaned against his dragon body to rest. Your body is truly magnificent. I really want to surpass you. Bai Feiyuan patted Taoist Jiaolong's body while wiping her drool. I say, would you like to dual cultivate with me? I'm quite experienced at surpassing others. Besides, you're so big, I doubt you'd be easily drained dry. We're simply a match made in heaven. Facing Bai Feiyuan's enthusiastic proposal, Taoist Jiaolong calmly shook his dragon head. Sorry, you look too much like a human. I'm not interested. Conversations like these quickly spread among the disciples of the Primordial Saint Sect. Everyone's tone remained calm, with occasional laughter, as if no one took the vast insect tide looming in the distance seriously. Only when the insect tide drew near did the chatter abruptly cease. Those who could make a name for themselves in the Primordial Saint Sect were mostly like this. These demonic cultivators had always bullied the weak and feared the strong. If you were a true person, they would act submissive. But if you weren't even a true person, why should they fear you? Moreover, a true lord was supervising the battle outside. Thus, after a brief pause, their voices erupted once more, merging into a single word. Kill! In an instant, countless beams of spiritual light from magical tools shot into the sky. Countless divine abilities intertwined and erupted, clashing fiercely with the overwhelming tide of chi-consuming insects. At the very front of the Primordial Saint Sect's formation, the myriad spirits' banner fluttered in the wind. Immediately, countless banner spirits emerged from it, ghost soldiers and monk cultivators. They significantly reduced the casualties among the sect's disciples. Meanwhile, high in the sky, Liu Yang stood in the air. The Yama Palace manifested behind him. With his foundation establishment level enhancing the banner spirits below, he ensured they could inflict some damage on the chi-consuming insects. From his vantage point, he could clearly oversee the battlefield. It looked like a solid reef beneath 10,000-foot waves. Countless chi-consuming insects charged forward wave after wave. Those in the front were slain by the sect's disciples. Those in the back devoured the corpses of their fallen kin before continuing their relentless assault. Heaven collapse. Lu Yang raised his hand. Just as the defensive line was about to be breached, he struck with his finger. Immediately, tens of thousands of chi-consuming insects were crushed into powder. However, this was only temporary. Like the ebb and flow of the tide, the insects crushed by Lu Yang merely regrouped and returned with fearless determination. We can win. Watching the battlefield through the spiritual projection sent by the Insect King, Wang Jinting clenched his fist. His face revealed an uncontrollable excitement. The terror of the chi-consuming insects was beyond doubt. As long as they devoured spiritual energy, they could endlessly multiply and transform. Killing one living person could multiply their numbers several times over. They were virtually impossible to exterminate. The fact that the Primordial Saint Sect had withstood the first wave had already surprised him. If it had been Dao Court, they would have been wiped out by now. The only thing to watch out for is that true person from the Primordial Saint Sect, but as long as I'm not found, this struggle for the Dao can still be won. Wang Jinting was not foolish. He knew very well that he, holding a fruit-rank treasure, and the Insect King, bearing the destiny of heaven, were the true keys to victory or defeat. Anyone else could die, but not them. Likewise, those demonic cultivators would undoubtedly do everything they could to find him. However, Wang Jinting believed he was well prepared. With the universal overview map in hand, no matter who approaches me, I can immediately identify them. If anything seems wrong, I'll escape. Just then, a reporting disciple hurriedly entered. Senior brother, a monk has survived by luck. Oh? Wang Jinting was surprised. Who? He says his name is Guang Ming. He escaped from the battle against the Jiangbei demons and claims to have important information concerning the Foundation establishment true person among the demons. Hearing this, Wang Jinting immediately stood up. Just to be sure, he first took out the universal overview map and checked it. After confirming that it was indeed a monk and not a demon in disguise, he finally let out a breath of relief. Since the Pure Land and Dao Court were working together this time, they should still be trustworthy. I'll go meet him now. On the vast plains, countless chi-devouring insects surged forward one after another, numbering in the millions, and the resulting screeching roar shook the heavens like thunder. More importantly, these chi-devouring insects actually restrained the Myriad Spirits banner to a certain extent. Because the Myriad Spirits banner could not convert these chi-devouring insects into banner spirits. No souls. Above the sky, Lu Yang regulated his breathing while spreading out his divine sense to survey the battlefield. Among these chi-devouring insects, only one seems to truly possess a soul. A trace of regret appeared on Lu Yang's face. After all, he had originally planned to fill the Myriad Spirits banner with chi-devouring insects, gathering millions of them as a powerful weapon for future battles. But now it seemed impossible, unless he could subdue the Bug King hiding in the shadows. Have you found the location? Before Lu Yang finished speaking, a helpless sigh reached his ears. Sorry, these bugs came here just to die. It's impossible to trace their origin. The one speaking was Su Zhen. He had originally intended to plant a chi mark in one of the bugs using a tracking technique, so that when it returned to report to the Bug King, he could follow the trail. Unfortunately, these bugs had no intention of returning. They came here solely to die. At the same time, the voice of Jiao Long Taoist also came through. The stench of blood is too overwhelming. It has disrupted my sense of smell. I'm afraid it's difficult to locate the other party. After a moment, Bai Feiyuan finally sent news. I do have some sense of something. It seems that a Dao Court cultivator is secretly observing me, but the distance is too great. I can't sense the exact position, only a rough area. Right after, a strand of spiritual sense drifted over. Lu Yang swept it with his divine sense, reading the contents within, and immediately locked onto an area covering tens of thousands of miles. However, this range was still too large. He needed it to be more precise. Luckily, the search area has already been greatly reduced. With that in mind, Lu Yang immediately took out the 8 trigrams disc given to him by Changming. He activated his mana and began silently calculating cause and effect within this area. Yet the results were disappointing. Even after having Su Nu bless the disc with her foundation establishment status, he barely managed to narrow the original tens of thousands of miles to a range of 10,000 miles. Should I try it? Lu Yang glanced at the Blood Sun sword pill in his hand. Hidden within it was a mighty killing divine ability that he had prepared long ago, his trump card for decisive victory. According to his estimation, if Su Nu fully empowered it with her foundation establishment status, the strike could cover a radius of 5,000 miles. However, it only had a single use. If he used it now, it would be a gamble. If he lost the bet, countless variables would arise. Just as Lu Yang hesitated, a sudden voice rang out. I succeeded. It was Qin Tian. The next moment, a spiritual sense transmission arrived. Lu Yang, high in the sky, immediately followed the connection and located the target within the previously marked 10,000-mile area. Well done. As his words fell, the Blood Sun sword pill in Lu Yang's hand let out a crisp cracking sound. Next it shattered inch by inch, with coronal brilliance leaking from the cracks. Not long ago, at the Dao Court's hiding place. Fellow Taoist Wang, I accepted the Dao Court's invitation to participate in the Dao-seizing battle to fight the demon sect, not to cower here and waste time. Fairy Maiajin, please don't be angry. Facing the tall, handsome woman who glared at him with dissatisfaction, Wang Jinting could only smile bitterly. The demon is cunning and has brought a foundation establishment true person. Impossible. Yun Maiajin shook her head without hesitation. A foundation establishment true person can't enter this level of the Dao-seizing battle. Maybe the opponent holds a status, but it's absolutely impossible for them to be a foundation establishment true person. These stubborn sword lunatics. Wang Jinting cursed inwardly. Although the Dao Court, strictly speaking, stood alongside the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion as part of the righteous path, it still harbored fear toward the Sword Pavilion. Internally, the Dao Court even bluntly referred to the Sword Pavilion's disciples as sword lunatics. It wasn't because the disciples of the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion were all obsessed with swordsmanship to the point of madness. Rather, the Dao Court believed they were simply a bunch of crazy sword wielders. Even though the demons of the Primordial Saint Sect were sinister and cunning, you could still negotiate interests with them. But the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion was completely different. They had their own reasoning. No matter what you said to them, you had to follow their logic. If you couldn't, they would draw their swords. And right now was just such a situation. In Yun Maiajin's view, a foundation establishment true person couldn't possibly participate in a Qi refining level Dao-seizing battle. Thus, no matter what, the opponent couldn't be a foundation establishment true person. But in Wang Jinting's eyes, facts spoke louder than words. Even if Lu Yang wasn't truly a foundation establishment true person, based on the strength he displayed when he wiped out the Pure Land Buddhist cultivators, what difference did it make? He was still unbeatable. However, Yun Maiajin thought otherwise. She was the pride of her generation among the Sword Pavilion's true disciples. Now, at the peak of Qi refining, she had already mastered divine abilities and was just one step away from becoming a foundation establishment true person. Even the Sword Pavilion sect master had praised her, believing her future to be promising. This time, she participated in the Dao-seizing battle as an external aid precisely to slay demons and refine an invincible sword heart, using it to break through to foundation establishment. Therefore, she carried a strong sense of pride in her heart. As long as the enemy wasn't a foundation establishment cultivator, she had the confidence to face them in battle. Sword cultivators would rather break than bend. Even if she wasn't truly a match, she must have the courage to draw her sword. How could she keep hiding and cowering? If she continued like this, her resolve would not be clear. With that in mind, Yun Maiajin's gaze toward Wang Jinting even carried a trace of killing intent. Anyone who hindered her path to the Dao, even if they were righteous allies, deserved to be cut down. To forge an invincible sword heart, she had to have the determination to sever all ties. How could she be bound by mere titles? Even parents, children, and siblings could be slain. It would be the perfect way to end all karmic ties and achieve a clear sword heart. Fairy Maiajin, please calm down. Seeing the slight change in Yun Maiajan's expression, Wang Jinting felt a chill rise within him and quickly said, "I happen to be going to meet a fellow from the Pure Land. He should know the details about the demon. How about you come with me to talk with this Pure Land fellow first and gather some information? When the time comes, if you still want to fight the demon, I will not stop you." Upon hearing this, Yun Maiajan finally lowered her gaze, suppressed her killing intent and nodded slightly. "Very well." Wang Jinting finally let out a breath of relief. He immediately left the hiding place with Yun Maiajan. Soon, a bald-headed figure emerged from the crowd. Seeing this, Wang Jinting immediately put on a sorrowful expression and stepped forward. "Fellow Taoist, sigh, we've heard about the Pure Land's tragedy. It truly makes one sigh." He had expected the survivor to look disheveled, with a dead heart and spirit. However, to his surprise, the moment the survivor saw him, his face lit up with joy. The Buddhist cultivator pointed at him and shouted loudly, "It's him, it's him." Wang Jinting froze on the spot. Why such a reaction? Not good. In an instant, Wang Jinting realized the situation. He retreated rapidly while taking out the Grand Terrain Overview map to check for changes in the surrounding chi markers. As soon as the demon's chi appeared, he planned to flee immediately. But then he froze again. He even subconsciously rubbed his eyes. Because on the Grand Terrain Overview map, centered on him within a 5,000-mile radius, there was nothing else. Only one chi marker remained. The next second he looked up. Not only him, but all the Dao Court cultivators were also gazing upward at this moment, staring into the distance. Because in the depths of the boundless sea of clouds, a second sun had risen. The 12 capitals, heavenly godfiend's secret demonic calamity light. In this lifetime, Liu Yang used the Blood Sun Sword Pill as the carrier, while Yu Suzhen gathered and refined the outer heaven gang fiend energy in the sky, eventually perfecting this slaughter divine ability. Once the divine ability was activated, the carrying treasure would immediately shatter, and the calamity light within would burst forth, drawing in the heavenly gang energy that spread beyond the 36 layers of gang clouds, transforming into falling starfire. When the calamity light descended from the heavens, breaking through the 36 layers of gang clouds and gradually approaching the ground, it would also stir the vast earth fiend energy beneath the earth's crust, forcing the fiendish energy to surge forth. In the end, it would collide and combust with the descending heavenly gang energy, exploding and annihilating all living beings within a 5,000-mile radius. If one was merely at the great perfection of chi refining, it would not reach such destructive power. However, Liu Yang, through the hand of Su Nu, activated this divine ability with the support of Foundation Establishment status and mana, bringing its power to the absolute limit. At this moment, the entire world heaven fell into dead silence. Even the chi-devouring insects, which had been crazed to the extreme, all stopped moving, each lifting their heads in confusion, staring at the calamity fire descending from the sky. Such a sight was like the collapse of the heavens. At the Dao Court's encampment, a disciple rushed over in panic, his face filled with terror, nearly crawling as he shouted, "General, outside, outside." Then he saw Wang Jinting's calm face. No, it was not calm. It was numb. At this moment, Wang Jinting no longer knew what expression to make. Even just looking directly at the descending calamity fire made his eyes sting. Escape using the vast territory overview map. Indeed, as a fruit rank treasure, the vast territory overview map could reach anywhere within world heaven, making it seemingly easy to dodge this calamity fire. However, it had limits. The vast territory overview map could scan all of world heaven and teleport at will, but it required mana to operate. And even if he exhausted all his mana, he could only move within a 3,000-mile range. Yet the aura of that calamity fire in the sky covered 5,000 miles. He simply could not escape. Wang Jinting opened his mouth, forcing out a dry laugh, glancing at Guang Ming not far away, but he no longer had the heart to question him. Immediately after, he looked at Yun Maiajan beside him. Recalling this fairy Maiajan's earlier defiance, Wang Jinting spoke slowly with a sliver of hope. "Fairy, do you have a way to deal with it?" Then he saw Yun Maiajan look at him in confusion. "Deal with that?" Thud. In the next second, Yun Maiajan's delicate body went limp, collapsing to the ground. Her once sharp, sword-like eyes now held nothing but terror. Her sword heart shattered. There was no imagined battle, no evenly matched clash. Just witnessing the descending calamity fire shattered her sword heart. This is impossible, it shouldn't be, why? Hearing Yun Maiajin's muttering, Wang Jinting was momentarily stunned. Then his gaze toward Yun Maiajin changed, revealing an indescribable pity. There is no why, Wang Jinting spoke faintly, we've lost. This was the result. Lost. Only now did Yun Maiajin finally come to her senses. But the next moment, with her sword heart shattered, her face showed intense fear. I am not a Dao court disciple. This Dao-seizing battle has nothing to do with me. I withdraw. What a joke, how could she die here? She was a true disciple of the Sword Pavilion. She carried the high hopes of the Yun family as a future foundation establishment cultivator. As a favored daughter of heaven, her potential had barely been revealed. Unwillingness, anger, fear, ambition, countless uncontrollable emotions surged from her shattered sword heart. But in the end, all emotions turned to dust. The calamity fire descended from the heavens. Within 5,000 miles, gang and fiend energies clashed. The exploding heat melted metal and stone, and endless fiendish flames devoured all living beings. Countless Dao court disciples stood in shock as their bodies were ignited, shattered, and ultimately reduced to dust. The final light in their pupils was the blazing white of the calamity fire's explosion. Even the departing souls that floated from their shattered bodies were not spared, also turning to ashes in the boiling gang fiend energy. Additionally, there were the nearby chi-devouring insects. These mindless monsters were indeed ferocious. Even facing the calamity fire, they charged bravely, only to scatter midair like moths to a flame. The calamity fire erupted, all things in the great world were destroyed. Everything from life before became meaningless. Mid-chi refining, late-stage great perfection, divine abilities. The only difference was how long one could last under the calamity fire. At this moment, even Wang Jinting could not help but sigh deeply. In this Dao-seizing battle, the Dao court and Pure Land had joined forces, thinking they could exploit the Primordial Saint Sect's transitional period and reap great benefits. But who could have expected such a result? Victory had seemed certain, but the Primordial Saint Sect actually produced a foundation establishment true person. Foundation establishment bullying chi refining, how was that fair? Beast. Looking at the now turned to ash Yun Maiajin, Wang Jinting let out one last unwilling curse, then vanished into the blinding light. Meanwhile, the sacred sect side also witnessed this scene. After the blazing white light faded, a massive mushroom cloud tinged with crimson fire and golden lightning rose slowly, followed by shockwaves spreading in all directions. Even from their position, they could faintly feel the sweeping waves brushing past their faces. Goddamn! On the battlefield, Su Zin lay beside the exhausted Changming, patting his body. Young master, are you dead? If not, come out and see the true person. Dead your mother, get off me. Changming's body trembled slightly as he let out a low curse. He wanted to turn over, but he had no strength left and could only let Su Zin lie on him. On the other side, Taoist Jialong was also coiled on the ground. Being the largest in size, he had suffered the most injuries. Fortunately, his vitality was also the strongest, so he was still alive, silently staring downward. Lying there was Bai Feiyuan. Her once graceful body had been chewed beyond recognition. Her once brilliant eyes had been eaten, leaving only dark, hollow sockets. She's dead. Seeing Qin Tian approach, Taoist Jialong spoke dully. Her divine ability had too many limitations. After all, the insects don't care how pretty she is. From the way you say it, do you think I'm pretty? Suddenly, Bai Feiyuan struggled to lift her head, turning her blood-smeared face slightly, throwing a flirtatious glance at Taoist Jialong with her only remaining beautiful eye. Taoist Jialong. On the other side, Qin Tian also laughed. Looks like our luck isn't bad after all. With the true person's intervention, we've ultimately won this Dao-seizing battle. Hearing this, Bai Feiyuan glanced at Qin Tian, who was perfectly unharmed, and sneered, freeloader. As soon as she spoke, Qin Tian's smile froze on his face. He could not help but retort, it was I who found the Dao court's position. My contribution is huge. Only looking at the result erases people's efforts. What does that have to do with you? Wasn't it because that bald donkey surrendered? By the way, where is that bald donkey? What was his name? Did he die? Oh, forgot about him. He was within the calamity fire's range, probably got killed by accident. Well, that's just bad luck for him. At that moment, an awkward and timid voice suddenly sounded nearby. Venerable elders, this little monk is still alive. Everyone turned back in surprise, finally seeing Guang Ming shrinking his neck and carefully hiding in a corner. He had actually escaped the Calamity Fire's reign. I never went there to begin with. Facing those curious, dissecting gazes, Guang Ming hurriedly explained, the one who went there was just this little monk's avatar. While explaining, Guang Ming cursed madly in his heart. He had long known that the demons of the Primordial Saint Sect were unscrupulous, so he had prepared a backup plan in advance. Even when surrendering, one had to keep a trick up their sleeve. Otherwise, they might just be used as a human resource and consumed. Hiss. Within the realm heaven, in a deeply hidden underground nest, a pitch-black demonic insect, only the size of a grain of rice, emitted a hissing sound. Mother, have we lost? Why? The spiritual consciousness of the chi-devouring insect king fluctuated violently, communicating with the fate imposed upon it, seemingly sensing the despair emanating from this world. Yet it could not comprehend. Indeed, that tribulation fire was formidable, extremely so, but the chi-devouring insect king believed that such an attack could not be unleashed repeatedly. Therefore, there was no need to fear. As long as its mother, this world, continued to support and nourish it, allowing it to grow, in time, even if it faced that terrifying tribulation fire again, it was confident it could devour it entirely. Yes, it had not lost yet. Hiss. In the next moment, urged by the insect king's will, the once dormant swarm of chi-devouring insects moved again, flying towards the disciples of the Primordial Saint Sect. It intended to continue its assault. However, through the vision of its kin, the insect king noticed that those people no longer resisted, but instead gazed at it with mocking eyes. Why? Before this doubt could dissipate from the insect king's mind, it realized that it had lost contact with its swarm, all the chi-devouring insects. In just an instant, as if struck by divine punishment, without reason or warning, one moment the insects were hissing, the next they collapsed lifelessly. Only at this moment did the chi-devouring insect king truly experience the despair transmitted by its mother, and through the fate imposed upon it, its consciousness soared infinitely, finally transcending this world, witnessing the true scene beyond. In an instant, its consciousness nearly halted. It saw its mother, the realm heaven, once believed to possess infinite power, being effortlessly held in the palm of an indescribable giant. An interesting anomaly. True Lord King Cheng Feixu looked at the tiny insect in his palm and smiled softly. Let it be. In the next moment, overwhelmed by an indescribable shock, fear, and reverence, like a frog at the bottom of a well finally seeing the sky, its consciousness fell into darkness. Meanwhile, within the realm heaven, a heavy rain began to fall. Raindrops pitter-pattered. The chi-devouring insects, this rain was a deadly poison. All that came into contact were shattered into dust, losing their forms. However, to the recently victorious disciples of the Primordial Saint Sect, this rain was like a long-awaited blessing, filled with immense vitality, enhancing their magical power, regenerating severed limbs. As long as they had a breath left, they rapidly recovered to their peak under the rain's influence. Moreover, what excited them even more was the change in the world. It has begun. Changming sprang up like a carp, shaking off Su Zin, revealing an excited expression. The world's transformation, this realm heaven has been integrated into the world by the true Lord. This was the final step in the battle for the Tao. The victorious true Lord would absorb the realm heaven used as the battlefield, incorporating it into the influence of their own Tao position, then implant it into other territories. In this way, the influence of the true Lord's Tao position would expand. During this process, the world would be impacted to some extent. The previously unattainable foundation establishment realm would thus become slightly more accessible. This moment was the best opportunity to elevate one's status. Like climbing a mountain, usually requiring arduous effort, but now one could take a cable car, bypassing numerous obstacles. Therefore, all true disciples of the Primordial Saint Sect, as long as they aspired to foundation establishment, would go to the battlefield for the Tao, risking their lives for a path to the heavens, because as long as they survived, even without cultivating great divine powers, without rare treasures, without third-grade true chi, they still had hope for foundation establishment. At this moment, All disciples of the Primordial Saint Sect were meditating in cultivation. However, even disciples like Xianxia, though true disciples, were still quite far from foundation establishment, with less than a 50% chance, making it impossible to attempt foundation establishment directly. Therefore, they were merely striving to elevate their status, preparing for true foundation establishment. Yet at this moment, someone who, in that direction, simultaneously, all true disciples of the Primordial Saint Sect with status raised their heads, as if sensing something looking upward. They were not looking at the sky, but at the foundation establishment realm. Before that realm, hidden in the void, concealed in obscurity, unattainable to chi refining cultivators, a tall figure suddenly appeared. Having won the battle for the Tao, he had completed his final flaw. At this moment, attempting foundation establishment, his success was certain. In the blink of an eye, it's been 8 lifetimes. Lu Yang's expression was filled with emotion. 8 lifetimes of cultivation, from a once reckless youth to a true disciple of the Primordial Saint Sect. It had taken him 8 lifetimes to achieve this. Recalling the past, he had exhausted all means to reach the foundation establishment realm, employing countless strategies, yet now he hadn't even climbed. Merely manifesting his soul, he stood naturally at the threshold of the foundation establishment realm, ready to step in. However, this final step made Lu Yang ponder. Once taken, there was no turning back. Foundation establishment was irrevocable. He cultivated true chi with the 9 transforming dragon art, and built his foundation with the myriad chariots dragon ascension scroll. Henceforth, there was no return. Foundation establishment was about establishing the Tao foundation. Once the Tao foundation was set, the future path was limited, no longer changeable at will, and many related karmic ties would inevitably seek him. At that time, any slight misstep could lead to soul annihilation. Could he handle it? Especially since the myriad chariots dragon ascension scroll was connected to the pure land of Xianxia, with deep karmic ties. Even after dealing with the Fulong Arhat, there might still be hidden tribulations. At this moment, Lu Yang hesitated like never before, until he saw the book of 100 lifetimes beside him. No, I have a cheat. Even if the path was fraught with difficulties and dangers, for others, a wrong step meant eternal doom, but for him, it was merely starting over. Thinking of this, Lu Yang's mind cleared, no longer hesitating. He stepped forward. Boom! Lu Yang entered the foundation establishment realm. His body shook, and with a loud boom, a majestic golden auspicious cloud rose around him. This auspicious cloud was vast and boundless, evolving into flowers, birds, fish, insects, mountains, rivers, lakes, seas, sun, moon, stars, and all phenomena of the world. When it lifted Lu Yang's soul, it resembled a luxurious carriage, noble and elegant to the extreme. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed, and a true dragon's shadow appeared within the cloud. 5 claws, holding a ruler supporting the cloud, ascending with radiant light, protecting Lu Yang's soul and heart. Compared to past hardships, this breakthrough was effortless. In the next moment, Lu Yang's figure reappeared in the mortal world, an auspicious cloud above his head, absorbing the world's spiritual energy, his Tao foundation manifesting. Rustle, rustle. Light rain fell, and Lu Yang stood quietly, his already handsome face now even more refined, exuding a noble aura. Behind his head, the auspicious cloud rolled, a true dragon coiled within, creating circles of 7-colored halos. This was not a deliberate display of magical power, but a natural phenomenon generated by the world, as if even the heavens rejoiced at his breakthrough, resonating with him. Meanwhile in Xianxia, within the Pure Land, as Lu Yang established his foundation, a golden light seemed to flash within the Pure Land, ready to emerge, but it flickered for a moment before returning to nothingness. At the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion, atop the extreme heaven cliff, a handsome young man in a Taoist robe, pressing a sword on his knee, suddenly looked up with a surprised expression, commanding myriad chariots, ascending in radiance, yet not a Buddhist cultivator. The young man calculated with his fingers, then smiled with interest. That Tao position has been treasured in the Pure Land for many years, yet no one could attain it. Now, the most hopeful candidate for that Tao foundation, with innate perfection, is surprisingly not a Buddhist cultivator. This is indeed intriguing. Strictly speaking, the star domain heaven at this moment no longer had a domain sky. What remained was a marvel that had completely fused with heaven and earth, presenting mountains and rivers. 10,000 Gu Cave. Above this mountain cave, a mass of golden auspicious clouds was seen rolling and surging, occasionally accompanied by thunderous roars, with dragon-like light and shadows faintly appearing within the clouds. As it inhaled and exhaled the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the scale of this auspicious cloud continued to expand. It only stopped growing after it had stretched to cover over 1,000 miles, hanging high in the sky, revealing an aura of perfect ease, without flaw or deficiency. This was the myriad chariot dragon-taming Tao Foundation. The auspicious clouds covering 1,000 miles at this moment were nothing more than the manifestation of the Tao Foundation through the borrowing of Qi. The true Tao Foundation, along with Liu Yang's true body, was located within the vast Foundation Establishment realm. What a Foundation Establishment realm this is! Foundation established or not, it was ultimately worlds apart. Though before his breakthrough, he had already gathered full certainty, slaughtering Qi refining cultivators like cutting grass. In the eyes of Qin Tian and others, he was not much different from a Foundation Establishment true person. However, after truly stepping into this realm, all his thoughts and feelings felt as if heaven and earth had been turned upside down. Boom! Liu Yang opened and closed his eyes, as if flashes of light and electricity flickered within. Yet in the next moment, in his vision, the area covered by the auspicious clouds actually exploded with a burst of thunder. With a single thought, heaven and earth moved just like that. It didn't even require much consumption of his magical power, as effortless as drawing on paper. Why would it take any effort at all? The moment he stepped into Foundation Establishment, Liu Yang felt divinely inspired, suddenly comprehending many things, including the various mysteries of Foundation Establishment. Parts that had been difficult to grasp in the past now became clear. At this moment, as he looked around the Foundation Establishment realm, his brows furrowed slightly. No wonder Foundation Establishment true persons live for 300 years, but this place is no blessed land. Foundation Establishment was something every Qi refining cultivator yearned for. However, after truly stepping in, Liu Yang discovered that this was not some paradise, but rather a perilous land rarely found in the world. When constructing the Tao Foundation, thousands of inner demons come to disturb. At first, Liu Yang thought that, as his Tao Foundation took form, these formless inner demons would also vanish. But in reality, that was not the case. Called inner demons, it was actually just a false name. Only after truly establishing the foundation could one see through the facade of the inner demons and discover their true nature. It was actually a kind of wind, a wind that perpetually swept through the Foundation Establishment realm. Its name is Bai. This wind was strange, blowing in through the crown of the head, penetrating the dantian, striking the 9 orifices, dispersing the soul. Just one sweep back and forth could make one's soul scatter and perish. Only the Tao Foundation could mitigate the damage of this Bai wind. Thus, the first failure of ascending after breaking through to Foundation Establishment still left hope for survival. But if one failed to establish the Tao Foundation, death was certain. Without the Tao Foundation as a vessel, the soul had nowhere to rest, and facing the Bai wind meant certain death. What was previously seen as inner demons was nothing but a deception. What was even more terrifying was that, even after successfully constructing the Tao Foundation, the protection it provided only reduced the damage from the Bai wind, not complete immunity. Over time, the soul would still be worn down. This time limit was exactly 300 years. The lifespan of a Foundation Establishment true person being 300 years is not because they have only 300 years of natural lifespan, but because after 300 years, their soul can no longer endure the erosion of the Bai wind. Therefore, after 300 years, reincarnation is necessary. Only through the profound mystery of reincarnation can one repair the damage to the soul caused by the Bai wind, and then ascend again to Foundation Establishment, enjoying another 300 years of lifespan. This was an unsolvable problem. If one did not step into the Foundation Establishment realm, the natural lifespan would at most be 150 years. But stepping into Foundation Establishment, under the erosion of the Bai wind, one would only have 300 years at best. Under such circumstances, it was imaginable that the number of Foundation Establishment true persons would not be too many. However, as long as the great sects of the world maintained their lineages and had large numbers of Qi refining disciples as their foundation, the number of Foundation establishment true persons probably wouldn't be too few either, at least maintaining a certain level. Not to mention that Foundation establishment true persons could reincarnate and return again. It's almost as if it's a deliberately controlled balance. A terrifying speculation suddenly emerged in Lu Yang's heart. But he immediately dismissed it, choosing not to think too deeply. Some matters were best left unclear. Thinking of this, Lu Yang quickly shifted his thoughts. Speaking of which, after reaching Foundation establishment, it seems I've become a blank slate again. Before Foundation establishment, he possessed great divine abilities, as well as the Blood Sun Sword Pill and the Myriad Spirits Banner, practically fully equipped. However, after Foundation establishment, the situation had drastically changed. First, the Blood Sun Sword Pill had already been declared scrapped when he used the 12 capital Heavenly Demon Calamity Light earlier. But even if he had kept it, it would be useless to him now. After all, with his Tao Foundation spreading auspicious clouds over 1,000 miles, the Blood Sun Sword Pill was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in comparison. Although the Myriad Spirits Banner still had some use, it wasn't much. After all, the guardian deity Sunu was still considered Foundation establishment. Even though its usefulness was greatly reduced for him now, it could still serve as a meat shield. As for his great divine abilities, they were not entirely useless either. It was just that compared to the advantage they provided during chi refining, they were now common tools for a Foundation establishment true person, hardly enough to set him apart. No rush, take it slow, there are still a few more opportunities left. Lu Yang's mind turned rapidly, and he quickly thought of that heavenly treasure in the hands of the Yun family ancestor. The Yun family ancestor could even use it to conceal himself from the perception of a true lord. Such a treasure ought to belong to me, lest it be left to gather dust. Suppressing his thoughts, Lu Yang finally turned his divine sense outward. The auspicious clouds within 1,000 miles gradually retracted, dissipating their form and entering his mouth and nose. Turning around again, Lu Yang discovered that he had already landed in the sky. Behind him was the Saint Sect's sky-reaching sea of clouds, and in front of him stood the Dharma body of clear snow true lord, vast and boundless. Opposite him were the true lords of the Pure Land and the Tao Court. At this moment, the gazes of all three true lords simultaneously landed on him. In the next second, a voice rang in Lu Yang's ears. "Congratulations, little friend. From now on, the Foundation establishment realm has gained another true person. You are young and talented, a rare find in the world. It's a pity that you are deeply entangled in the demonic path, truly a waste of talent. If you were to join my Tao Court, you would at least be granted a value position." The value position of the Tao Court was equivalent to Foundation establishment. The Tao Court cultivated the path of heaven's patrol, where official ranks matched cultivation realms. It had 12 value positions, each governing a major province, all outstanding among Foundation establishment cultivators. Presumably, a value position holder would at least be in the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. Those closer to the core of the Tao Court might even be late-stage Foundation establishment great true persons. Before Lu Yang could respond, another voice floated over. "Amitabha, this benefactor has achieved the myriad chariot dragon-taming Tao Foundation, clearly fated with my Pure Land. If you are willing to take refuge, you shall surely attain the fruit of a bodhisattva in the future." Bodhisattva, true lord. Lu Yang's pupils shrank. The bodhisattvas of the Pure Land were equivalent to golden core true lords. Were they promising him that as long as he joined the Pure Land, he had the hope of becoming a golden core true lord? At that moment, Lu Yang's heart was indeed stirred. However, he still unhesitatingly put on a facade of unyielding loyalty, turning a deaf ear to the invitations of the two true lords. In the next second, a mighty divine sense descended from the sky, directly dispersing all the voices in his ears. He saw Clear Snow True Lord smiling at him. "You performed well in this Tao-seizing battle, truly worthy of being a disciple of my Saint Sect." "You praise me too much, my lord." Lu Yang bowed respectfully. Then he glanced at the two true lords of the Pure Land and Tao Court in the distance, who had not openly spoken from the beginning to the end. Were they really trying to recruit him just now? Recalling the usual behavior of the Saint Sect, Lu Yang had reason to suspect. Damn it, could it have been the Saint Sect's true lord fishing for him all along? Xianxia Deep Joy Pure Land. In the land of ultimate Zen, temples stood in great numbers, and among them was a temple that was not vast in size, its Buddha light dazzling and bell sounds mighty. A plaque in front of the temple bore 3 large characters. Fulong Temple. Pushing open the temple doors and entering the main hall, one could see a towering golden arhat statue standing tall. Below the golden statue was a meditation cushion, upon which sat a handsome young man with red lips and white teeth. Around him gathered a group of disciples, either chanting scriptures or holding ritual implements, performing some kind of sacrificial ceremony. However, at that moment, a sudden explosion rang out from within the temple. Him? The handsome youth with red lips and white teeth opened his eyes, revealing a trace of confusion. Guang Hai and Guang Hui are both dead. Only Guang Ming is still alive. Among the 3 most capable disciples under his command, all had been sent to participate in the seizing Dao battle at the Bodhisattva's request. Among them, Guang Hai's cultivation was the highest, Guang Hui followed, and Guang Ming was the weakest. Yet unexpectedly, after the seizing Dao battle ended, it was the most mediocre Guang Ming who survived. But soon, Fulong Arhat's expression changed. This is 9 transforming dragon art. No, it is Myriad Chariots Dragon Taming Dao Foundation. Someone actually succeeded in foundation establishment without me sensing it. At this thought, Fulong Arhat's expression instantly turned extremely gloomy. Although the 9 transforming dragon art was his own creation, the Myriad Chariots Dragon Taming Dao Foundation was not. It was a special gift from a great figure of the Pure Land. The so-called Myriad Chariots Dragon Taming tamed the true dragon fiendish chi. Ordinary cultivators who trained in the 9 transforming dragon art could only achieve 3rd-grade true chi in the end, ultimately becoming his pawns, refined into guardian Vajra statues in the temple. Because of this, his greatest fear was that someone would break through the limits of the 9 transforming dragon art, and like him, refine the Myriad Chariots Dragon Taming Dao Foundation, escaping his control and even contending with him for the Dao path, turning from a promising talent into a lifelong Dao rival. No matter who it is, I must kill him. With this thought, Fulong Arhat's figure suddenly dimmed as he performed a Buddhist heart seal, transmitting his intent directly toward the target's location. However, in the very next moment, his expression drastically changed. Because he discovered that in the direction he was heading, 3 colossal Dharma bodies, vast and indescribable, were standing tall, looking directly at him. Where did this rogue cultivator come from, so ignorant? A light scolding echoed like thunder. Fulong Arhat trembled on the spot, watching helplessly as his Dao foundation was about to collapse and shatter. Mercy, mercy! A faint Buddhist chant sounded, instantly stabilizing the crumbling Dao foundation, pulling him back from the brink of life and death. Benefactor Feixu, aren't you being a bit too hasty? Fulong and this Lu benefactor from your sect seem to share a deep karmic connection. Why not let them meet first instead of attacking right away? Only then did Fulong Arhat come to his senses, seeing that in the center of the 3 true lords, standing atop a wondrous phenomenon, was a handsome youth. The aura on him was exactly the same as what Fulong Arhat had sensed earlier, Myriad Chariots Dragon Taming Dao Foundation, and the youth was watching him with great vigilance. Suffering indeed. Fulong Arhat immediately saw through the situation. This was a true person of the Primordial Saint Sect. Since that was the case, killing him was out of the question. Yet this concerned his own Dao path. What made Fulong Arhat even more alarmed was that the opponent's Dao foundation was flawless and perfect, without any defects. He had reached the peak of the early foundation establishment stage upon breakthrough. Perfect foundation establishment, Fulong Arhat murmured softly. A Dao foundation perfected at birth would save countless effort when refining a life-bound divine ability, potentially allowing the cultivator to attempt to absorb the first strand of heavenly astral earth fiend within 30 years and advance to the mid-stage. Truly a Dao rival. At this thought, Fulong Arhat clenched his teeth tightly and then looked at Liu Yang, speaking in a deep voice. This person indeed shares deep karmic ties with this humble monk. Oh really? True Lord Qingcheng Feixu smiled upon hearing this, beckoning with her jade-like hand as the wondrous phenomenon Myriad Gu Cave formed from the realm itself fell into her palm, spinning rapidly. 2 fellow Taoists, do you think this phenomenon should be placed in Jiangdong or Jiangxi? I think Jiangxi would be quite nice. Amitabha. Before True Lord Qingcheng Feixu finished her words, the Pure Land's True Lord chanted a Buddhist verse. Since the seizing Dao battle has ended, this humble nun should also return. What's the rush? True Lord King Cheng Feixu chuckled softly. Isn't there still fate? No more, no more. The Buddhist true lord responded with a smile, then looked at Fulong Arhat. Let's go back for now. Hearing this, Fulong Arhat showed great unwillingness but could do nothing. He could only cast a deep glance at Liu Yang in the distance, then stood behind the Pure Land's true lord. In the next moment, the Buddha light dimmed. The Pure Land's true lord, Fulong Arhat, and even Guang Ming, who had barely survived this battle along with a dozen other lucky Buddhist cultivators, returned to Jiangxi's Pure Land. HMPH. At the same time, the true lord from the Tao court had a livid expression. While Guang Ming and the others from the Pure Land survived, his side had suffered complete annihilation. Fortunately, the Tao court operated differently. People were not as important as official positions. As long as the official position remained intact and undamaged, they could simply select and appoint new officials from successive examination candidates. What truly angered the Tao court's true lord was that wondrous phenomenon, the myriad gu cave. Rumble. True Lord King Cheng Feixu raised her jade-like hand, and the phenomenon formed from the realm itself fell from the sky, smashing heavily into the border region of Jiangdong's Tao court. Almost simultaneously, the Tao court's true lord let out a muffled groan. Below in Jiangdong, at the location where the myriad gu cave landed, all cultivators felt a sudden change in their cultivation experience and looked up toward the sky. They felt the difficulty of cultivation had abruptly shifted. In the early morning, as dewdrops condensed and mist rose, qi had yet to flow smoothly. It moved from within the earth, connecting north and south, opposing Kan and Li. All cultivators practicing metal and water techniques felt an unexpected sense of ease. This was the result of the fruit position struggle. The fruit position that originally enveloped this region was pushed aside. True Lord King Cheng Feixu's fruit position gained the upper hand, directly affecting all cultivators below. Even foundation establishment true persons were not exempt. Looking around, Liu Yang could even see a few cultivators who were attempting foundation establishment. Due to the change in the fruit position, their original chances of success, which had been as high as 30%, had suddenly dropped to 0. Meanwhile, a few others who originally had slim chances now gained an additional 10% chance. Thank you, fellow Taoist. True Lord King Cheng Feixu laughed loudly at this sight, while the Tao court's true lord said nothing, his face dark as he retracted his Dharma body, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Jiangxi Deep Joy Pure Land. After returning to the Pure Land, Fulong Arhat did not leave immediately. Instead, he looked at the true lord presiding over all affairs before him, known by the honored title Bodhisattva of Vase and Water Moon, and asked, Bodhisattva, what exactly happened in this seizing Tao battle? We were simply defeated. The Bodhisattva of Vase and Water Moon spoke calmly. After all, although they lost, the Pure Land did not suffer too much loss. All the losses had fallen upon the Tao court. Publicly, the Tao court was completely wiped out, while the Pure Land still had a handful of survivors. Privately, she had used Fulong Arhat's issue as a pretext to have true Lord King Cheng Feixu place the myriad gu cave in Jiangdong, sparing herself from any losses. Naturally, she spoke with ease now. That Guang Ming is quite impressive. If he hadn't betrayed the Tao court in time, the Buddhist cultivators participating in this battle might have ended up just like the Tao court, none surviving. He's a clever seedling. Of course, betraying allies doesn't sound good and shouldn't be encouraged. So when we return, don't reward him openly. Secretly, let him cultivate well in your Fulong temple. He may still be of use in the future. This humble monk accepts the decree. Fulong Arhat bowed respectfully, inwardly starting to look at Guang Ming with new eyes. After all, everyone else had died, and Guang Ming alone survived. He must have something extraordinary about him. However, Bodhisattva, about that newly advanced foundation establishment true person. Before Fulong Arhat could finish, he saw the Bodhisattva of Vase and Water Moon calculate with her fingers and then shake her head. The karmic connection has been severed. It now depends on your own ability. If you can make him take refuge or kill him, the Pure Land will fully support you. Otherwise, the Pure Land does not raise useless people. Upon hearing these words, Fulong Arhat dared not say another word. He immediately prostrated on the ground, repeatedly affirming, then retreated from the Pure Land's main hall in a crawling manner. After sending off the two true persons from the Pure Land and Dao Court, true person King Cheng Feixu finally looked toward Lu Yang, the pair of eyes as vast as the sun and moon seemingly pondering something. The addition of a new true person in the sect is indeed a joyous event. As her words fell, true person King Cheng Feixu smiled charmingly and released Lu Yang from her palm. Go back and see Chang Guang. On your way, you must proclaim this to the sects of Jiangbei. With that, the vast Dharma body that filled the world and stretched for countless miles dispersed. Only then did Lu Yang let out a deep breath of turbid air, and saw Qin Tian, Su Zin, Taoist Jiaolong, and other true disciples of the Saint Sect cautiously flying over. Disciple greets the true person. Compared to before the battle for the Tao, the statuses of all the true disciples had significantly risen, especially Chang Ming, who in Lu Yang's eyes now had at least a 50% chance of achieving foundation establishment. Rise. Lu Yang raised his hand slightly and smiled. This place lies at the junction of Jiangdong, Jiangxi, and Jiangbei. It is a long journey back to the sect. Do you need me to escort you part of the way? Thank you for your kindness, true person. Su Zin hurriedly shook his head. We still have to head to the front lines, so we won't be returning. However, perhaps the young master has a request. Upon hearing this, Chang Ming immediately pulled a long face. No need. Then forget it. Lu Yang chuckled softly, showing no airs, for after all, any of these true disciples present might one day become foundation establishment true persons like him. Even within the Saint Sect, true disciples held a certain status. Though in most cases they were still treated as expendable resources, at least they wouldn't be casually discarded. True persons would also cherish them more, and not completely disregard their lives. That said, there was still a thick barrier between true persons and those below. Thus, after greeting Lu Yang and paying their respects, the group of true disciples departed one after another, leaving only Chang Ming standing in place, looking helplessly at Lu Yang. Is there something else? Lu Yang asked in puzzlement. True person. Chang Ming lowered his head and said in a deep voice, that 8 trigrams plate was a gift from my father. It can conceal heavenly secrets and is a life-saving treasure of mine. I humbly request the true person to return it. Lu Yang was momentarily stunned by these words, before showing a look of realization. Immediately, he reached into his robe and took out the 8 trigrams plate he had borrowed from Chang Ming earlier to locate the Tao Court, then handed it back. My apologies, I overlooked it for a moment. Not at all, thank you, true person. Chang Ming respectfully accepted the 8 trigrams plate while cursing inwardly. If he hadn't spoken up, this true person would probably have pocketed the treasure. If not for leveraging the background of his father, true person Chang Guang, this true person might have just feigned ignorance. Truly shameless to the extreme. Seeing Lu Yang's calm expression, looking as if he had a clear conscience, Chang Ming felt both indignant and helpless, as expected of a true person of the Saint Sect. After a moment, Lu Yang regretfully watched Chang Ming leave, but did not rush back to the Saint Sect. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the Book of 100 Lifetimes. In fact, the book had already changed when he achieved foundation establishment, but he had dared not show anything unusual in front of the true person. Now was the perfect time to examine it. In the next moment, with a slight movement of Lu Yang's thoughts, the information belonging to him appeared on the Book of 100 Lifetimes, showing many changes compared to before. Name Lu Yang. Lifespan 35. Cultivation, early foundation establishment. Talents, dual cultivation prodigy white, some skill purple. Tao foundation, myriad chariots dragon riding Tao foundation. Divine abilities, none. Treasures, blood sun sword pill scrapped, innate 1 chi superior rare treasure, myriad spirits banner inferior spiritual treasure. Book of 100 Lifetimes pages, 93. Anchor points 1. Lu Yang's gaze immediately focused on the newly added anchor points at the end. This was the reward from the Book of 100 Lifetimes, after breaking through to foundation establishment. A chance to save progress. With this, when restarting again, he wouldn't have to return to the day he first joined the sect, but could freely choose to restart from any anchor point. This greatly increased his options. For example, the current anchor point was the Saint Sect's beginning. In the next lifetime, he could head to the Sword Pavilion and start from there. However, Lu Yang needed to think carefully about how to proceed, so he didn't rush to use this anchor point, and continued examining the panel. Besides the anchor points, the cultivation method section had been replaced by Tao Foundation, and the divine abilities section was shockingly cleared out entirely. In other words, even great divine abilities are no longer that important for a foundation establishment cultivator. They are basically just common combat techniques. That makes sense. How quickly do foundation establishment true persons cultivate great divine abilities? Cheap things lack value. Easy to cultivate abilities naturally have low quality. This highlighted the advantage of having a sect background. Liu Yang possessed the inheritance of the Witch Ghost Path and had the personal guidance of ancestor Nether Whisper. Once he returned to the sky-reaching sea of clouds, he would likely receive the tutelage of other Saint Sect true persons. Wasn't that far better than the miserable life of a rogue cultivator? Thinking of this, Liu Yang no longer lingered. He immediately turned his body, once again releasing golden auspicious clouds, riding the wind and flying toward the Saint Sect. In an instant, 1,000-mile spiritual tide surged across the sky. After all, Liu Yang did not dare forget the instructions of true person King Cheng Feixu, so he did not conceal his aura at all, stirring waves like the roaring tide, moving as if the sun and moon were traversing the heavens. Almost simultaneously, all over Jiangbai, under the rule of the Saint Sect, the Foundation establishment true persons of various sects and the immortal clans sensed this and looked up to the sky with envy in their eyes. The Saint Sect has produced another Foundation establishment cultivator. Judging by his power, he seems to be another outstanding figure among his peers. Primordial Saint Sect, sky-reaching sea of clouds. On the sacred fire cliff, true person Chang Guang had been meditating and regulating his breath when he suddenly awoke. After a quick divination, a pleased smile appeared between his brows. Good, very good. As his words fell, true person Chang Guang waved his sleeve, and with a flick of his finger, a thunderous boom resounded as his powerful mana struck a great bell at the summit of the sacred fire cliff. In an instant, the sound of the bell spread throughout the sea of clouds. As the bell's sound echoed, the first to react were the 4 inner peaks. The 4 peak masters were almost simultaneously roused from their secluded cultivation. In the past, the Saint Sect's true persons rarely showed themselves unless necessary. However, at this moment, upon hearing the bell, all the true persons in seclusion within the Saint Sect revealed their auras, transforming into streams of clear energy and radiant light that pierced through the clouds and mountains, reaching straight into the sky. Such a commotion immediately shook the sea of clouds. Countless Qi-refining disciples knelt on the ground with looks of reverence, while secretly communicating with each other, speculating about what had happened. Meanwhile, in the northern frontier, where the sun had already set over the Divine Martial Sect, panic spread. After the incident at Skeleton Mountain, the Divine Martial Sect had suffered heavy losses and was now like fish in a barrel, spared only to serve as training for the Saint Sect's disciples. Seeing the eruption of auras from all the Saint Sect's true persons, the remaining true persons of the Divine Martial Sect thought the Saint Sect had finally decided to wipe them out. They appeared one after another in shock and anger, preparing for a desperate fight, only to realize that no true person from the Saint Sect had come. They fell into confusion once again. Sky-reaching sea of clouds, mending heaven peak. Father, what has happened? After so many years, someone has achieved foundation establishment again. Facing his daughter Chen Shuqian's inquiry, the peak master of Mending Heaven Peak remained silent for a moment before stepping out of his secluded cave, looking up at the vast golden auspicious clouds stretching for 1,000 miles. At this moment, his expression grew somewhat complicated. Panlong's inheritance. Who is this person who managed to deceive both me and Panlong? What kind of person can bear such great karma and still achieve foundation establishment? And if Panlong's inheritance is with him, what happened to Zhao Zhu? The more the peak master of Mending Heaven Peak thought about it, the more he felt something was off. The karma that was once so clear now seemed murky and hard to define. He felt an overwhelming sense of apprehension toward this newly ascended true person of the Saint Sect. At the same time, a trace of relief also arose in his heart. At least he had not gotten into any conflict or formed any great enmity with this new true person over the 9 transforming dragon art. Peak master of Mending Heaven Peak, just you wait for me. Outside the sky-reaching sea of clouds, a golden auspicious cloud was seen rolling through the sky, covering the heavens and the earth, stretching over 1,000 miles, only to converge when it approached the sea of clouds, transforming into a handsome young man. Lu Yang almost immediately turned his gaze toward Mending Heaven Peak, his heart stirring restlessly. However, in the end, he still suppressed the impulse to slap down with his palm. No rush. He had just broken through, and the peak master of Mending Heaven Peak was not injured as in his previous lifetime. There will always be a chance things go smoother with patience. The karma of having been killed with a single finger back then would eventually be returned by him one day. Withdrawing his gaze, Lu Yang made his way to the sacred fire cliff. The formation spirit he had met once before emerged again, bowing deeply to Lu Yang, then respectfully saluted, "Greetings, true person." Lu Yang nodded slightly, then proceeded to the hall where true person Chang Guang was located. There, a tall, robed man, not particularly handsome but with an awe-inspiring sharpness between his brows, sat at the main seat. Standing beside him was a young Taoist with a gloomy expression. They were true person Chang Guang and true person Yin Shan. Lu Yang focused his spirit and fixed his gaze on true person Chang Guang at the very first glance, observing not only his current form, but also his Tao foundation in the foundation establishment realm. In the next moment, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes, because in his view, true person Yin Shan was still within reason. His Tao foundation was a towering black mountain, with rolling baleful qi surrounding it like rivers in the mountains. However, true person Chang Guang was different. When Lu Yang looked over, he saw that the other stood within the foundation establishment realm with hands behind his back, appearing like an ordinary person, without manifesting his Tao foundation at all. It was known that within the foundation establishment realm, the Bifeng, wind never ceased. Only by residing within one's Tao foundation could a foundation establishment true person avoid damage to their soul by the wind. Yet true person Chang Guang could openly reveal his true body without fear. Did this mean that even the Bifeng could not disperse his soul? How profound must his Tao attainment be? At this thought, Lu Yang's expression became even more solemn. Instead, true person Chang Guang, upon seeing Lu Yang, showed a kindly and brilliant smile, making Lu Yang somewhat uneasy. "Yuan too is here." True person Chang Guang laughed loudly. True person Yin Shen also stepped forward, clasped his hands, and said, "Congratulations, junior brother, on establishing your Tao foundation and transcending the mundane. Senior brother flatters me." Lu Yang returned the gesture and then looked toward true person Chang Guang, solemnly returning the Yuan Chen suspension diagram. He respectfully said, "Uncle Master Chang Guang, Yuan too has not failed in his mission." "Good." True person Chang Guang accepted the fruit position treasure and smiled slightly. Yuan too, having just entered foundation establishment, may still be unclear about some of the keys to this stage. Finally getting to the main topic. Lu Yang thought to himself, his expression suddenly becoming serious, "I humbly ask Uncle Master to instruct me." "No need to speak of instruction, it's just a few pointers." True person Chang Guang waved his hand. "Yuan too, do you know the origin of the Tao foundation you've established?" Hearing this, Lu Yang nodded and said solemnly, "Disciple cultivates the 9 transforming dragon art, establishing the myriad chariots dragon-taming Tao foundation, originally created by the wandering cultivator true person Panlong. Later, true person Panlong attained nirvana in the Pure Land and transformed into Fulong Arhat, who now holds a grudge against me. In the future, I fear many troubles may arise. It is already extraordinary that Yuan too knows these things." True person Chang Guang smiled faintly and said, "But what is that Fulong Arhat?" "A mere wandering cultivator who broke through by casting himself into the Pure Land. How could he possibly create a third-grade true art?" "What do you mean, Uncle Master?" "The Tao foundation you've established was actually the result of a bodhisattva from the Pure Land pushing the karmic wheel and seizing heavenly secrets, borrowing the hand of that Fulong to create it. Because there is a fruit position in the Pure Land that has remained hidden for ages, with no one able to confirm it. Although the world-honored one included it in the Pure Land, it has never been fully refined. Hence, the creation of this myriad chariots dragon-taming Tao foundation was to make this hidden fruit position reappear in the world." Lu Yang raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. Fruit positions have states of manifestation and concealment. "Of course." True person Chang Guang chuckled and explained, "All cultivation methods in this world are derived from the intent of various Tao masters from their respective fruit positions, then gradually evolved. Therefore, every Tao foundation built through these methods corresponds to a specific fruit position. When the number of Tao foundations affiliated with a fruit position is sufficient, that fruit position manifests in the world, greatly increasing the chance to ascend to that position. Conversely, if the number is insufficient, the fruit position remains hidden, and few in the world can attain it. After hearing the explanation, Lu Yang's expression gradually darkened. No wonder the Pure Land claims, I am destined with them. So my Tao foundation corresponds to a fruit position they hold. If they refuse to let go, my path to the Tao is blocked. Indeed. True Person Chang Guang nodded, but ascending to a fruit position is a matter for the future. For now, it has no effect on your current cultivation. So you may continue your cultivation without concern. At this point, True Person Chang Guang spoke with a sigh. If one day you truly reach the threshold of seeking a fruit position, and I have already achieved true lordhood, then it's not entirely hopeless. It would merely be a matter of snatching a fruit position from the Pure Land. Hearing this, Lu Yang's previously disheartened expression outwardly brightened. Yet in his heart, he was full of disdain. All from the same Saint Sect, and you still play tricks with me. If he truly intended to help, he would have warned him much earlier. In the end, wasn't this just another form of control, making him willingly serve under him? However, this actually put Lu Yang at ease. After all, this kind of maneuvering was normal in the Saint Sect. If they didn't try to control him at all, he would feel even more uneasy. Now that the cards were on the table, at least he knew how to respond. Moreover, this was just control. Strictly speaking, he still had room to refuse. As for the myriad chariots dragon-taming Tao foundation, although it had significant drawbacks, he could start over. If this path truly led to a dead end, he could just change to another Tao foundation and start again. With the Book of 100 Lifetimes in hand, he could afford to make mistakes freely. In True Person Chang Guang's view, establishing the Tao foundation was a point of no return. Thus, if Lu Yang wanted to attain the golden core, he had to follow this path to the end. However, in reality, Lu Yang could change his path at any moment. Difficulty: improving a fruit position. Just change to another. Trying to control him this way was nothing but wishful thinking. Still, letting True Person Chang Guang believe he had control wasn't a bad thing either. After all, if he believed he was in control, he would be more willing to invest heavily. Lu Yang could take all the benefits first and make his move when necessary. Thinking of this, Lu Yang immediately felt the vastness of the world. The next moment, he decisively cupped his hands to True Person Chang Guang. Yuan too is still young and will need much guidance from Uncle Master Chang Guang in the future. Hearing this, True Person Chang Guang immediately showed a satisfied smile. This junior recognized the situation and knew the way. At this thought, True Person Chang Guang reached into his robe and took out a jade box. This was subdued by True Lord Feixu and handed to me upon returning to the sect. This item is also somehow destined with you, so I gift it to you. Lu Yang accepted the jade box, scanned it with his divine sense, and immediately showed a look of joy. The king of the chi-devouring insects. This exotic species from beyond the heavens hasn't gone extinct. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. According to the words of ancestor Ting Yu, the potential of the chi-devouring insect was enormous. If he could cultivate it successfully, it would surely become one of his powerful means in the future. As expected of a true person at the peak of foundation establishment, so generous. First, he gave a big stick. Now he offers a sweet date, starting to invest after securing control. Thinking of this, Lu Yang quickly cupped his hands again. Many thanks, Uncle Master. True Person Chang Guang naturally responded with a smile. True Person Yin Shan also approached, and the atmosphere between the three of them became much more harmonious. Taking the opportunity, Lu Yang did not forget to ask, by the way, may I ask the name of that fruit position in the Pure Land? True Person Chang Guang did not intend to hide it. That fruit position is Tianjin Yulei, the imperial capital Golden City, shaped like a dragon coiled for 1,000 miles, with the stance of a tiger crouching on all sides. Its name is Cheng Tu. After a few more exchanges, True Person Chang Guang waved his sleeve, revealing an incense table with a Tao emblem, a Dharma seal, and a Taoist robe placed on it. Receive the decree of the True Lord. True Person Chang Guang's expression turned solemn, as he took out the life lamp Lu Yang had lit with his own blood when he first entered the Saint Sect. Today, disciple Lu Yang has established the Tao Foundation, fulfilling his duty, transcending form and ascending in essence. Under true person Chang Guang's arrangement, this life lamp would henceforth be placed within the sacred fire cliff, to be worshipped alongside the life lamps of other true persons in the sect. This was not just a formality, but truly beneficial to cultivation. Once the life lamp received the sect's offerings, the sect's merits and chi fortune would feed back through the life lamp to its owner, strengthening their soul. This allowed the Foundation establishment, true persons of the Saint Sect, to have at least 10 more years of lifespan compared to those assigned outside. Once the life lamp was placed in the hall, true person Chang Guang formed a hand seal. From today, you may open a mountain and establish a residence, with the Tao title Yuan Tu. As the words fell, Lu Yang suddenly heard a thunderous rumble. He saw a vast immortal mountain rise from the sky-reaching sea of clouds, standing tall and majestic in an instant. From now on, this floating immortal mountain in the clouds would be his Tao arena. At the same time, the peak masters of the 4 inner peaks and many other true persons of the sect all revealed themselves, clasped their hands in salute, and said in unison, "Greetings, true person Yuan Tu." Lu Yang looked around and calmly returned the salute. From this day forth, he had truly taken a seat at the Saint Sect's table. In the sky-reaching sea of clouds, among the newly risen towering immortal mountains, Lu Yang rode the escape light and landed on the mountain peak with a single step, only to see a vast expanse of spiritual mist before him. Within the mist, rays of rosy light rose, transforming into a formation spirit. Slave pays respects to the true person. The formation spirit appeared as a beautiful woman with an elegant figure and noble demeanor, bowing slightly to Lu Yang with a charming smile, exhaling a warm breath. Seeing this, Lu Yang's eyes immediately lit up. Of course, he had no interest in beauty. What truly interested him was that this formation spirit looked extremely similar to the one on Sacred Fire Cliff, as if they had been carved from the same mold. "What grade is your formation?" Reporting to the true person. Facing Lu Yang's inquiry, the formation spirit respectfully replied, "Slave was derived from the main formation on Sacred Fire Cliff as a subformation, responsible for guarding this immortal mountain for the true person, controlling the changes of spiritual energy, observing fortune and merit. As for the grade, it should be around 5th grade." Upon hearing this, Lu Yang was immediately tempted. Formations were divided into 9 grades. A 7th grade formation was already the limit of the chi refining stage. 4th to 6th grade formations were within the scope of Foundation establishment. If he could delve deeper into this, it would be of great use to him. Although he was already a 7th grade formation master, after stepping into Foundation establishment, the value of this identity had significantly diminished. Because for a Foundation establishment true person, whether it was alchemy, tool refining, formations, talismans, or any of the myriad arts of cultivation, they would naturally grasp them after reaching Foundation establishment. 7th grade was merely the basic standard for a Foundation establishment true person. So for Lu Yang, if he could make further progress in formations and become a Foundation establishment formation master, it would count as gaining another trump card for the future. "You come to me tonight." Slave understands. After giving instructions to the formation spirit, Lu Yang continued to stroll through the immortal mountain, while the mysterious seal bestowed by true person Chang Guang on his waist began to glow. Engraved on the seal was his Tao title, Yuan Tu. At this moment, as Lu Yang activated the mysterious seal, the surrounding spiritual mist began to surge, and under the formation's enhancement, it condensed into spiritual bricks, laying them piece by piece. Before long, the surrounding spiritual mist thinned considerably, settling into a hazy yet still visible state. And in front of Lu Yang, a grand hall entirely condensed from spiritual energy appeared. From now on, this would be his place of seclusion. A cave dwelling formed entirely from spiritual energy. How extravagant was that? The air itself felt sweet in such a cultivation environment. Thinking back to the days when he rented a cave dwelling on Mending Heaven Peak, Lu Yang couldn't help but feel emotional. "I guess I've really made it now." With this thought, Lu Yang took out the myriad spirit banner. In the next moment, the banner fluttered, and the figures of Su Nu and Ancestor Nether Whisper appeared simultaneously. Especially Ancestor Nether Whisper, who paused slightly upon seeing Lu Yang. But soon he reacted, sighing softly. You've reached foundation establishment, not bad. Ancestor flatters me. Lu Yang cupped his hands, then suddenly said, Ancestor, now that this disciple has established his Tao foundation and received great rewards from the sacred sect, I have been granted permission to open a mountain and build a residence here in the Sea of Clouds. I was thinking, perhaps I could take this opportunity to reopen the witch ghost path. As soon as these words fell, Ancestor Nether Whisper was momentarily stunned. What? Immediately after, his expression twisted visibly, and even his voice began to tremble. Reopen the witch ghost path, are you not speaking nonsense? Of course not. Lu Yang replied cheerfully. I was originally a disciple of the witch ghost path. Now that I have finally reached foundation establishment and have the chance to reopen the sect, how could I not do it? Besides, it was just a matter of offering a favor in passing. Lu Yang highly valued Ancestor Nether Whisper as a quality technical talent, so he naturally didn't mind providing a bit of emotional satisfaction. Next, Ancestor Nether Whisper let out a long breath, as if he had finally calmed his emotions. Looking at Lu Yang once more, he suddenly said, The Tao foundation you've established far surpasses that of my witch ghost path. My past experiences in condensing innate divine abilities are useless to you. Everything will have to rely on yourself. Innate divine ability. Lu Yang's eyes lit up, knowing that the emotional value he provided had paid off. Clearly, Ancestor Nether Whisper was about to share some closely guarded secrets. Ancestor, please enlighten me. Lu Yang immediately cupped his hands. Seeing this, Ancestor Nether Whisper began to explain. Innate divine ability is unique to foundation establishment true persons. Divine abilities borrow the mighty power of heaven and earth. Whether they are lower, middle, upper, or great divine abilities, their essence lies in borrowing the power of heaven and earth. They are external forces and not your own power. However, innate divine abilities are different. They belong entirely to yourself. This is because innate divine abilities are derived from the fusion of a foundation establishment true person's soul with their Tao foundation, like the blending of yin and yang, eventually giving birth to these divine methods. For foundation establishment true persons, great divine abilities have become common tools in combat. Innate divine abilities are the true trump cards hidden at the bottom of the chest. They concern one's Tao foundation and future Tao path, so they are not easily shown to others. When they are displayed, it is often at moments that determine life and death. The cultivation of foundation establishment realm is the same. At this point, Ancestor Nether Whisper's eyes shifted slightly. You have already seen it yourself. A foundation establishment true person's Tao path requires the gathering of 4 great medicines from the Heavenly Gang and Earth Fiend. These medicines are taken from the 10 Heavenly Gang and 12 Earth Fiend. On the other hand, they are manifestations of the imagery of heaven and earth, and thus can also be called innate divine abilities, each with its own wonders. The so-called Tao path is actually the method by which a foundation establishment true person uses their innate divine ability to accommodate 4 types of innate divine abilities, nourishing the innate with the 4 talents, and finally supporting the soul in pursuit of the golden position. Although the manifestations differ among various Tao lineages, they all ultimately lead to the same goal. What did it mean to have an elder at home like a treasure? Ancestor Nether Whisper, a one-speak foundation establishment cultivator, imparted all his knowledge without reservation, almost instantly allowing Lu Yang to clearly see the path of foundation establishment cultivation. No wonder the Book of 100 Lifetimes had cleared the divine abilities section. So, in the eyes of the Book of 100 Lifetimes, only innate divine abilities and innate talents were worthy of being recorded at his current stage. In that case, Ancestor, how should one condense an innate divine ability? To refine an innate divine ability, the first prerequisite is a perfected Tao foundation. Ancestor Nether Whisper glanced at Lu Yang with emotion. You have already achieved that. Next, it's simply a matter of merging your soul with your Tao foundation. This tests your comprehension. Some people get stuck at this stage until the end of their lifespan with nothing to show for it, while others achieve great success in just a few decades. Comprehension. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang immediately frowned, not because he lacked confidence in his comprehension, but because his comprehension might not be easily applicable in this regard. Ancestor, is there no way you could comprehend it on my behalf? Hearing this, Ancestor Nether Whisper immediately showed a speechless expression. Of course not. As expected, it was not something easily worked around. If you can obtain a treasure that calculates heavenly secrets to assist you, it could also improve your chances of success. Ancestor Nether Whisper added at the right moment. Upon hearing this, Liu Yang immediately felt reassured. By my calculations, 30 years from now, the old ancestor of the Yun family will reincarnate in the Law Refinement secret realm, and the treasure of heavenly secrets that belongs to me should rightfully be returned by then. With this thought, Liu Yang immediately stood up with a flick of his sleeve. Coincidentally, he also had a matter to resolve in the Law Refinement secret realm. In Liu Yang's hand, a jade box appeared, inside of which lay a completely black demonic insect with a single golden line running from head to tail along its back. The chi-devouring insect king. All the offspring of this extraterrestrial species had been completely exterminated by Clear Snow True Lord, leaving only this main body alive, which had been gifted to Liu Yang by True Person Chang Guang. To cultivate it anew, allowing it to reach a level where it could threaten even Foundation establishment true persons, it would undoubtedly require a vast amount of blood offerings. Looking across the world, what place could meet this condition? Undoubtedly, the Law Refinement secret realm. 140 million living beings with abundant blood energy should be enough to let the chi-devouring insect feast to its heart's content.